Chapter 436. Feng Yaqing, Hostage. Yi Xian hid in the clouds high up in the sky for a while before he saw three figures flying over. He had seen these three people before in the team battle. However, they were all elders of the Five Poison sect. As expected, they arrived at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion first and waited for us. Now, they should be holding the 100 Poison Princess hostage, preparing to blackmail the 100 Poison sect leader to remove the formation. Yi Xian pondered in the sky. He took a look and found that among the three people below, one was a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, while the other two were also at 490 dragons. They were very strong. Looks like we need to plan for the long term. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The two with 490 dragons were still manageable, but he had no confidence in dealing with the level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Moreover, the Five Poison sect probably used the excuse of visiting to visit the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so the Flying Scorpion Pavilion might not know that the Five Poison sect was in cahoots with the Baigu group. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a good idea. He watched from high up in the sky. After the three people below circled around, they returned to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. I don't know if the Flying Scorpion Pavilion colluded with the Five Poison sect, or if they were deceived by the Five Poison sect. However, Feng Yaqing should have been captured, Yi Xian thought in his heart. The Five Poison sect could have many reasons for Feng Yaqing's capture, such as Feng Yaqing running away from the wedding and so on. Then, Yi Xian took out a pen and paper and wrote dozens of letters. The letters talked about the Five Poison sect colluding with the Baigu group, then tied them to dozens of long swords. He wanted to tell the Flying Scorpion Pavilion about this and let them know what happened. Perhaps they could save Feng Yaqing. Although this might put Feng Yaqing in danger, if Feng Yaqing was used to threaten Feng Shan, the two of them would definitely be eliminated after this. Therefore, Yi Xian could only gamble once. He flew above the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, a group of people also walked out of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. It was the Five Poison sect elder who had captured Feng Yaqing, bidding farewell to the people of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. They had only caught Feng Yaqing alone. The two people who were on guard outside were nowhere to be seen, leaving only traces of blood. This inevitably made them vigilant, so they had to leave immediately. The four elders of the Five Poison sect seized Feng Yaqing and quickly left. At the same time, Yi Xian also began to move. Swish! Dozens of weapons were fired at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Enemy attack! The disciples of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly pulled out their weapons, but they realized that the targets of these hidden weapons were not them. Furthermore, the weapons all carried letters. When the disciples saw the contents of the letter, their expressions changed. Then, they followed the pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Not long after, a group of people from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion chased after the Five Poison sect elder. Their speed was very fast. If Yi Xian did not use Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to catch up. As his realm increased, the Saint Beast corpses in the devouring space were only enough to use Beast King Rampage once. Yi Xian did not want to waste it. He followed behind the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group with all his strength, hoping that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion could intercept the four elders of the Five Poison sect. When he saw the group sent by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he immediately understood that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion should have been deceived. Otherwise, they only needed to send one person to escape. There was no need to send a group of experts. Bang! 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 After Yi Xian hurried for a while, a series of explosions came from the front. It seemed that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group was fighting with the Five Poison sect group. There were 4 people from the Five Poison sect. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm and 2 were at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm with 490 dragons. And this Flying Scorpion Pavilion group only had 1 level 5 Imperial Qi and 4 level 4 Imperial Qi. In terms of numbers, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion had the advantage, but the 5 Poison sect had 2 5th-level Imperial Chi cultivators. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win or lose, although the 5 Poison sect still needed to send out a person to guard Feng Yaqing. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found that one of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people had already died. Now, it was 3 against 4. After all, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion is not a large sect like the 100 Poison sect or the 5 Poison sect. They do not have enough battle power. If they continue to fight, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion will definitely be wiped out. In the air, Yi Xian had already seen through the situation. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. Facing a level 5 Imperial Chi expert, he did not have confidence. But if the Flying Scorpion experts were added, it would be different. At that moment, he used Beast King Rampage. His 370 dragon power instantly increased to 480 dragon power. Then, he quickly landed on the ground. In order to avoid trouble, he still used Beast King Rampage first before killing his way out, in case the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also coveted Beast King Rampage. With 480 dragon power, adding on the speed bonus, his speed could reach 580. Adding on the 90% silver feather movement technique, it was already enough to contend against the 510 dragon elder of the 5 Poison sect. Rip! A head flew up. There were finally casualties on the 5 Poison sect side, because Yi Xian's location was right behind Feng Yaqing. The person who died was the 5 Poison sect elder who was in charge of guarding Feng Yaqing. 490 dragon strength. Ding! The host has broken through to 375 dragon power. Yi Xian instantly devoured the universe ring. When the two sides discovered Yi Xian, his flying dragons had already increased to 488. Retreat! Yi Xian released the restraints on Feng Yaqing's body. After giving a low shout, he charged out again. This speed made even the 510th Dragon Elder of the 5 Poison sect feel his heart palpitate. So fast! The eyes of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people brightened. Very clearly, Yi Xian came to help. The 5 Poison sect's Imperial Chi level 5. One had 510 dragons, the other had 500 dragons. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he immediately went to find trouble with the 500 Dragon Elder. Although in terms of movement technique, Yi Xian's Silver Feather movement technique was much weaker than the 5 Poison sect elders, the Beast King agility advancement allowed his speed to be much faster than the opponent. It's you, this brat, who killed Yang Ming. Die! The 500 Dragon Elder shouted loudly. He took out a bag of poison powder and sprinkled it at Yi Xian. Rotting corpse powder. Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. He had eaten this poison powder before, so this thing was completely useless to him. Charge! He directly charged over while enduring the rotting corpse powder, catching the elder off guard. Underworld swordsmanship, underworld burial. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. With a swing of his sword, countless wind blades flew up, cutting the elder's body until there was not an inch of skin left. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. This was comprehended after the underworld swordsmanship was raised to 100%. It was a bit similar to the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation, but the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was unable to be strengthened by the 8 Desolation Sword. Actually, the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was very powerful. It was just that Yi Xian was always challenging those above his level, so he was almost eliminated by him. Underworld Swordsmanship, Sword descends to the Underworld. Chapter 437. Breaking the Formation. Rip. The elder's neck was cut open and his head flew up. Blood splattered 3 meters into the air. 5th level Imperial Chi, dead. Ding! The host has broken through to 382 dragon strength. His realm increased again. Before Yi Xian appeared, this elder's opponents were two martial artists with 490 dragon strength. Yi Xian's method of instantly killing a 5th-level Imperial Qi deeply impressed them. Now, the 5 poison sect only had 2 people left. One was a 4th-level Imperial Qi, and the other was an elder with 510 dragon strength. It's you again. You're disturbing my 5 poison sect's business. The sect leader will definitely not let you go. The 510 dragon strength elder shouted loudly. So what? I only know that you're going to die today. Yi Xian replied coldly and attacked again. In less than 3 seconds, this elder also died. The universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! The host has broken through to 390 dragon strength. After Yi Xian swallowed the universe ring, the last 4th-level Imperial Qi of the 5 poison sect was also stabbed to death by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion's experts. Now, the 5 poison sect's team was completely annihilated, but the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also lost a member. Thank you for your help, little brother. The middle-aged leader of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly walked over. This time, if not for Yi Xian's help, they would have been in danger. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Feng Yaqing. They used me running away from the marriage as an excuse to hold me hostage. Feng Yaqing directly said what happened. Only now did the middle-aged man understand that Yi Xian was with Feng Yaqing. He hurriedly said guiltily, Miss Feng, I'm very sorry. We were also deceived by the 5 poison sect. This time, they had fallen into their own trap. If they had not listened to the 5 poison sect's elder when Feng Yaqing came in, they probably would not have lost a member now. Feng Yaqing and Yi Xian looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to ask for help from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion was an expert with 550 dragon power. Although he could not save the 100 poison sect, he could spread the news. Senior, please spread the news. Feng Yaqing requested. Of course, the Baigu group actually dared to wander around our territory, how audacious. I'll get someone to send the order to the Blood Crow sect, they'll definitely send experts. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. The middle-aged man frowned. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion only had 550 dragon power, and he was not in the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so they could not help. Feng Yaqing furrowed her brows. It seemed that the 100 poison sect would not be able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, You stay here. I'll go take a look at your 100 poison sect. You? Feng Yaqing raised her head in surprise. Although Yi Xian could kill Royal Heir Tier 5, there were Royal Heir Tier 6 going to the 100 poison sect, and there were even 3 of them. Going there was just courting death. I'm just going to ask around for information. You just wait here. Yi Xian did not give Feng Yaqing a chance to refuse, and quickly left. He and Feng Yaqing had only met in poverty, and could not even be considered friends. He had already completed what Feng Yaqing wanted him to do, and he had not even given her the reward. Yi Xian helping this time was actually just to find an excuse to kill. He would not foolishly go against the 5 poison sect. Before he had the strength, he would not appear. His speed was still a bit too slow. When he spent more than a day to reach the 100 poison sect, the 100 poison sect had already been massacred. Not a single one of the upper echelons of the 100 poison sect was left. The remaining people did not exceed 400 dragon power. According to the sect disciples, the 5 poison sect people were heading towards the branch sections. The 100 poison sect people were not willing to break the formation, so they set their sights on the branch sects, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Other than the head elder who had already died in battle, the 100 Poisons branch sect still had a sect master with 540 dragon power, as well as a few elders with over 400 dragon power. Perhaps, they also knew how to break the formation. Although it was called a formation, it was actually a large pile of traps. Even the 5 poisoned sect, who were on the same side, did not dare to rashly enter. Therefore, this plantation had to be broken by the 5 poisoned sect and the 100 poisoned sect together. Although Tang Huaiji and the others had gone to the 100 poisons branch sects, perhaps this would be another bloodbath. Therefore, Yi Xian simply did not return to the 100 poisons branch sects, and instead headed straight for that plantation. That plantation had been set up with a poison formation, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Perhaps, he could directly break the formation and enter. Moreover, Feng Yaqing had previously told him the location of the plantation. If he could enter and find the bones of that 8th-level Imperial Qi cultivator, he would be able to make all of Gu Qi's efforts go to waste. Immediately, he madly dashed in one direction. He had to enter the plantation before the 5 poisoned sect. This plantation was not far from the 100 poisoned sect, but with Yi Xian's speed, it would still take him 2 days to reach it. 2 days later, he found this plantation located in a large canyon. However, he was still one step too slow. At this time, there were already quite a few people around this plantation. Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and his white-boned battle puppet, Yi Xian looked around. The 3 great 6th-level Imperial Qi cultivators were among them. In addition, there were the elders of the 5 poisoned sect and the people of the 100 poisoned sect. However, he did not find Feng Shan. He did not know if he had been imprisoned elsewhere, or if he had already been killed. Elder Wu, young Master Shi. High in the air, Yi Xian could not help but be startled. Looking at the situation, it should be the people of the 100 poisoned sect who had betrayed them, switching sides to the 5 poisoned sect. They were truly opportunists. This time, all the elders of the 100 poisoned sect had come, and there were even quite a few true disciples. At this time, Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and the other experts were following behind a middle-aged man, entering the poison array. This plantation was very large, and there were a total of 2 layers of poison arrays. The inner layer was set up by the 5 poisoned sect, and the outer layer was set up by the 100 poisoned sect. This poison array was actually a dangerous area where a maze, poisonous fog, poisonous grass, and poisonous creatures were mixed together. If one entered from the air, they would be attacked by the poisonous creatures in the air. Using fire to burn them would not work either. After all, these things could not be burned by ordinary flames. If the poisonous grass was chopped off, that would be even more impossible. If the sap and poisonous powder spread, the danger would only increase. Therefore, the only way was to break the array. Moreover, the plantation was likely to be even more dangerous. Tang Huaiji and the others needed the correct location to find the place where the elder of the Baigu group had fallen. As for the middle-aged man who led Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and the other experts in, he was the leader of the 100 poison sect. Chapter 438. Ambush. Based on the clothes they were wearing, these 2 were about the same as the ones Yi Xian had killed outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, at most 520 dragon power. Although Yi Xian had used up his last Beast King rampage outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he had gained quite a lot of dragon power afterwards. In addition to the killings he had done along the way, he could still use it one more time. At this time, he was hesitating whether to kill these people outside, then charge into the poison array and kill the 100 poison sect branch leader as well. Forget it, I'll go all out. I have all kinds of bloodlines. As long as I kill the branch leader, I might be able to trap them inside then. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he quietly descended and approached the group of guards outside. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian suddenly increased his strength and directly charged in. In the blink of an eye, several heads flew, all of them belonging to the 100 poison sect branch leader. What? The 2 5 poison sect elders were shocked. By the time they reacted, half of the team had already been slaughtered. Yi Xian's speed exceeded 600 dragon power, shuttling through the crowd. With a single slash of his sword, he could kill several people. Young Master Shi, TSK. Elder Wu, you should report to hell as well. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. Now, he had already taken 2/3 of his revenge. Only Steward Qiu was left. In less than 3 seconds, other than the 2-5 poison sect's 5th stage Imperial Qi elders, everyone else was killed by Yi Xian. This time, not only did he obtain a large number of yin and yang rings, but his martial arts had also improved. His silver feather movement technique had finally reached 100% mastery. Haha, the heavens are helping me. You too can go to hell as well. Yi Xian's morale was high. His speed suddenly increased, and in 2 moves, he cut off the heads of the 2 elders. The improvement of his martial arts had come at just the right time. Ding! The host has broken through to 400 dragon power. The items from these dozens of people allowed Yi Xian to break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Qi branch leader. Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this, because he still had to complete an important mission, which was to kill the branch leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Thus, he charged into the poison array. As expected, the poison mist had no effect on him, so he could pass through it without obstruction. This poison array can only be dispelled by the sect master. I wonder where they went. Yi Xian began to move around the poison array. Although he couldn't see, he could sense everything within 1,000 meters. Moreover, even if it was the branch sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, it wouldn't be that easy to break through this formation. Therefore, Yi Xian reckoned that their speed wouldn't be fast. Sure enough, 10 seconds after Yi Xian entered the poison array, he found that group of people. 6 poisons 5 poisons sect, a poison owns a 5 poisons sect. 10 of them were naturally the elders of the 5 poisons sect. As for the last one, he was definitely the branch head of the 100 poisons sect. Found you. I'll kill you in one blow. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent as he quietly approached them. At this moment, some people in the team also felt that something was wrong. There's movement. It's very fast. Gu Qi, who was walking in second place, frowned and said in a neutral voice. Don't worry, Guardian Gu. It should be a sacred beast that accidentally entered the poison array. If it dares to come, we'll kill it, Tang Huaiji explained. No, it's the sound of human footsteps. Gu Qi shook his head. Although his cultivation level was the same as Tang Huaiji's, his strength was stronger than Tang Huaiji's. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of 2 feet on the ground. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the poison mist. This figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past them. Everyone was startled as they discovered that there was something out of the ordinary moving towards them. It's poison powder. Be careful. Tang Huaiji cried out in alarm. This pile of poison powder was not small. This was the most powerful poison powder that Yi Xian could currently refine. It was enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. He ran too fast this time, so the poison powder didn't kill a single person. It only corroded a few pieces of flesh from their hands. However, he had achieved his goal. When Tang Huaiji and the others dispersed the poison powder, they found that the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, who was walking in front of the team, had disappeared. Yes, he had disappeared. On the ground, there was a pool of blood. Everyone present smelled the scent of blood. Damn it, he was killed. Tang Huaiji cursed. The first poison array was set up by the 100 Poison sect. They finally found someone to break it, but he was killed. What were they going to do next? He's already dead. Since that's the case, let's break the array by force, Gu Qi said. Just now, he did not react in time. That was why Yi Xian ran away. Okay, we'll break the array by force. Everyone be careful. That person may appear again. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth and shouted. They continued to move forward very carefully. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a poisonous flower garden. There's a poisonous beehive in front of them. I'll make a move when they are attacked by the poisonous beehive. This plantation originally had nothing, but after the 2 poison arrays were set up, many poisonous creatures moved in. Although these poisonous creatures were not strong, their toxicity was so strong that even the experts of the 5 poison sect had to be cautious. Yi Xian quietly followed behind this group of people. He was calculating the distance between this group of people and the poisonous beehive in his mind. At the same time, he was calculating the duration of the Beast King's rage. He only had one chance to make a move. If he did not replenish the sacred beast corpses, he would not be able to resist anymore. There was only one chance. He had to grasp it. The 5 poison sect team continued to move forward. They were only 300 meters away from the poisonous beehive. 200 meters. 100 meters. At this time. Whoosh! A slash broke through the poisonous fog and instantly cut the poisonous beehive that was bigger than a clothes rack in half. In an instant, countless thumb-sized poisonous bees swept out. Each of them had the ability to poison 300 dragon power martial artists to death. Not good. Everyone be careful. Tang Huaiji shouted. This poisonous bee swarm covered the sky and the earth as it swept towards this team. There were more than 1,000 of them. This time, Tang Huaiji and the others were in trouble. However, these people were at least level 5 Imperial Qi. Even if there were 1,000 poisonous bees, they would not be able to do much to them. Therefore, Yi Xian made a move. He, who was not afraid of the poisonous grass, rushed towards Tang Huaiji and the others. Be careful. Tang Huaiji heard the hurried footsteps and reminded them again. However, it was already too late. Ah! A series of screams sounded. The elders behind Tang Huaiji let out miserable cries. Some of them had already fallen to the ground. Underworld sword technique, underworld burial. A wave of chaotic and disorderly qi swept out, instantly killing a 5th-level Imperial Qi Realm Elder who was resisting the poisonous wasps. Chapter 439. A strange poison array, it's that brat. Go, kill him. Gu Qi immediately ordered. At that moment, his white bone battle puppet quickly flew out, stepping on the poisonous flowers and grass as it charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not beat him now, so he quickly fled. He then circled around the corpses and took all their interspatial rings. These elders had massacred the 100 poisoned sect, so they must have many good things on them. Ding! The host has broken through to 410 dragon power. Ding! The host has broken through to 420 dragon power. Ding! The host has broken through to 430 dragon power. The 4 corpses allowed Yi Xian to gain 30 dragon power. At this time, most of the poison bees were killed, and Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, so he quickly fled. The skeletal war puppet could not find him, so it turned back. Damn it! When Tang Huaiji killed the last wave of poison bees, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and his hair stood on end. He recognized Yi Xian. Last time, he could have wiped out the 100 poison sect in one fell swoop, but Yi Xian suddenly appeared, causing Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing to escape. This time, Yi Xian disturbed him again, and even killed 4 elders of the 5 poison sect. Now, other than the 3 of them who were at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, there were only 6 elders who were at level 5 of the Imperial Qi realm. Sect leader, what do we do now? An elder asked after removing the poison from his body. Continue to break the array. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth. The last time we were here, there was only some white bone grass planted on the ground, so we set up a poison array and scattered some seeds. But we did not expect it to become so dangerous in such a short time. What do you feel? Tang Huaiji asked coldly. The changes here are beyond our expectations. There may be a powerful poisonous creature here, the elder said. In fact, Tang Huaiji had also felt it. This was only the first layer of the poison array, and there were already over 1,000 poisonous wasps. If they reached the poison array set up by the 5 poison sect, it would most likely be even more dangerous. Not to mention the plantation that was surrounded by 2 layers of poison arrays. Don't worry, as long as we find those white bone grass, I will be able to find my senior's bones. At that time, I will not mistreat you, Gu Qi said in a sarcastic tone. The white bone grass was the symbol of the fall of the experts of the Baigu group. Previously, the people of the 5 poison sect had coincidentally seen the white bone grass and reported the matter to Tang Huaiji. Wherever there was white bone grass, one had to be careful. All the sects in the Corpse Master sect's territory practiced similar cultivation methods, which would change their physiques. After they died, their corpses might mutate. If they recklessly dug up the white bone grass, they would be in big trouble. But, this elder still wanted to say something. Tang Huaiji directly interrupted him. No buts. As long as we help Gu Qi find the corpses, we will go our separate ways. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert is enough for each of us to establish a faction comparable to the 5 poison sect. Now that 4 people have died, we will split even more. In fact, he and Gu Qi had a private agreement. As long as they found the corpses, then he would join forces with Gu Qi to eradicate these 5 poison sect elders. After all, there were too many people. And he was not afraid of Gu Qi betraying him, because Gu Qi was his brother. It was just that these elders did not know. The remaining 6 elders looked at each other and all nodded. They were still convinced. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert, even if it was divided among 10 people, it was still enough. This group continued forward. The 4 people who died just now were not of high realms, while the remaining 6 people had all reached 550 dragons. The strongest was 580 dragons. If the 6 of them joined forces, they could even fight a level 6 Imperial Qi expert. Yi Xian did not hear their words. He was too far away. They continue forward again. Let's wait until they find the corpses first. Yi Xian, who was hiding not far away, thought so in his heart. Just now, he had obtained 4 corpses. He had made a huge profit, and even replenished the corpses of sacred beasts. Because these 5 poison sect elders had previously killed the 100 poison sect elders, and then charged into the 100 poison sect to loot, it would be strange if their pockets were not full. Yi Xian estimated that if he killed the remaining 6 people, he could at least break through to 450 dragons. Next, he followed behind these people, advancing bit by bit. Tang Huaiji in the front group said in a low voice, "That kid is still following us. How did he avoid these dangers? Don't worry about it. Just now, when my white bone battle hoe was chasing him, its foot stepped on the poison powder. If another accident happens, it will be troublesome." Gu Qi replied in a low voice. Fortunately, the 100 poison sect branch leader had just explained the method to break the formation, so they were not blindly breaking the formation. After about 5 minutes, they came out of the 100 poison sect's poison formation. Next, it was the 5 poison sect's own poison formation. This is my 5 poison sect's 100 poison devouring great formation. Other than the 100 types of poisonous grasses, we also sprinkled a large amount of bloodthirsty flying scorpions and other poisonous creatures' larvae. After so long, they should be able to threaten us. Everyone, follow me closely. Be careful. Tang Huaiji still walked in the front, and then entered this 10,000 poison devouring great formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and he remembered it very clearly. As long as there were no accidents, they could easily break this formation. At this time, Yi Xian also walked out of the 100 poison sects poison formation. He could not help but sigh. People who used poison were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, otherwise, he would have died 100 times already. Previously, old Monster Hong went to a lower-level territory to plant, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. And this plantation was in the Ghost Tomb territory. The 100 Poison Sect and 5 Poison Sect were afraid that the poisonous grasses they painstakingly planted would be taken advantage of by others, so they developed 2 poison formations. In these few months, Yi Xian had learned quite a bit about poisonous grasses. Whenever he saw something he did not recognize on the road, he would quietly pluck a leaf and then increase his resistance to poison. This poison formation was large and complicated. Some of the poisonous grasses grew even taller than Yi Xian. At the same time, there were often things flying through the air. Yi Xian followed very carefully, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters from the front. This time, the 5 Poison Sects team was very fast. They walked out in less than 3 minutes. We're finally out. Tang Huaiji frowned slightly, because the plantation in front of him had already grown into a forest. There really is something here. Just based on the seeds I scattered, it's impossible for them to grow like this. There must be a powerful poisonous creature entrenched here. I wonder what realm it is. It's at least Royal Qi level 5, maybe Royal Qi level 6. The 6 elders were a little worried. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the white bone grass, then leave. Elder Qin, you lead the way. Tang Huaiji said. Yes. Let me tell you a joke. I'm the author of this super devouring system. Can you give me a drumstick? Get lost. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. What author, idiot? I can use a manuscript in exchange. Chapter 440. Poison Dragon, yes. A 5 Poison Sect elder walked to the front. Previously, he was the one who personally laid down the poison formation. He was also the one who personally saw the white bone grass. Following his memories, they should be able to find the white bone grass. The group went straight into the forest. Not long after, Yi Xian also came out of the second poison array. The poisonous fog in this type of plantation was thinner, so he had to be more careful. The 2 groups of people walked in the poisonous forest. During this time, Tang Huaiji and the others also saw many new poisonous creatures and plants. This made them even more convinced that there was definitely a powerful creature here. However, their goal was the white bone grass. As long as they found the white bone grass, they would immediately leave. As long as they obtained the remains of a royal heir level 8 powerhouse, who would care about this plantation? The leader, Elder Qin, searched for 5 minutes before he finally found the white bone grass. The leaves of the white bone grass were the same shape as human bones. They were white, and there were 8 of them in total. When Gu Qi saw the white bone grass, his eyes lit up. 8 stalks of white bone grass growing from the same root. As expected, this is the place where the senior from the Baigu group died. Gu Qi murmured. At this time, Tang Huaiji suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look over there, there's a cave." The poison here was very thin, and they could barely see things a few hundred meters away. Everyone followed Tang Huaiji's finger and found a large cave. This was a canyon, so it wasn't strange for caves to appear. However, everyone discovered that there was a huge claw mark at the edge of the cave. Sure enough, there's a big guy. Everyone, keep your voices down. Don't make too much noise. Tang Huaiji whispered. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. They still didn't know what this big guy was, nor did they know how strong its realm was. If it was only at the 5th level of the Royal Qi, it would be fine, but if it was at the 6th level of the Royal Qi, then it would be troublesome. For those of us who cultivate death-type techniques, it's extremely easy for our corpses to mutate after we die. There should be a strong deathly aura under those 8 stalks of white bone grass. I need to absorb this deathly aura before I can dig out the corpses, Gu Qi said as he took out 3 hollow bones that were 4 to 5 meters long. Then, he personally carried the 3 bones to the white bone grass and stabbed them into the ground in a triangular formation. The bones were only half a person's height above the ground. Then, he began to form hand seals and set up a spirit formation. This was a method of slowly releasing the death chi underground. If the death chi underground was not released, there would definitely be a death chi explosion. It didn't matter if the explosion killed him, but it would be a tragedy if the universe ring and his corpse were destroyed. When Gu Qi finished setting up the formation, the 3 long bones began to emit white smoke. If the corpse of a royal Qi level 8 expert were to explode with death energy, how powerful would it be? An elder could not help but ask. The death energy explosion of a royal air level 8, if we were nearby, we would definitely be blown up into nothingness. This plantation, along with the 2 poison arrays outside, would also be completely destroyed. Bone 7 replied. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. How could this explosion of death chi be so powerful? However, when they thought about how long this expert had been dead, they calmed down. This expert from the Baigu group had been dead for many years. Only a corpse that had been dead for so long could accumulate so much death chi. The death chi spiraled up. After about 2 minutes, Gu Qi put away the 3 long bones. Don't move. I'll dig. Gu Qi ordered the white bone puppet to dig with him. To him, the corpse of a royal Qi level 8 expert was much more important than the universe ring. As long as he could obtain this corpse, he could refine another white bone puppet. Its strength might be reduced, but it would still be much stronger than him. Gu Qi dug very carefully, but it didn't take long for him to dig out a bunch of bones. Finger bones, hand bones, sternum, and ribs were dug out one by one. Gu Qi calculated silently in his heart. However, after digging for a long time, he still couldn't find an interspatial ring, which made him very surprised. That's strange. Even the hand bones are out. Where is the universe ring? Tang Huaiji asked in surprise. Could it be that the universe ring has been taken away long ago? An elder murmured. If that was the case, it was too much of a scam. They risked their lives to come here. Were they going to return empty-handed? Gu Qi didn't believe it either. Although he thought the corpse was more important, if he could get the universe ring, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources at royal Qi level 7 or even level 8. He didn't believe it and dug for a while, but still couldn't find the universe ring. At this time, even the skull of the corpse had been dug out. Damn it! It has been taken away long ago. Gu Qi couldn't help cursing. Tang Huaiji and the remaining 6 elders were helpless. They also rushed forward and began to dig crazily. With so many people working together, it was inevitable that they would make some noise. At this time, at a place 1,000 meters away from them. Is that the place where the royal Qi level 8 expert died? Haven't the corpse been dug out? Is there no universe ring? With his strong perception, Yi Xian could sense the movements of these people. Previously, he was still thinking that if he found the interspatial ring, these people might have internal strife and then fight each other. At that time, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. But now, without the cosmos ring, his fantasy was ruined. However, at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise fell into everyone's ears. Tang Huaiji and the others looked up at the cave in the distance and found a huge black shadow slowly walking out. Oh no, stop! Tang Huaiji hurriedly said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Although they were digging together, the sound couldn't be heard so far away. This big guy must have come out by itself. Although the poisonous substance here was thin, they could only see a huge figure. Roar! This big guy stood at the entrance of the cave and roared. Then, it spread its wings and flew up. It was a flying dragon. Oh no, it's flying toward us. Tang Huaiji shouted in a low voice. Only then did they see the appearance of this flying dragon. This was not an ordinary flying dragon, but a poisonous dragon. This poisonous dragon had a layer of black scales on its skin, which was constantly emitting clouds of poisonous gas. Its wash-basin-sized eyes stared and fell on Tang Huaiji and the others. Although warriors could hide their breath, some creatures' perception was not weak. Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi were both royal Qi level 6. The moment the poisonous dragon came out of the cave, they were discovered. It's just a poisonous dragon of royal Qi level 6. Kill. Chapter 441. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The final battle. Although it was Tang Huaiji's first time seeing a flying dragon, he reckoned that the poison dragon was not much stronger than it. Hence, he attacked without hesitation. It was the same for Gu Qi and the white bone battle puppet. As long as they killed the poison dragon, they could dig up the entire area. Who knew, the interspatial ring might have fallen somewhere else. However, when their attacks landed on the poison dragon's body, they were completely ineffective. How is this possible? Our vital energy was weakened by more than half by the poisonous gas. My attacks can't even break through its scales. An elder exclaimed. He was in the realm of 560 dragons. If he used his martial arts, he could kill a level 6 sacred beast of the Imperial Qi realm. He was not the only one. The other 5 elders were the same. Furthermore, even Tang Huaiji, who was in the realm of 620 dragons, could not break through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon flew above the 6 of them. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green venom. An elder's shoulder was accidentally touched by a few drops of venom. His entire shoulder was melted. If he had been hit by the entire pool of venom, his entire body would have melted into a pool of blood. What a strong venom! Be careful. Tang Huaiji reminded them again. The flying dragon flew in the sky and kept spitting venom. Hence, Gu Qi's white bone battle puppet was completely useless. Furthermore, the group of people below could only use long-range attacks. However, none of them could break through the poison dragon's scales, including Gu Qi. Damn it! Gu Qi cursed angrily. He took out a bone sword from his interspatial ring and attacked again. Kacha! A crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. The poison dragon finally broke through the poison dragon's scales. However, this was merely breaking through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon was also a little surprised. However, it only glanced at Gu Qi with its noble head before continuing to attack the elders. It also understood that it had to pick the weakest persimmon. Its venom was very large. The elders had a hard time dodging it. After all, they had to be careful not to step on any corrosive poisonous grass or flowers. This battle seemed to be evenly matched. However, as time went on, the poison dragon was gaining the upper hand. That was because the venom it spat out had already melted the poisonous flowers and plants and seeped into the soil. An elder accidentally stepped on it, and his entire foot melted. Then, he fell on top of it and died miserably. Only then did Tang Huaiji realize that they were no match for this poison dragon. They had to retreat. Let's go! Tang Huaiji shouted. At that moment, he and Gu Qi turned around and left. The remaining 5 elders did the same. Seeing this, the poison dragon roared at the sky and chased after him. If this was only a wyvern, the 6 of them would have been able to kill it. Unfortunately, this was a poison dragon, which was much stronger than ordinary wyverns. Moreover, this poison dragon's realm was higher than all of them, so the 5 elders couldn't escape and were dissolved by the poison. Only Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi managed to leave. The poison dragon was too lazy to chase after them and returned to the plantation. At this time, there was only one human left in this plantation. That was Yi Xian, who had been hiding and holding his breath. When the poison dragon was chasing after Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi, he happened to take away the 6 elders' interspatial rings. The interspatial rings were made of the same material as mid-level heaven artifacts, so the poison dragon could still melt them. At the same time, Yi Xian tested the poison himself. Sure enough, his hand was melted once. However, the second time, his skin had developed a resistance to the poison. The poison no longer had any effect on him. The 6 interspatial rings allowed Yi Xian's realm to break through from 430 dragons to 460 dragons. If he used Beast King Rampage now, he could soar to 600 dragons of power. At this time, he already had the strength to fight with Gu Qi and the other 2 rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivators. While the poison dragon was returning to its nest, Yi Xian also left this plantation. This time, he had gained a lot. At this time, he left the plantation to find if Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi were still there. Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi, who had been chased away by the poison dragon, also hid far away. Fortunately, the poison dragon did not chase after them, otherwise, they would have run separately. Big brother, did you really not find the interspatial ring? Now that only Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi were left, Tang Huaizhi directly called the latter big brother. I really didn't. However, the corpses of the seniors of the Baigu group are all here. Just give me some time and I will refine them into a white bone battle puppet. Then, we can kill that poison dragon. Gu Qi glanced at the white bone battle puppet beside him. This white bone battle puppet had been with him for more than 10 years. It had only recently been refined to rank 6 Imperial Qi, and had spent a lot of treasures to improve the strength of its bones. Now, it was time to change. There are still 6 interspatial rings. Tang Huaizhi reminded. It did not matter that the 6 elders were dead, but the people they had killed before had been distributed. The 6 interspatial rings added up to a lot of things, and he was a little reluctant to part with them. Don't worry. Wait until I refine this new white bone battle puppet, then we will kill our way in, Gu Qi said with a grin. But that kid might still be alive. Tang Huaizhi thought of Yi Xian, the unknown factor who could kill the 100 Poison sect sub-leader right in front of him. That kid must have spread the news that I am here. Since the poison dragon has retreated, let's wait outside. Gu Qi was also very resentful of Yi Xian, so he immediately went back the way he came. Although they did not know why Yi Xian was able to do whatever he wanted in there, it was meaningless. Their goal was the interspatial rings. Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi arrived outside the poison array again. Gu Qi looked at the corpses on the ground and could not help but say, this kid is really ruthless. He even killed his own fellow disciples. The fellow disciples he was referring to were the 100 Poison sect sub-disciples and elders who had defected to the 5 Poison sect. Of course, from the beginning, Tang Huaizhi and his brother did not want to share the loot with others. They wanted to keep it all to themselves. Tang Huaizhi hesitated for a long time because he had built the 5 Poison sect with great difficulty. However, just as they walked to the entrance of the poison array, they suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside the poison array. Footsteps, it's that kid. The 2 of them immediately reacted. A total of 13 people entered the poison array, including the white bone battle puppet. If they excluded Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi, there were only 11 people left. Among these 11 people, the 100 Poison sect sub-leader was the first to die, followed by the 4 elders, and finally the 6 elders who were sprayed to death by the poison dragon. Although the 100 Poison sect sub-leader did not die in front of them, they guessed that he was dead too. Chapter 442. 1 against 3. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. When they saw the figure slowly walking out of the poison array, they couldn't help but be moved. This brat was truly capable of shuttling between the two poison arrays. Good boy, you actually dare to come out from here. Tang Huaiji said with some surprise. Ha! Yi Xian grinned. He was also a little surprised. He didn't think that these two people would choose to return here to guard him instead of continuing to flee. Those Qian Kun rings are all on you. Tang Huaiji didn't give Yi Xian a chance to speak and asked directly. Not a single one. Yi Xian nodded and asked in return, did you kill the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, Feng Shan? No, I sent people to escort him back to the 5 Poison sect. Why, you still want to save him? Tang Huaiji narrowed his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. I'm just curious, did you get that senior's Qian Kun ring? Yi Xian asked again. Tang Huaiji revealed a cold smile. Did you think I would tell you? Then you didn't. Otherwise, you would have already fought. Yi Xian guessed. Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi looked at each other. It seemed that Yi Xian wasn't stupid. He was much smarter than the 5 Poison sect elders. At this time, Gu Qi suddenly said, Kid, you're quite talented. Are you interested in joining our Baigu group? You want my martial art that can suddenly increase the strength of 100 dragons, right? Yi Xian smiled. That's right. Since you've already learned it, isn't it natural to hand it over to Master? As long as you're willing to hand it over, I'll give Little White to you after I've successfully refined that white bone battle puppet. Gu Qi said as he glanced at the level 6 white bone battle puppet beside him. Martial arts could be taught, but Beast King's rampage wasn't a martial art. Yi Xian couldn't teach it even if he wanted to. Moreover, these two were ruthless and had actually massacred the 100 Poison sect. Even if Yi Xian didn't avenge Feng Yaqing, he still had to consider his own strength. I'm very interested in the method of controlling white bones, Yi Xian said. So you agree? Gu Qi's eyes brightened. Greed and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let him accept Yi Xian as his disciple? What a joke. He wanted to get Beast King berserk first before killing Yi Xian. The reason why the two of them hadn't made a move yet was because they didn't know if Yi Xian had the Beast King Rampage secret manual in his yin and yang ring. Therefore, Yi Xian could not be killed yet. However, Yi Xian was not that stupid. No, I guess you want to kill me after obtaining this martial art, right? Yi Xian said as he took out the Bahuang sword. He had said enough nonsense and it was time to start fighting. A guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Then I'll capture you first and interrogate you. Gu Qi snorted coldly and took out the bone sword. Tang Huaiji did the same. That day, Yi Xian was able to escape from under their noses. They didn't dare to be careless when he passed through the poison array at will. The battle prowess of the 3 great Imperial Qi Tier 6 surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and watched coldly. He had already ranked the strength of the 3 in his mind. The weakest was of course the white bone puppet, followed by Tang Huaiji. Gu Qi was stronger than Tang Huaiji, and the bone sword in his hand was better than Tang Huaiji's, so he was the strongest. In this situation, Yi Xian only had one way to fight, and that was to kill the white bone puppet first and quickly reduce the opponent's combat strength. The cold wind blew, but the 4 figures didn't move. At this time, Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi looked at each other and attacked at the same time. But when they looked at each other, Yi Xian also used Beast King Rampage. Bam! Yi Xian's strength instantly increased to 600 dragons. In terms of realm, although he was weaker than Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi by more than 20 dragons, he still had agility advancement. His speed had already surpassed 700 dragons. So fast! Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi were stunned, because Yi Xian's speed was much faster than when he killed the 100 Poison sect subsect leader in the poison array. Yi Xian's main target was the white bone puppet. Gu Qi knew that the white bone puppet was no match for Yi Xian, so he hurriedly controlled the white bone puppet to run in his direction. However, Yi Xian intercepted the white bone puppet midway. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yi Xian directly used his ultimate move on the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet wasn't an ordinary skeleton. Its joints were connected by a silver substance, so as long as this joint was destroyed, the white bone puppet would be crippled. Underworld burial sent out waves of qi to attack the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet reacted slower and was swept up in an instant. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, the white bone puppet's sword-wielding arm fell to the ground. The enemy's combat strength was instantly weakened. Damn it! Gu Qi cursed. He didn't expect Yi Xian's realm to rise so quickly. He was almost catching up to them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yi Xian slashed out once again. This time, he crippled the white bone battle puppet's left leg. Now, the white bone puppet posed no threat to Yi Xian at all. 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. Die, kid! Gu Qihua was furious. He had spent a lot of materials and time on this white bone puppet. Previously, when chasing Yi Xian, the white bone puppet had stepped on poisonous powder, which corroded its feet and reduced its movement speed. Now, the joints of its arms and legs were destroyed, so he had to spend a lot of materials to repair it. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he formed the Dragon Slayer's sword. Facing a pincer attack from 2 people, he had to put some distance between them. The Dragon Slayer's sword was more than 2 meters long, so the distance was just right. Clang! 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 Although there were 2 opponents, Yi Xian's speed was astonishing, so he could handle them. The 3 people attacked quickly, but Yi Xian was even faster. He pushed his bloodline to the limit, and used the underworld sword style and silver feather movement style to the peak. However, it would take some time to kill 2 6th-level Qi-controlling realm masters like this. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What? What did you say? You want me to cut off the white bone puppet's neck? Then you can participate in the battle. Yi Xian was a little surprised. This was the message that Wei Zhintian sent him. Okay, I'll trust you this time. He didn't care about anything else. He instantly increased his speed to the peak and put some distance between himself and the 2 people. Then, he suddenly turned back. Underworld sword style, sword descends to the underworld. A slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the white bone puppet's head. Then, Wei Zhintian, who had been waiting in Yi Xian's storage space, suddenly appeared and rushed toward the white bone puppet. Chapter 443. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon Slain, what the hell is that? Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi were both stunned. The white bone puppet was no longer a threat. The 2 of them didn't understand why Yi Xian would take the time to destroy the white bone puppet, nor did they understand what that green thing was. Gu Qi was even more surprised because he was the one who made the skeletal war puppet. Only he knew that the skeletal war puppet's neck was its weakness. Bam! Wei Zhintian turned into a pile of mud and landed on the skeletal war puppet. Then, it disappeared bit by bit and seeped into the bones. The next moment, the white bone puppet fighter stood up again. What? Gu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that the skeletal war puppet's arms and legs were destroyed and its head was cut off. But now, it was back to normal. No, it was not back to normal. There was a puddle of silver liquid on the ground. Wei Zhintian had removed the connection points and used its own body to reassemble the skeletal war puppet. That's impossible! Gu Qi exclaimed. Even Yi Xian did not expect this. He glanced at Wei Zhintian's interface and saw that it had reached level 6 of the Royal Air Realm, 605 dragons. Wei Zhintian originally had 300 dragons. Now that it had merged with the skeletal war puppet, it had increased to 605 dragons. Good, you've really given me a surprise. A strange light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Clang! 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 The white bone battle puppet instantly switched sides to Yi Xian's side and joined the battle with its sword in hand. It, who was comparable to a rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivator, joined forces with Yi Xian and instantly suppressed Gu Qi and Tang Huaiji to the point of retreating step by step. It's time for the two of you to die. Yi Xian's morale was high because the skeletal war puppet was holding Tang Huaiji back. His opponent was Tang Huaiji. Damn it! Tang Huaiji cursed in his heart. They were originally neck and neck with Yi Xian, but with the addition of a level 6 skeletal war puppet, the situation was reversed. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a large chunk of flesh was cut off from Tang Huaiji's shoulder. Even his neck was grazed, and blood flowed out. Tang Huaiji knew that he was finished. He, the Grand Sect Master of the 5 Poisoned Sect, had actually been reduced to such a state by a brat. Truly a disgrace. Brat, I will die, but so will you. Suddenly, Tang Huaiji shouted. Then, his body began to turn green, as if he was constipated. When Yi Xian saw this, he sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Bang! Tang Huaiji's body exploded and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, countless black powders spread out. Poison hidden in his body. Yi Xian was shocked. This Lord of the Ghost Tomb was indeed powerful. Tang Huaiji actually hid poison in his body. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, his speed was faster, and he was already 100 meters away, so the poison powder did not fall on him. Second brother. Gu Qi's eyes turned red when he saw his brother explode. They are actually brothers. When Yi Xian heard the shout, he was slightly surprised, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, you are going to accompany him soon. He quickly rushed out and shook off the poison powder with a few palm strikes. Then, he obtained Tang Huaiji's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 480 dragon power. His realm instantly skyrocketed. Now, his speed had reached 750 dragon power. Whoosh! He did not delay at all and quickly rushed out. Gu Qi was already prepared to die, but he did not want to die just like that. He had to drag Yi Xian down with him. He took out a jade bottle and poured it into his mouth. This jade bottle was not liquid, but gas. Death Qi. Death Qi infusion, bone explosion. Gu Qi looked at Yi Xian who was rushing over and self-exploded like Tang Huaiji. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered, and bone powder was instantly blasted 100 meters away. Yi Xian's reaction was a little slower, and he was hit by the shock wave and flew out. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had more than 600 dragon power at this time. Otherwise, he would have died under this attack. This is too scary. One has poison in his body, and the other has even exploded his bones. This Ghoul Tomb Lord is really not to be underestimated. Yi Xian stood up with difficulty, and in the next moment, he quickly rushed over. Just now, Wei Zhintian was around Gu Qi. Little Tian. Yi Xian shouted. The white bone battle puppet was already in a mess, and its specially refined hard bones were also shattered. However, Wei Zhintian was hiding in the bones of the white bone war puppet, so it survived. It crawled out and reformed into a small bird that landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. Huff, huff, it's good that you are fine. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that Wei Zhintian had recovered 300 dragon power. It seemed that this had something to do with the skeleton it was residing in. Don't worry. This white bone war puppet is destroyed, but there is still a rank 8 chi-resisting warrior in his interspatial ring. When the time comes, I will learn how to refine a white bone war puppet, and I will refine a stronger one for you. Yi Xian comforted. Then, he walked over and picked up Gu Qi's interspatial ring. Gu Qi's bone sword was good, so he put it into his interspatial ring. He would give it to Wei Zhentian when the time came. He sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring. Instead of devouring everything, he first began to search. Found it. The White Bone's Secret Manual. Yi Xian took out a white book and put it into the devouring system. After learning the White Bone's Secret Manual, there was no proficiency, so he had learned it completely. Not only that, but he also found a good body movement martial art. Ding! The host has learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps. The current level is 10%. In the battle just now, Yin Yu's body movement was much weaker than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, which led to a stalemate. If Yi Xian had learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps earlier, Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi would have been vulnerable in his eyes. Well, I've learned how to control the white bone puppet and how to refine it. But in Gu Qi's interspatial ring, there are not enough materials to refine a white bone puppet of Qi controlling level 8. It seems that I have to collect them. Wei Zhentian, you use this white bone puppet first. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out another white bone war puppet. This was Gu Qi's spare white bone war puppet, which only had 560 dragons. Yi Xian broke all the connection points on its body, then let Wei Zhentian merge with the white bone war puppet. Then, he started to devour the things that were not in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 500 dragon power. Gu Qi was a guardian of the Baigu group, and he had benefited the most from the massacre of the 100 Poison sect. He had directly helped Yi Xian break through to 500 dragon power. Now, the matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian was not in a hurry to go to the 5 Poison sect. Instead, he returned to the Poison Array. This time, he wanted to slay dragons. Chapter 444. Chapter 444 Chapter 444 Imperial Qi Level 7. Yi Xian spent an entire day dismantling the 100 Poison sect's Poison Array. Then, he spent another day dismantling the 5 Poison sect's 10,000 poison kill injection. At this time, the poison mist had already dispersed. Yi Xian continued to collect. Finally, the poison dragon found him. Roar! The poison dragon roared and drilled out of the cave. It spat out a mouthful of corrosive poison at Yi Xian in the distance. That day, Gu Qi and the other two couldn't beat you. Today, I want to see what you're capable of. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword and rushed forward with the dragon-slaying greatsword. This time, he did not even use Beast King Rampage. The dragon-slaying greatsword had an increase in damage to dragons, and the effect of Dragon's Judgment was even more obvious. Coupled with the Beast King bloodline, it was not difficult for him to kill this poison dragon. But before that, Yi Xian still used this poison dragon to improve his Netherworld Ghost Steps. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 50%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 60%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 70%. Yi Xian trained with this poison dragon for more than 10 minutes before he raised the Netherworld Ghost Steps to 70%. At this time, the Netherworld Ghost Steps was almost catching up to the speed of Silver Feather's movement technique at 100%. It's about time, I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his speed instantly exploded. His feet flew in the air, and he swept to the side of the poison dragon. Dragon-slaying greatsword, slash. Crack! This sword easily sank into the poison dragon's flesh. The poison dragon roared at the sky in pain. It turned around and swept out its claw, but it was easily dodged by Yi Xian. Crack! 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 The poison dragon was beaten by Yi Xian until it could not fight back. In less than 3 seconds, its head was cut off by Dragon's judgment. Plop! This poison dragon's corpse fell to the ground and smashed out a huge crater. The Baigu group, in addition to refining human bones, can also use other bones. This poisonous dragon of the royal Qi 6th level is a good choice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had learned how to make a white bone puppet, he hadn't tried it yet, so he had to find a few corpses to practice. He peeled off the poison dragon's bones and kept them in the devouring space. Then, he began to sweep through the plantation. This piece of land was affected by the poison dragon, and the value of natural treasures increased. This piece of land allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 3 dragons, reaching 505 dragons. After that, Yi Xian found a place and used the materials in Gu Qi's interspatial ring to refine the dragon bone. The poison dragon was originally at Royal Air Level 6, but if Wei Zhentian was directly lodged in this dragon bone, he would probably only have the strength of Royal Air Level 5, so he had to use a special method to upgrade the bone. Yi Xian spent 3 days to finish refining the dragon bone. Wei Zhentian was so happy that he directly lodged in this dragon bone, and his combat strength also reached Royal Air Level 6. Now Yi Xian was only at Royal Air Level 5, and if he was in a hurry, it would be good to use this Royal Air Level 6 bone dragon. Together with a Royal Air Level 5 bone puppet, even if he didn't make a move this time, the 5 poison sect would be finished. When he flew above the 5 poison sect on the bone dragon, the entire 5 poison sect was in an uproar. The 5 poison sect had sent out many elders before, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. At this time, there were only a few Royal Air Level 5 in the 5 poison sect. Yi Xian was not the same as before, and he didn't need to use Beast King Rampage to get rid of them. Kid, you really have guts, crossing over to my 5 poison sect to cause trouble. A 5 poison sect elder with 590 dragons shouted. He actually knew that Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi had teamed up, but he couldn't understand why there was another person from the Baigu group here, and why he came to the 5 poison sect to cause trouble. Is the sect leader of the 100 poison sect, Feng Shan, a guest here? Yi Xian sat on the bone dragon's back and asked loudly. Nonsense, why would sect leader Feng be at my 5 poison sect? The elder retorted. However, he was the one who escorted the heavily injured Feng Shan back that day. Since you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being heartless. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly swooped down. What guts, attack together. That elder shouted loudly, and immediately several elders of the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm rushed out. At this time, Yi Xian had already landed in front of the 5 poison sect, and the poison array outside the 5 poison sect couldn't stop him at all. Kill! Tang Huaizhi was learning from the 100 poison sect, and this time, Yi Xian was using the 100 poison sect's banner to learn from the 5 poison sect. Right now, the 5 poison sect didn't even have a Royal Air Level 6, and couldn't stop Yi Xian and the bone dragon at all. In less than half a minute, the elders all died on the ground, no less than 10 of them. The 5 poison sect disciples were aghast, and hid far away, looking at the 2 killing gods in the distance. Unfortunately, these 5 poison sect elders only allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 5 dragons, reaching 510 dragons. After these elders were all dead, Yi Xian searched for Feng Shan's whereabouts alone. Finally, he found Feng Shan in a cave in the back mountain, with his tendons broken. It's you. When Feng Shan saw Yi Xian, his expression was extremely aghast. Don't worry, your daughter is fine, I'll send you over now. Yi Xian removed the shackles on Feng Shan's body. At the same time, he could see that Feng Shan was poisoned, and there was no true qi in his body, but this was only temporary. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, and directly rescued him from the 5 poison sect, then sent him to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, he had also recovered his cultivation at this time. Then, Yi Xian put him down, then floated away. This Feng Shan was already so shocked that he was speechless. He knew that this time, he had received the help of an expert. But what he didn't understand was, if Yi Xian could control White Bone, then why did he hide? Moreover, he dared to swagger and fly on the Bone Dragon. How audacious! However, Yi Xian was his savior, and he wouldn't be so ungrateful as to leave Yi Xian. At this time, it could be considered to have come to an end. Yi Xian used this incident to greatly increase his strength, and was the one who benefited the most. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered to care. Now, he was moving in a direction, and the place he wanted to go was the 100 Poison Sect. Young Master Shi and Elder Wu had been personally killed by him, and now only Steward Qiu was left. Previously, he had made an oath, and now he naturally had to fulfill it. However, just as he was about to reach the 100 Poison Sect, whoosh! A blood-red figure suddenly swept over from the horizon. Yi Xian turned around in shock, and found that a youth in blood-red clothes was rapidly approaching. When Yi Xian saw the flying dragons flying around the blood-red clothed youth, he was completely stunned. There were a total of 73 flying dragons. Chapter 445. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dark Dragon Abyss, Holy *T. Rank 7 Imperial Qi. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not understand why a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert would appear here. Moreover, it was obvious that the young man in red was coming for him. Wei Zhentian, retreat at full speed. Yi Xian did not care about anything else and immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to flee at full speed. Fortunately, the young man in red was flying with air manipulation. His speed in the air was about the same as the skeletal dragon. You're the one who massacred the 100 Poison Sect. Suddenly, a cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. He immediately realized that this person must be from the Blood Crow Divine Sect. He felt helpless. This was such a big place and this Blood Crow Divine Sect expert was able to find him. His luck was really terrible. What made him even more helpless was that this Blood Crow Divine Sect person had confused him with Gucci. Moreover, he could not explain it. This is a tragedy. Steward Qiu, I'll let you live a little longer. Yi Xian rode on the skeletal dragon and crossed the 100 Poison Sect, running for his life. This young man was a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert and came from a big sect. His strength must be extraordinary. However, when the young man found Yi Xian, he suddenly threw a blood crow out. It was obvious that he was notifying the others. If Yi Xian was caught by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only run for his life. As long as the young man in red ran out of true qi, he would be safe. Although Yi Xian wanted to kill the young man in red, he held it in. Running for his life was more important. The two of them flew for more than a day, one running and the other chasing. You can't escape. How dare the Baigu group people come to my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? I'll bring your head back. The young man in red was still chasing. He had provoked Yi Xian many times throughout the day. However, Yi Xian acted as if he did not hear anything and ran for his life. On the second day, the young man in red finally ran out of pills. He had no choice but to give chase. Damn it, I can't believe he got away. The young man gave up and turned around to leave. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the red-clothed youth leave. The red-clothed youth was really patient. He had actually chased after him for 2 whole days. If not for the lack of supplies, he would have continued to chase after him. The battle between the three major powers in the ghost tomb was a bit too intense. However, Yi Xian did not let his guard down and continued to fly forward for half a day. He now had a map of this area. Coincidentally, there was a place called the Dark Dragon Abyss in front of him, which was extremely suitable for him to train in. The Dark Dragon Abyss was filled with dragons. It was said that the big boss of the Dark Dragon Abyss was an Earth Dragon King. Moreover, there were countless flying dragons and earth dragons. This place might be dangerous for others, but it was not a problem for Yi Xian. Yi Xian rode his bone dragon to the entrance of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Refining a white bone battle puppet requires a large amount of bone powder, and the higher the realm, the better. The dragons in this Dark Dragon Abyss are at least rank 5 Qi-controlling realm, so I should be able to raise my realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the plan he came up with when he was being chased by the blood-red-clothed youth. To refine a white bone battle puppet, there were not many materials to be found in the Poison King Sect's 9 serenities, so he needed to enter the Corpse Master Sect's burial ground. However, before that, Yi Xian wanted to raise his strength first. Yi Xian landed on the ground, while Wei Xintian controlled his bone dragon to fly in the sky. To deal with dragons, the draconic slaying sword was naturally indispensable. Yi Xian estimated that the draconic slaying sword would increase the attack power of dragons by at least 50%. If he used Dragon's Judgment, he should be able to double the attack power. As soon as he entered, he encountered several earth dragons. These earth dragons looked very similar to flying dragons, except that they lacked a pair of wings. Their strength was enormous, and when they ran, they could shake the earth. Draconic Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian directly slashed at the 3 earth dragons, charging at him 3 times. Rip! The 3 earth dragons were cleaved into 2 halves. Instant kill. Dragon's Judgment is indeed powerful. In this place, even if I don't use Beast King Rampage, I can still instantly kill dragons below rank 6 Qi-controlling realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. He rushed over to collect the 3 earth dragons' corpses and the sacred beast's soul, then directly devoured them. Not bad. If I sweep through this Dark Dragon Abyss, I wonder how much my strength will increase. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the Dark Dragon Abyss. In the sky, Wei Xintian began to investigate again. This bone dragon's body was huge. Even if it flew high in the sky, it was still very conspicuous. What surprised Yi Xian was that when Wei Xintian returned, he brought back a large group of flying dragons. Damn, their aggro is so high, Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that these flying dragons saw their own kind's bones being used, so they chased after Yi Xian and wanted to eat him alive. However, these flying dragons were all here to die. Kill! Yi Xian shouted and suddenly rushed forward. All rank 5 flying dragons were instantly killed by Dragon's Judgment. As for rank 6 flying dragons, they could dodge a few, but in the end, they couldn't escape death. A total of 60 flying dragons were all killed by Yi Xian in less than a minute. Ding! The host has broken through to 515 dragon force. After that, Yi Xian continued to enter the Dark Dragon Abyss, his strength rapidly increasing. There were thousands of flying dragons in the Dark Dragon Abyss. The deeper one went, the stronger they were. At this time, Yi Xian encountered almost all rank 6 flying dragons. After half a day of slaughter, Yi Xian's strength had increased to 530 dragons. He estimated that if he were to exterminate all the dragons in the Dark Dragon Abyss, he would be able to increase his strength to at least 550 dragons. This was still a conservative estimate. He continued to go deeper, his strength increasing little by little. I don't know how strong the Earth Dragon King of this Dark Dragon Abyss is, but according to the realm of these flying dragons, it should be at most rank 7. Yi Xian secretly estimated in his heart. He could still deal with a rank 7 flying dragon king, but he was afraid of a rank 8 flying dragon king. That would be a bit troublesome. However, since there were so many flying dragons here, he could just continue to increase his strength. At this time, roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar entered Yi Xian's ears. Following that, the earth began to shake, as if a huge monster was coming. Could it be that Earth Dragon King? Yi Xian paused and raised his guard. The earth shook, and Yi Xian's figure constantly rose and fell. But then, Yi Xian frowned. The huge monster coming towards him wasn't just one, but two. Roar! The roar was deafening. Yi Xian turned his head and saw two huge heads appear on the cliff. Earth dragons. Yi Xian jumped in fright. These two earth dragons' eyes were bigger than his entire body. It was very frightening. Rank 7 Flying Dragon King. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that these two were the bosses of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Chapter 446. Chapter 446 Chapter 446 Blood Crow Divine Sect Bang. The two earth dragons were huge in size. They were like two meteorites that landed on the ground. The ground shook from the impact, and one of the stone walls collapsed from the impact. Come! Yi Xian did not waste time and directly used Beast King Rampage to rush forward. The scales of these two Earth Dragon Kings looked very hard, so he had no choice but to use Beast King Rampage. 530 dragons. With the buff from Beast King's Rampage, he would soon reach 700 dragons. Therefore, these two Earth Dragons were living targets. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian moved quickly and directly used Dragon's Judgment. After the increase of Sword Saint Bloodline, Beast King Bloodline, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, this attack could only break the scales of the two Earth Dragon Kings and barely hurt them. Impossible, these two Earth Dragon Kings are Royal Qi level 8. Yi Xian instantly reacted. At this time, the two Earth Dragon Kings also roared and launched an attack. Previously, Yi Xian miscalculated and judged the two Earth Dragon Kings to be Royal Qi level 7 Earth Dragon Kings. However, this did not matter. The corpse of a Royal Qi level 8 sacred beast was 100 times more precious than a Royal Qi level 7 Earth Dragon King. Moreover, these two Earth Dragon Kings were huge. Other than their claws and tails, their attack methods were still not as fast as Yi Xian. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian did not hesitate to use a large amount of true qi, but because the two Earth Dragon Kings were strong, the attack could only hit a little, but it was enough to break their defense. Yi Xian used dozens of times in a row and beat one Earth Dragon King until it was covered in blood. However, at this time, the true qi in his body was not enough. Although the recovery speed of the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline was strong, it could not withstand such consumption and needed to rest for a while. At this time, Yi Xian held 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and attacked. If he only used 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to attack, the effect would naturally not be as good as Dragon's Judgment. However, Yi Xian was faster, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword could also use Underworld Sword technique, so the damage caused was not lower than Dragon's Judgment. These two Earth Dragon Kings were also helpless. Encountering someone with fast speed, they could only take a beating. In less than 2 seconds, one of the Earth Dragons had its hind leg chopped off by Yi Xian and collapsed to the ground. Next, Yi Xian attacked its neck. The other Earth Dragon King chased after Yi Xian and madly attacked him, but it was unable to catch Yi Xian. Meizhenqi is almost fully recovered. Dragon's Judgment. Swish. 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 This time, his aim was very accurate. In addition, this Earth Dragon King's speed was greatly reduced, so all of his dragon's rulings hit. An enormous head was forcefully chopped off like a collapsing stone statue. Then, it fell to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. When the other Earth Dragon King saw that its mate was killed, it immediately went crazy. However, it was still not a threat to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian recovered his Shen Qi, he would kill it. 2 Imperial Qi Level 8 Earth Dragon Kings fell just like that. 2 Imperial Qi Level 8 Dragon Bones. Although it can't compare to the human bones obtained by Gu Qi, it's still very good. Yi Xian put away the 2 corpses with satisfaction. The refinement of the white bone battle puppet was based on volume. The larger the bone, the more materials it would consume. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to exchange these 2 dragon bones for materials after entering the burial grounds. Of course, he could also directly devour them, which could also increase his strength by a lot. Now that the 2 Earth Dragon Kings were killed by Yi Xian, he could be considered to be no threat in this dark dragon abyss. Therefore, he decided to continue sweeping the Earth Dragons and Wyverns. However, just as he turned around, he saw 3 blood-colored figures suddenly sweeping over from the horizon. Blood Crow Divine Sect. They really are like ghosts that won't go away. They can even catch up like this. This time, Yi Xian was not prepared to hide. Because his realm had increased by a lot, it was enough to kill that Imperial Qi Level 7 youth from before. Although there were 2 more people, Yi Xian was not afraid. It really is you. I've finally found you. The youth in blood-red clothes who chased Yi Xian that day stood in the air and looked coldly at Yi Xian. At this time, there were 2 people standing next to him. Their realms were also above 700 dragons. You guys really are like ghosts that won't go away. Yi Xian said coldly. Kid, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? Die! The youth in blood-red clothes said as he swooped down. This time, he was just passing by the dark dragon abyss to kill some earth dragons. He did not expect to encounter Yi Xian. This time, he was not going to let him go. Good timing. Yi Xian shouted. Although the duration of Beast King Rampage had passed, if he could kill these 3 people, what harm would it do to use it again? Boom! His 530 dragon power soared again. He was only a few dragons away from 700 dragons. This youth in blood-red clothes might have a better movement technique than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, but Yi Xian had a 20% increase in movement speed. He was not afraid at all. In an instant, the 4 of them began to fight. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Some of the earth dragons and flying dragons who were attracted by the fight earlier stopped to watch. These sacred beasts were not idiots. Yi Xian and the rest were based on them. Naturally, they could see that Yi Xian and the rest were much stronger than them. Blood Crow Rush. 3 clouds of blood-red true qi rushed toward Yi Xian, but they were all dispersed by Yi Xian. The 3 of them were using the same set of sword techniques, and their coordination was very good. The blood-red light flashed, and it gave them some pressure. However, Yi Xian was still able to deal with it easily. This kid is so strong. If that's the case, why did he run away that day? The youth in blood-red clothes thought to himself as he attacked. At this time, he was glad that he came with his 2 junior brothers. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Pang! 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 The sound of true qi clashing was deafening, and it spread like thunder. Looking at the situation, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not big. If the youth in blood-red clothes and Yi Xian were to fight one-on-one, he would have been killed by the Bahuang sword. At this time, the youth in blood-red clothes suddenly shouted, "Junior brothers, Blood Crow killing formation." Yes. When the other 2 heard it, they immediately responded. Battle formation. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to know the formation that the 3 of them used. This was going to be troublesome. The three of them instantly got into formation, and their attacks were nearly twice as fierce. This time, Yi Xian was beaten into retreat. If I had met you guys just now, I would have been dead. But now, it's you guys who are going to die. Yi Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he devoured the soul of a level 8 sacred beast. Ding! The host has broken through to 550 dragon power. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. His realm had surpassed the other two, and he was only second to the youth in blood-red clothes. What? Chapter 447. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation entering the burial ground. Kill. Taking advantage of the other party's surprise, Yi Xian instantly exploded and attacked one of them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Streaks of aura hit that person, tearing his body apart in an instant. The battle formation was broken as a result. The Blood Crow killing formation was a battle formation that kept attacking and became stronger as the battle progressed. However, if one of them was injured and reacted slowly, the Blood Crow killing formation would have to be reorganized. However, it was not as simple as just being injured. Underworld sword style, underworld sword descent. An eerie slash cut through the air and decapitated the Blood Crow divine sex disciple. Oh no, retreat. The young man in red reacted quickly and shouted immediately. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other person had already reached the gates of hell. No, he had already stepped into it. Whoosh! Another head was sent flying. Now, the young man in red was the only one left. Yi Xian darted forward and collected the two's universe rings before devouring them. Ding! The host has broken through to 570 dragon power. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was an organization that was on the same level as the Baigu group. The two young men were elites and were quite wealthy. When he saw the flying dragon around Yi Xian's body, the blood-red clothed youth also fell into despair. This F*King breakthrough again, what the F*CK was this? Damn you, the Blood Crow Divine Sect will not let you get away with this. The young man in red's eyes flickered as his body turned red. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach him, he exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What? Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Why would all the sects in the ghost tomb self-destruct? Poison explosion, bone explosion, blood explosion. All of them were timed. The impact sent Yi Xian flying. Even his right arm was fractured from the impact. At the same time, a blood crow entered his body. F*CK your big cousin, is it something like the soul-chasing mark again? Yi Xian cursed. Now, he had become a GPS transmitter. If there were other Blood Crow Divine Sect members around, they would definitely come for him. However, this was not a bad thing. If more people came, he would continue to kill. After the young man died, he left behind an interspatial ring. Yi Xian went over and took the interspatial ring. 575 dragons. This battle allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 25 dragons, which made him very satisfied. However, just as Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing, another figure appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, they are here. Yi Xian looked up and his expression changed. This time, the one who came was actually a level 8 Imperial Qi cultivator. Run! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian turned around and left. Although he had just killed 2 level 8 Imperial Qi Earth Dragon Kings, a normal sacred beast could not be compared to a human martial artist. Even the young man in red could kill those 2 Earth Dragon Kings. However, the one who came was a super powerhouse who was 100 dragons stronger than the young man in red. Yi Xian had to leave before the duration of Beast King Rampage ended. Kid, how dare you kill my Blood Crow Divine Sect member? Don't you dare run. The old man shouted angrily. Walk your grandma's leg. Yi Xian cursed. Fortunately, the Blood Crow Divine Sect member came a little later. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be dead meat. With a burst of speed that was comparable to a level 9 Imperial Qi cultivator, he pulled away from the Blood Crow Divine Sect member in an instant. However, this was just relying on Beast King Rampage. If time passed, Yi Xian would be slowly closed in and killed. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. It felt like he had just snatched a child's lollipop and then met an adult. He felt helpless. Kid, don't you dare run. The experts of the Blood Crow Divine Sect cursed from behind. Yi Xian relied on the Beast King's berserk to open up a distance of 10,000 meters. However, with the imprint in his body, the experts of the Blood Crow Divine Sect chased after him relentlessly. Beast King Rampage's duration is about to end. Damn it, one more time. Yi Xian painfully used Beast King Rampage again and ran for his life again. He could not go on like this. He would be in trouble when Beast King Rampage could no longer be used. However, he already had a plan in mind. The Dark Dragon Abyss was located at the border of the Abysmal Land. The burial ground was just a short distance away. The sects in the two territories were hostile to each other. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to enter the burial ground. Perhaps the Blood Crow Divine Sect member would back off. I'm finally here. When Beast King Rampage's duration was about to end, Yi Xian saw an obvious change in the environment. The Abysmal Land was darker while the burial ground was brighter, making it seem more sinister. Smack! When Yi Xian charged into the burial grounds, the large stone in his heart also fell. He turned around and saw that the Blood Crow Divine Sect member was stunned for a moment. Ha! Chase me if you dare. Yi Xian laughed out loud. However, he did not expect the Blood Crow Divine Sect member to continue the chase. Kid, don't you dare run back to the burial ground. I'll be scared off. The Blood Crow Divine Sect member shouted. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. You won't die if you don't ask for it, he thought. Both of them went deeper into the burial ground. Just when Yi Xian was about to use Beast King Rampage for the third time, he suddenly saw a few silhouettes passing by in the sky. At the same time, the silhouettes also saw Yi Xian and the Blood Crow Divine Sect member behind Yi Xian. It's the Blood Crow Divine Sect. How dare they enter the burial ground? They must have a death wish. Junior brothers, kill them. A long-haired man shouted and immediately turned around and rushed toward Yi Xian's direction. Seeing that, Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground and summoned his white skeleton war puppet to show that he was not from the Abysmal Land. There are disciples from the Baigu group. The long-haired man immediately ignored Yi Xian and rushed toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect member. He had also summoned a white skeleton war puppet, and so did his 3 junior brothers. The 10 of them immediately launched an attack on the Blood Crow Divine Sect member. That was close. We've encountered people from the Baigu group and they're all at Royal Air Level 7. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The long-haired man in the lead had 750 dragon power while the other 4 had around 730 dragon power. Their abilities were very powerful. Not only that, but their white skeleton war puppet was also at Royal Air Level 7, so they were considered as 10 Royal Air Level 7 elites. Just 10 Royal Air Level 8 elites and you want to fight me? Die, all of you. The Blood Crow Divine Sect member was in high spirits as he swung the long sword in his hand wildly. Immediately, a few true energies mixed with Blood Crow swept out. Blood Crow Rush. However, the 5 people from the Baigu group were not weak either. They used all their strength to destroy those slashes and surrounded them. Sky-ripping white bone claw. Heart-piercing bone spike. 9-section bone sealing lock. Chapter 448. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Something was wrong. Yi Xian, who was not far away, was also stunned. It seemed that this burial ground was not to be underestimated. The battle between 10 Qi-wielding level 7 fighters and a level 8 fighter from the Blood Crow sect was intense. The Blood Crow sect fighter had underestimated the opponent's strength in the beginning, which led to him being pinned down. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His face darkened. After a cold snort, he stomped his feet and leaped into the air. With that, there were 5 fewer enemies. However, he was too naive. Rock Battle Puppet. In an instant, the 5 skeletal battle puppets disappeared, and 9 rock skeletons appeared. What? The Blood Crow sect fighter's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have 5 rock skeletons. This was a tragedy. Damn it, you bastard. You killed my Blood Crow sect member. I won't let this go so easily. Baigu group, just you wait. The Blood Crow Divine Sect's elite scolded before turning around and leaving. Senior brother, should we go after them? A Baigu group disciple turned around and asked. The long-haired disciple shook his head and said, forget it. The Blood Crow movement technique of the Blood Crow sect is better in the air. We won't be able to catch them. The 5 of them decided to give up the chase. Then, they landed on the ground. Yi Xian was very grateful to the 5 of them. At the same time, he also understood that they should be the super elites of the Baigu group because Guardian Gu Qi was only a level 6 fighter. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Yi Xian quickly gave them a fist salute. At that moment, he needed to disguise himself as a Baigu group disciple. Junior brother, how did you get into trouble with the Blood Crow sect? The long-haired young man walked over. Junior brother, I was walking outside and bumped into a few disciples of the Blood Crow Divine Sect, so I killed them. After that, I bumped into him. Fortunately, a few senior brothers passed by, otherwise, junior brother's life would be in danger. Yi Xian fabricated a lie. I see. The long-haired young man nodded. The next moment, he frowned and asked, oh right, why do I feel like you're a stranger? Who's your master? Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and said, I'm Guardian Gu Qi's disciple. He did not know much about the Baigu group, and only knew Gu Qi, so he could only say so. Guardian Gu Qi. I see. The long-haired youth said with a smile, I see that you're almost at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. Are you interested in going to a place with us? Where? Yi Xian immediately raised his guard. Let's go to the One-Line Sky. It is said that there is a young heavenly dragon there. This time, we are going to kill it and obtain its bones. The long-haired youth said. Sky dragons were also dragons, but they were much stronger than wyverns. They had the strength of 1,000 wyverns. There were a total of 3 stages in the aura realm: aura control, aura refining, and aura energy. Just entering the first rank of Qi refining meant that one had the strength of a dragon. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was good to see the world. Maybe there would be other benefits. Okay, we're only a few steps away from the One-Line Sky. Let's fly there. The long-haired young man took the lead and flew in a certain direction. As for Yi Xian, he also raised his flying dragon and followed. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the One-Line Sky, he regretted it. Because there were other people here, and there were many of them. Senior, why are there so many people? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Of course, although that sky dragon is only at level 8, it's very strong. We're here to help Elder Tan. The long-haired young man said. Elder Tan. Yi Xian was stunned. The long-haired young man was surprised and said, Why? Elder Tan is your grandmaster. Don't you know that his white bone puppet was damaged half a year ago? What, Grandmaster? Yi Xian was shocked and his face turned pale. Why didn't you say so earlier? He claimed to be Gu Qi's disciple. If Elder Tan was his grandmaster, it meant that Gu Qi was Elder Tan's disciple. Oh no, what if I expose myself? I have to find an excuse to leave. Yi Xian thought. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over from not far away. It was a level 8 Imperial Qi expert. Greetings, Elder Tan. The long-haired young man and the others hurriedly greeted him when they saw him. Elder Tan. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Why was his luck so unpredictable? He actually bumped into Elder Tan. First, he killed 3 elites of the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Then, he was hunted down by the Blood Crow Divine Sect's experts and was saved by the long-haired young man. Now, he actually bumped into Elder Tan, his grandmaster. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you greet your grandmaster? The long-haired young man said. Grandmaster. This surprised Elder Tan. He asked, whose new disciple is he? Guardian Gu Qi. The long-haired young man said. Is it that kid? Humph, he doesn't even cultivate properly. Why is he so eager to recruit disciples? Elder Tan snorted. Hearing this, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Elder Tan had quite a number of disciples. At the very least, he did not know all of them. All right, Fu Shihao, come with me. Elder Tan could not be bothered with Yi Xian. He directly called the long-haired young man away. Yi Xian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Elder Tan did not suspect anything. However, he had to find an excuse to leave. Although he was not recognized, there were many experts here. It would be a tragedy if he was exposed. After the long-haired young man left, Yi Xian also gave a fist salute to the remaining 4. For senior brothers, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After he finished, he turned around and was ready to leave. However, at that moment. Stop! Suddenly, a disciple called out to him. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with? The person who called out to him was one of the 4. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall. He walked to Yi Xian's side and circled him. Junior brother, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yi Xian's head. As expected, he was suspected. Senior brother, what is wrong with junior brother? Yi Xian forced a smile. Everything is wrong. The short young man circled him again and glanced at the other 3. Tell me, what is Guardian Gu Qi's surname? Yi Xian's smile froze. He blurted out, Tang. He had heard Tang Huaiji call Gu Qi big brother, so Gu Qi's surname should be Tang as well. In fact, the short young man did not know the answer to this question. He was just looking at Yi Xian's reaction. Then, the short young man asked again, all right, senior brother Fu Shihao is the top 3 in the inner disciples. Tell me, what is his rank? Yi Xian's face darkened again. How would he know? However, there was a 1/3 chance. He could guess. Chapter 449. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not owing each other at this moment, Yi Xian was ready to retreat. If he made a wrong guess, he would leave quickly. Third. He made a random guess. As soon as he said that, the short young man and the other 3 people's faces darkened. Fu Shihao was ranked 4th among the disciples of the Baigu group. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group? You must have killed someone from the Baigu group and cultivated the White Bone's secret manual, right? The short young man's eyes lit up. I've been exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he really did not want to be exposed by these four people. After all, they had saved him once. However, there was nothing he could do. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group, kid? Tell me, who did you kill? Another disciple walked over and put a hand on Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this point, there was no turning back. Although he would have to bear the infamy of being ungrateful, there was nothing he could do in this world where the strong were respected. Beast King Rampage. 575 dragons instantly increased to 750 dragons. Rip. Rip. Two crisp sounds were heard. The arms of the short young man and the other person were cut off. Yi Xian quickly took their interspatial rings and rushed to the other two people. These four people and Fu Shihao had saved their lives, so he showed mercy this time. However, the interspatial rings would not do. The short young man was dumbfounded when he saw his arm fly up. He could not understand how a person who had not even reached level 6 of the Imperial Qi could cut off the arm of a level 7 Imperial Qi warrior. When he turned around, he saw Yi Xian cut off the other two people's arms and quickly flew away. At this moment, Yi Xian's realm had reached 600 dragons. Level 7 of the Imperial Qi. The short young man was stunned again. When Yi Xian was rushing with him, he was only at level 5 of the Imperial Qi. Now, he had reached 780 dragons. Since when were wyverns able to hide? Senior brother, the Yi Xian is impersonating our Baigu group's disciple. The short young man reacted and shouted in Fu Shihao's direction. Fu Shihao, who was talking to Elder Tan, turned his head when he heard the shout. He was stunned. The arms of his four junior brothers had all been chopped off, and blood was gushing out from their wounds. Fu Shihao turned his head again and glanced at Yi Xian's back. He did not expect that Yi Xian was actually an impostor. He even concealed his strength and cut off the arms of his four junior brothers and stole their cosmos rings. Good lad, you dare to impersonate my grand disciple. Elder Tan also reacted. At this time, Fu Shihao suddenly intercepted him and said, Elder Tan, it was me who had eyes but failed to see, and didn't distinguish that it was an impostor. I'll go and kill him. No need. Elder Tan was also interested in Yi Xian's ability to conceal his strength, so he immediately rushed out. That young sky dragon was in the one-line sky anyway, so it would not run away. He would capture Yi Xian first. Fu Shihao also followed closely behind. This time, it was his responsibility. Yi Xian, who was fleeing, glanced back and saw two figures running toward him. Fu Shihao with 750 dragons, Elder Tan with 810 dragons. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although Elder Tan's white bone puppet was damaged, he definitely had a backup, and so did Fu Shihao. Fu Shihao saved my life, so I won't kill him. As for Elder Tan, he's Guqi's master. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately made up his mind, but he did not turn around immediately. Instead, he took out a level 7 white bone puppet from the devouring space. It belonged to the short young man. Wei Zhentian, stop one of them. Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian, who quickly removed the connection points of the white bone puppet and fused with it. Then Yi Xian took out another white bone puppet, which was also at level 7. This white bone puppet was controlled by him. Now, it was 3 against 4. Kill. What? Elder Tan and Fu Shihao were stunned. Even though they were members of the Baigu group, they had never seen someone controlling 2 white bone puppets at once. Wei Zhentian and the other white bone puppet charged toward Elder Tan. Their mission was to stop Elder Tan for a while. And Yi Xian's primary target was Fu Shihao. To be precise, it was Fu Shihao's interspatial ring. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Get lost. Elder Tan slashed out with his sword with the strength of 810 dragons, directly splitting the white bone battle puppet controlled by Yi Xian into two. However, Yi Xian was already in front of Fu Shihao. You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Yi Xian swept out with his sword, chopping off Fu Shihao's wrist and taking away his universe ring. It all happened so quickly that Fu Shihao and his white bone puppet could not react in time. But they could not be blamed. After all, Yi Xian was cautious and did not retreat at full speed. Yi Xian only burst out with a speed of more than 900 dragons when his opponent caught up with him. Ding! The host has broken through to 605 dragons. Although it was only an increase of 5 dragons of strength, it was enough. Crack! At this time, Elder Tan also slashed Wei Zhentian in half. However, Wei Zhentian would not be killed by this slash. It immediately reformed into a small bird and left. Its mission had been completed. It had successfully stalled Elder Tan for a moment. Die, Elder Tan. Yi Xian flashed in front of Elder Tan like a ghost and slashed his sword with a sinister aura. Clang! Elder Tan was also considered an expert. He blocked this attack. Yi Xian slashed again and was blocked again. But when Yi Xian slashed a third time, Elder Tan heard a gust of wind behind him. Then, a sharp blade pierced his back. Who was it? He turned his head in horror and found a green white bone puppet. Wei Zhentian. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly slashed his sword. Rip! Elder Tan's head flew and fell instantly. Although Wei Zhentian only had 300 over dragons, his attack could not hurt Elder Tan too much. However, he attracted Elder Tan's attention. Yi Xian had been coveting the interspatial ring of a level 8 chi-wielding powerhouse for a long time. Ding! The host has broken through to 620 dragons of strength. Plop! Elder Tan's corpse fell into Fu Shihao's eyes. Fu Shihao was so shocked that he could not speak. Yi Xian was even able to kill Elder Tan, so why was he chased by the people from the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Could it be that this was a trap? You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yi Xian said coldly and put away Elder Tan's corpse. He then turned around and left. Chapter 450. Slaying the Sky Dragon. Originally, these people were here to help Elder Tan kill the young Sky Dragon. But now that Elder Tan was dead, what was there to kill? Soon, this group of disciples from the Baigu group rushed back to the sect to report the matter to the sect master. At the same time, they wanted to arrest Yi Xian. But what they didn't know was that Yi Xian didn't leave. A Sky Dragon's bones, huh? They should be better than the average level 8 Saint Beast, right? Yi Xian looked at the backs of the Baigu group disciples as they left and revealed a cold smile. After the Baigu group disciples left, Yi Xian entered the one-line sky alone. There was a huge cave in the depths of the one-line sky. Presumably, the Sky Dragon was in there. He continued to go in and was very careful. After a few minutes, he saw a slender giant dragon. Earth dragons and wyverns were very similar, but Sky Dragons and wyverns didn't have many similarities. Wyverns were big, but Sky Dragons were a bit like flood dragons, except that they had a pair of wings. This Sky Dragon was red in color, and its body seemed to be at least 100 meters long. It looked at Yi Xian, who was walking in, and snorted a few times. Sorry, I need a set of dragon bones. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he abruptly activated the Beast King's Berserk. 620 dragons instantly soared to over 800 dragons. Kill! In an instant, Yi Xian rushed in front of the Sky Dragon, and then fiercely slashed with Dragon's Judgment. Clang! The slash quickly landed on the scales of the Sky Dragon, but it was only barely able to crack the scales. What a strong defense! The difference between this sky dragon and the two earth dragon kings is like heaven and earth. As expected of a powerful species. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. There were many unfairness in this world. At the same level, sky dragons were much stronger than wyverns. Roar! The red sky dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth to spit out a dragon breath at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly dodged, but the place where he had been standing had already been burned into a large crater. This was one of the sky dragon's attack methods, dragon breath. The sky dragon's defense is very strong. We have to kill it while the Beast King berserk lasts. Yi Xian began to attack crazily. First, he used up all the true qi in his body. Then, he used the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to slash. This sky dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the Baigu group had brought so many experts. If those people from the Baigu group were to fight against this sky dragon, they would most likely suffer casualties, and they might not even be able to kill it. However, Yi Xian relied on speed to make a living. This heavenly dragon was the same as those 2 earth dragon kings. They couldn't catch him and could only let their scales slowly grind off before their heads were chopped off. After the sky dragon's head fell to the ground, Yi Xian's Beast King rampage ended. It's finally chopped off. I thought I would have to use the second Beast King rampage. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to dissect this sky dragon and take out the dragon bones. Ding! The host has broken through to 640 dragon power. When Yi Xian swallowed the dragon corpse and the sacred beast soul, he also heard the system's notification sound. Now, if he used Beast King Rampage again, his speed would probably reach level 1 Qi Refinement Realm. If he improved a little more, he would be invincible in the Qi Refinement Realm. At this time, Wei Zhentian couldn't help but jump out. Don't worry, I'll give you the sky dragon bones when I'm done refining them. Yi Xian said with a smile. This sky dragon's realm should be around 850 dragons. If he wanted to refine it, he would naturally need the best materials. When the time came, he might even be able to reach level 9 Qi Refinement Realm. Although he had obtained a lot of interspatial rings, he could only refine a level 8 Qi Refinement Realm at most. It was not enough to reach level 9 Qi Refinement Realm. So, next, he would go to a place called the City of Bones. Then, he would sell the finished skeletal war puppets he obtained in exchange for refining materials. In the boneyard, the Baigu group was not the only one who could control and refine skeletal war puppets. It was just that the Baigu group was the only one in the vicinity, so Fu Shihao and the others naturally thought that Yi Xian was a member of the Baigu group. At this time, Yi Xian left the One-Line Sky. The City of Bones was the hub of several nearby bone sects. Many of the sect's disciples would go there to purchase materials or finished skeletal war puppets. Yi Xian spent 2 days rushing to the City of Bones. Before he entered the City of Bones, he saw a huge beast skeleton at the city gate. It looked like a dinosaur in a museum. When this sacred beast was alive, it was the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian saw before. According to others, this barbaric bull demon once killed its way into the City of Bones. With its strength of level 9 Qi Refinement Realm, it caused great destruction. In the end, the city lord of the City of Bones killed it and refined it. Then, he placed it here as a warning. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that this level 9 Qi Refinement Realm sacred beast skeleton was set up with many formations. No one could take it away even if they wanted to. After entering the city, Yi Xian also found a place to eat. After that, he went to the largest myriad bone market in the myriad bone city. There were all kinds of people here, and many people would set up stalls to sell their own refined white bone battle puppets. However, most people would refine them with human bones. After all, human beings were smaller than sacred beasts. Moreover, they had the same habits, so it was relatively easier to control them. Hey, little brother, are you here to buy something or to sell something? As soon as Yi Xian entered, a person came up to him. Yes, I'm here to buy. Yi Xian replied. Then come to our shop. We buy corpses. Of course, if you have the corpses of powerful sacred beasts, we'll buy them too. But you have to be at least level 6 Qi refinement realm. We also have many finished skeletal war puppets. We even have 10-year and 100-year skeletons, said the man with a treacherous smile. 100-year skeletons were the skeletons of powerful warriors who had died 100 years ago. Such skeletons were better than those that had just died. The skeletal war puppets refined from such skeletons were stronger. I have many finished skeletal war puppets, Yi Xian replied again. The man was stunned, then smiled and said, I understand. Little brother, this way please. Generally, sects would have a group that specialized in refining skeletal war puppets. These skeletal war puppets were specially used. However, such sects usually sold them together. They would never be sold by one person. Therefore, Yi Xian obtained these skeletal war puppets by killing people. The man led Yi Xian into a shop on the side. This feeling was similar to when he went shopping in the electronic city in his previous life. Then, the man led Yi Xian into a private room. There are 123 skeletal war puppets that have been refined. Among them, 33 are level 6 Qi refinement realm and 13 are level 7 Qi refinement realm. Yi Xian took out the useless skeletal war puppets. The man was shocked. There were even 13 skeletal war puppets of level 7 Qi refinement realm. It seemed that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. Chapter 451. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The matter was exposed. The man was in this line of business, so he began to distinguish the quality of the white bone puppet fighters. However, when he saw a level 7 human-shaped puppet fighter, his body could not help but tremble. Golden-threaded puppet fighter. The man said in shock. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Because he knew the refiner with the golden-threaded lines on the surface of the skeleton. Are these puppet fighters all from the Baigu group? The man frowned, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Because his shop was one of the Baigu group's strongholds in the City of Bones. The white bone puppet fighters refined by the disciples and elders of the Baigu group would occasionally be sent here to be sold. At the same time, the shop also bought materials and sent them to the Baigu group. The refiner of this golden-threaded puppet fighter was an elder of the Baigu group, and then he gave it to one of his disciples, whose name was Fu Shihao. The man was a protector of the Baigu group. How could he not recognize this? Good boy, you killed my Baigu group's people, and you dare to come here with something. You're walking right into a trap. The man narrowed his eyes. Because his back was to Yi Xian, the latter didn't feel anything strange. He just thought that the man was checking the golden-threaded puppet fighter. Soon, the man checked them one by one. When he saw the other white bone puppet fighters, he was even more surprised, because one of them was the puppet fighter of Elder Tan of the Baigu group. This person's strength is actually so powerful that even Elder Tan died at his hands. The man had his back facing Yi Xian as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only at the 6th level of Imperial Qi, so he naturally wasn't Yi Xian's match. After all, Elder Tan was at level 8 Qi realm. The sect leader and the elders are also in the City of Bones. I'll inform them. This boy is dead. The man immediately adjusted his mentality, then turned to Yi Xian and said with a smile, Your Excellency, I've seen all your white bone puppet fighters. They're all upper grade. Do you want them, or do you want to exchange them for refining materials? Exchanging all of them for refining materials. Yi Xian replied. Right now, he had 3 corpses of Qi-controlling realm 8 in his Cosmos ring, 2 human bones and 1 heavenly dragon bone, so he needed a lot of refining materials. Among them, the human bone dug out from the 9 serenities was the best. After all, it had been dead for many years, and there was death chi in its bones. When refined, it would be more powerful than others of the same level. Exchanging all of them for refining materials. "Alright, I've estimated the price of your skeleton puppets," the man quoted a price. Before entering Myriad Bone City, Yi Xian had learned about the price of these skeletal puppets from some people's interspatial rings, so he estimated the price of these skeletal puppets. However, the price that this man quoted shocked him, because it exceeded his expectations. It was almost 50% higher. Just now, he said that these white bone puppets were all upper grade. It seems that the Baigu group is very good at refining white bone puppets. Yi Xian didn't think much of it and immediately agreed. Then he made a list for the man. Most of the items on the list were materials for refining white bone puppets, and there were also a lot of ores for Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian only had 300 dragon power now. He was too weak and could easily die. Moreover, the higher his realm, the easier it would be to control and the stronger his combat power. "Alright, we have these things, but we don't have enough in our shop. We have to get them from other shops. Please wait a moment, sir," the man said. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded and put away the white bone puppets. Then, the man left quickly. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't doubt him. After the man left, Yi Xian waited alone in the private room. He waited for a while, but the man still didn't come back. However, the materials he needed were a little complicated, so it was reasonable that the man took his time. Yi Xian was a little helpless, so he decided to wait outside the shop and see the world. But just as he stepped out of the shop, he saw a group of people hurrying toward him, and that man was among them. Oh no! Yi Xian's face suddenly changed, because he saw that this group of people were wearing the same clothes. They were actually people from the Baigu group. Now, Yi Xian understood. It turned out that this shop was opened by the Baigu group, and that man obviously recognized those white bone puppets, so he went to inform them. There were many people from the Baigu group, and the leader had reached 880 dragon power. In addition, there were several experts of Royal Qi level 8 and dozens of Royal Qi level 7 experts. Yi Xian was a little shocked, and he secretly sighed that the Baigu group was so powerful that there were so many experts in their stronghold in the City of Bones. However, he didn't care at all, and just watched quietly. This group of people came aggressively, and the people around them immediately packed up and jumped away. In the blink of an eye, there were not many people on the street. They're people from the Baigu group. What's going on? What are they doing? My God, that's the leader of the Baigu group. He already has 880 dragon power, and he's very strong. He's actually in the City of Bones. Hey, that kid is their target. What's going on? Why are so many people alarmed? Did this kid kill an elite disciple of the Baigu group? The people around them flew into the sky and whispered to each other. Although there was a city lord in the City of Bones, there were 3 major forces in the City of Bones that no one dared to provoke, and the Baigu group was one of them. If they gossiped and were targeted by the Baigu group, they would really die without a complete corpse. In the burial ground, there was no such thing as the dead is the best. If one died in the burial ground, their corpses would generally be sold. The good ones would be refined into battle corpses, and the bad ones would be dissected and their bones taken out and refined into white bone puppets. The leader of the Baigu group led a group of people and rushed in front of Yi Xian. At this time, only the people of the Baigu group and Yi Xian were left on the street. The leader of the Baigu group looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's him." The man who received Yi Xian just now nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. He took out the golden thread puppet, and he even has Elder Tan's puppet." Elder Tan. When they heard this, the crowd who was watching the show in the air turned pale with fright. This kid actually killed an elder of the Baigu group. No, it should be said that this kid actually dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. They had seen many geniuses, but at this time, Yi Xian's courage was even more shocking. Good boy, you even dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. Tell me your name. The leader of the Baigu group asked coldly. He had lived for so many years and had developed a cautious character, constantly reminding himself not to judge a book by its cover. Yi Xian gave him a very mysterious feeling. When he heard the leader of the Baigu group, Yi Xian just said lightly, "I don't talk to dead people." Boom. Chapter 452. Lord of 10,000 Bones. Dead people. This brat actually dared to call the leader of the Baigu group, an expert with 880 dragon power, a dead person. Even if you want to die, you don't have to be so direct, right? However, there were still many people who wondered if Yi Xian had some sort of background. After all, in this region, not many people dared to kill a disciple of the Baigu group, let alone an elder. Who are you? Why do you have the white bone puppet of an elder of the Baigu group? The leader of the Baigu group couldn't help but ask. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? Yi Xian was getting a little impatient. If it was in the past, he would definitely quibble and say that he obtained those things by chance. But now, he already possessed great strength, so why waste time? Good boy, let me have a go at you. An elder of the Baigu group didn't believe it. He left the team and rushed toward Yi Xian. Although there was a rule against fighting in the 10,000 Bones City, the Baigu group had some influence in the 10,000 Bones City, so small fights were not a problem. Be careful, the leader of the Baigu group reminded him. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, the head of this elder with 820 dragon power flew into the air. Instant kill. So fast, even I couldn't see his speed clearly. How is this possible? Elder Zhang is 830 dragons, stronger than Elder Tan. That brat also has 830 dragons, no, 840 dragons. The people from the Baigu group were shocked. But at this moment, Yi Xian made his move. Since things had already come to this, they might as well go all the way and wipe out the Baigu group. This elder could be considered wealthy, allowing him to increase his strength by 10 dragons, reaching 650. Adding on the Beast King's rampage, he reached 840. Although he was slightly slower than the leader of the Baigu group, his speed was definitely not something these people could keep up with. Kill! The leader of the Baigu group shouted. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Immediately, all the people of the Baigu group took out their white bone puppet fighters. However, if the person controlling the white bone puppet fighters died, these white bone puppet fighters would just be decorations. Yi Xian activated Beast King Rampage and rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everyone. Yi Xian rushed into the crowd, and the first person he killed was the Baigu group's sect master. He only used one strike to kill the Baigu group's sect master, an expert with 880 dragon power. In less than 5 seconds, more than half of the Baigu group's team had been killed or injured. Screams of agony rang out continuously on this avenue. Blood splattered everywhere, and there were already more than 30 corpses. After the Baigu group members died, their interspatial rings were taken away by Yi Xian and devoured. Ding! Host has broken through to 660 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 670 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 680 dragon power. Now, Yi Xian did not deliberately hide his Beast King rampage. Anyway, with his strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in this area. Just as the people of the Baigu group were about to be killed, a figure suddenly swept across the sky. This figure was so fast that it landed on the ground in an instant, and then attacked Yi Xian. Who is it? Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He just swung his sword at the newcomer. Bang! This sword was blocked by the opponent. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw the person's face clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. However, when Yi Xian saw the flying dragon flying around this person, he was also stunned. Sky Dragon. This middle-aged man actually had the Sky Dragon power, which meant that this middle-aged man had surpassed level 9 Qi refining and reached level 1 Qi refining. This Thousand Bones City actually has such an expert? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. This middle-aged man did not take advantage of the victory to chase after Yi Xian. He quietly looked at him. When the people in the sky saw this middle-aged man, they could not help but exclaim, "City Master." This middle-aged man was the City Master of Thousand Bones City. Everyone was flabbergasted, because in their memories, the 10,000 Bones City Lord only had 950 dragon power, but now, he had actually reached one heavenly dragon. However, they could understand why. After all, the last time the City Master of Thousand Bones City fought was several years ago. It's the City Master of Thousand Bones City. This is troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Now he was fighting in Thousand Bones City, and Thousand Bones City was the City Master's territory. It would be strange if the City Master did not intervene when he fought in his territory. You don't know the rules of Thousand Bones City. The City Master of Thousand Bones City looked at Yi Xian. They want to kill me. Am I supposed to stretch my neck out for them to kill? Yi Xian replied coldly. The City Master of Thousand Bones City narrowed his eyes. Even so, you broke the rules I set. I can't just sit by and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Yi Xian did not waste words. He would fight first and then talk later. Now, Yi Xian had 680 dragon power, and with the addition of Beast King's Rage, he was almost 900 dragon power. With the addition of his dexterity, he was faster than the City Master of Thousand Bones City. However, there was a huge gap between the Qi refining stage and the Qi controlling stage. Yi Xian's speed did not pose a threat to the City Master of Thousand Bones City. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. As expected of a first-stage Qi refining stage. The City Master of Thousand Bones City doesn't seem to want to kill me. Otherwise, we would have to fight to the death. Yi Xian thought to himself. The two fought for 30 rounds, then separated. You are very strong. I have decided not to hold you responsible this time. The City Master of Thousand Bones City suddenly said something that shocked everyone. Not to hold him responsible? The surviving elders of the Baigu group looked at each other in confusion. Did the City Master of Thousand Bones City really say that? City Master, he killed our sect leader, one of the elders hurriedly said. But before he could finish, the City Master of Thousand Bones City punched through his chest and killed him instantly. Damn! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This middle-aged man was really something. He killed him without hesitation. Noisy! The City Master of Thousand Bones City said coldly. Now, Yi Xian finally understood why the City Master of Thousand Bones City did not continue the fight. This time, he had wiped out the Baigu group. Wouldn't that mean that the City of Thousand Bones City had one less power in the future? As for why the City Master of Thousand Bones City did not do it himself, it was because of his status. If the City Master of Thousand Bones City destroyed the Baigu group himself, the world would think that the City Master of Thousand Bones City was greedy. Who would come to Thousand Bones City then? However, it was different if Yi Xian did it. You really won't hold me responsible? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I won't. You can go. The City Master of Thousand Bones City nodded. If you won't hold me responsible, why do you want me to leave? I want to buy some refining materials. Yi Xian replied. The city master of Thousand Bones City said again, then you can go now. What do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Is that so? Chapter 453. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Up to no good intentions. The onlookers were also stunned. The two men who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago were now buying things on the spot. At the same time, they were extremely envious because the things Yi Xian took out were enough to establish a sect. The price is a little high. The city lord of Myriad Bones must be up to something. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After buying all the useless things, he left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He left just like that. What's wrong with the city lord? Why did he let him go? This person's background is definitely not simple. The city lord must be afraid of the power behind him. Poor Baigu group. It's going to be destroyed by the other two sects. The onlookers muttered in low voices. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. However, he did not leave the city. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay. Now, he was going to start refining the heavenly dragon bone. Originally, he could have devoured the materials, but Wei Xintian kept asking him to refine the heavenly dragon bone, so he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had enough materials this time. After all, he had killed many powerhouses, including those with 880 dragon power. He also gave the body of the Baigu group sect leader to the city lord of Myriad Bones. Before he left, he saw the surviving elders of the Baigu group looking like they were going to eat him alive. Yi Xian spent 2 days refining the heavenly dragon bone. Yi Xian only spent a day digging up the corpse of the level 8 chi-controlling warrior in the abyss. As for the other corpses, Yi Xian took them all. Although the corpses were a little shocking, he really did take them. With these 2 white bone battle puppets, Yi Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, these 2 white bone battle puppets were meticulously refined by him. After consuming a large amount of refining materials, they had both reached the 9th stage of the chi-resisting stage. It's time to leave. Yi Xian stretched. He had been inside for 3 days, refining the heavenly dragon bone in pieces, so the others did not know what he was doing. He came out of the house and looked around. Sure enough, someone was spying on him, but he didn't know which side they were from. However, if anyone dared to target him, he wouldn't mind killing them again. Then, he left the Thousand Bones City. He flew in a random direction for a while, but didn't find anyone following him. Am I being paranoid? Are you just afraid that I'll cause trouble in the city? Yi Xian thought about it for a moment and decided to ignore him. Since the other party was here, he was going back to the 9 Serenities to take revenge. However, his thinking was too simple. Half an hour after he left the 10,000 Bones City, a figure appeared in the sky. Yi Xian turned to look. Sure enough, it was the city lord of 10,000 Bones. The lord of the 10,000 Bones City had used Yi Xian's hands to destroy the Baigu group. He had let Yi Xian leave in front of so many people, and now he was chasing after him. He probably wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. City lord of 10,000 Bones City, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian said as he landed on the ground. After all, his realm was only 680 dragons. The ground was his home ground. You know what I'm going to do. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City looked down at Yi Xian. If that's the case, why don't you make a move? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky Dragon Bones. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City was surprised, but he was even more confused about why Yi Xian took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky dragons were huge and harder to control than wyverns. Besides, there was already a humanoid skeletal war puppet. What was this one for? In the next moment, he saw a small green thing suddenly shoot out from Yi Xian's body. It enlarged infinitely and attached itself to the heavenly dragon bone. The entire heavenly dragon bone seemed to be covered in a layer of green armor. What is this thing? The city lord of 10,000 Bones City saw the sky dragon bones fly up. He knew that it was not Yi Xian controlling them, but that strange thing. However, he was just curious. He did not care at all. He was a first-level Qi refinement realm cultivator with the strength of a sky dragon. He could destroy the sky dragon bones with one punch. I have to thank you, City Lord of 10,000 Bones City. If it weren't for the materials you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to refine this sky dragon bones. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. So what if you're a first-level Qi refinement realm cultivator? I'll fight you all the same. That day, because they were in the city, Yi Xian could not go all out. Today, there was no one else and the space was very spacious. With 2 9th-level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets, Yi Xian was not afraid of the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City at all. At such a young age, you can control 9th-level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. Your aptitude is not bad. However, your realm is not enough. You can't use the true strength of this 100-year-old war puppet. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City said. He had a unique vision. At a glance, he could see that this humanoid war puppet was at least 50 years old. Is that so? Then you can try. Yi Xian did not move. Well, then I'll see what ability you have. How dare you attack my City Lord of 10,000 Bones City? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian with his bare hands. Capture the leader first. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the 2 9th-level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets would not be able to move. However, he was too arrogant and underestimated the 2 skeletal war puppets. Not to mention the sky dragon bones, even the humanoid war puppet was very strong. This forced him to change his plan and focus on the humanoid war puppet first. You want to destroy my skeletal war puppet first? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian's arrogance surged, and he attacked crazily with the skeletal war puppet. Not only that, Wei Zhentian in the air was also constantly waving his claws and swinging his tail. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City kept retreating. That day in the city of 10,000 Bones City, the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City did not want to kill Yi Xian, so he did not reveal his true strength and fought to a draw with Yi Xian. Today, he had used all his strength, but he could not do anything to Yi Xian because of the 2 9th-level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. He was very regretful. If he had given Yi Xian so many things in order to pretend to be better, he would have killed Yi Xian today. However, Yi Xian was a little worried. He was not sure that he could kill the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City who was in the first level of Qi Refinement Realm. The two sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City also found Yi Xian's weakness, which was his slow flying speed. Therefore, he directly jumped into the sky and attacked Wei Zhentian first. Demon Slaying Fist. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City punched. Wei Zhentian, because of his huge body, could not dodge and was hit directly. Bang! Wei Zhentian's whole body shook violently, and a hole was punched in his green armor. Fortunately, the sky dragon bones were very hard, so he was not injured. However, at this time, the sky dragon bones were exposed to the air, and Wei Zhentian had not repaired the hole. Demon Slaying Fist. Chapter 454. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The second celestial dragon, damn it. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If he and the white bone battle puppet worked together, the 10,000 Bones City's lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, the 10,000 Bones City's lord was using Wei Zhentian as an example. At this moment, he was wondering if he should leave with Wei Zhentian. If this continued, the situation would not be good. However, just as Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, a red figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian glanced at it and was surprised. The Blood Crow sect. When the elites of the Blood Crow sect flew, they would emit a red light. However, this time, Yi Xian was mistaken. The one flying toward them was not an elite of the Blood Crow sect, but a sacred beast, a celestial dragon. What? The city lord of 10,000 bones was a little surprised. Celestial dragons were rare in the ghost tomb. Now there was another one, and it seemed to be a chi refinement celestial dragon. This was bad. With such a situation, the city lord of 10,000 bones did not dare to continue attacking. Instead, he dodged to the side to see what the celestial dragon was going to do. However, the chi refinement celestial dragon flew directly toward the city lord of 10,000 bones and launched an attack. What's going on? Coming to the rescue of injustice. Yi Xian was stunned. A celestial dragon came to his rescue. What was going on? In the next moment, he understood. Perhaps the celestial dragon was helping him because of Wei Zhentian. However, he felt that something was not right. Wei Zhentian was only residing in the dragon bones. Could it be that the young celestial dragon I killed was this celestial dragon's child? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Most likely, it was because he had taken out the heavenly dragon bone to battle that this heavenly dragon sensed it and rushed over. Then, it saw the city lord of 10,000 bones attacking Wei Zhentian, so it was angry. Forget it. No matter what, let's kill this city lord of 10,000 bones first. Yi Xian threw caution to the wind and activated Beast King Rampage again, charging forward. Although the Sky Dragon had joined the battle, it was still 3 against 1 because the humanoid skeleton puppet could not fly, so it could only watch from the ground. However, Yi Xian's battle prowess had more than doubled. Damn it, damn it. The 10,000 Bones City Lord cursed in his heart. Originally, he already had the advantage. If he was given more time, he would be able to destroy the heavenly dragon bone, and then it would be Yi Xian's turn. It was a pity that a heavenly dragon whose realm was even higher than his suddenly appeared. This sky dragon was far more threatening than the flying Yi Xian, so the city lord of 10,000 bones prioritized dealing with it. Bang! 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 Thunderous sounds continued to spread. This battle was extremely intense. The sky dragon attacked the city lord of 10,000 bones like a madman. At the same time, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian also attacked with all their might. Under their combined efforts, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finally injured. He was hit in the shoulder by Yi Xian, and a small piece of flesh was cut off. Blood dyed his green robe red. His expression became extremely gloomy. If this continued, he might die here. So, he could only run. He immediately turned around and prepared to flee back to the city of 10,000 bones. However, the sky dragon was the overlord of the sacred beasts in the air. This sky dragon was much faster than him, and Yi Xian was on the ground. There was no way he could escape. Damn it, am I going to die here today? The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was very unwilling. He originally wanted to kill and steal the treasure, but he did not expect this to happen. This was really a tragedy. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord gritted his teeth and burned his vital energy. It was not easy for him to break through the shackles of 999 dragons. If he burned his vital energy, he would fall back to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, there was no other way. However, this sky dragon was not to be trifled with. It began to fight desperately. As for Yi Xian, he could not help but retreat, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The man and the dragon fought fiercely. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord burned his vital energy. Although his strength increased a little, he still could not kill the sky dragon. Then, his level began to fall, and he finally fell to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, he also severely injured the sky dragon. This is a good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He attacked crazily with the sky dragon and Wei Zhentian. He knew that the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finished. My life is over. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was in despair. He could not kill the sky dragon even after burning his vital energy. Now that his level had fallen, there was nothing he could do. After his level fell, his speed decreased. The sky dragon focused and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Boom! The heat wave instantly surrounded the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord. However, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was still a city lord. The city lord of 10,000 bones city was much more powerful than the Baigu group. How could he be killed by the dragon breath? However, just as he was gathering his vital energy to block the dragon breath, a sharp slash came from not far away and hit his chest. Bang! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was suddenly hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his whole body was burning. His screams were like the tolling of a bell. No! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord let out an unwilling roar. In less than 3 seconds, his body was burned to ashes. He's dead. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The dragon breath was too powerful. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, who was at level 1 of the chi-refining realm, did not even leave behind a corpse. At this time, the sky dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at Yi Xian. Oh no! Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately dodged. The next moment, a scorching pillar of fire came at him. The sky dragon's breath. The sky dragon really wanted to kill everyone. Fortunately, Yi Xian dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. Yi Xian quickly dodged, but the sky dragon's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. Its head moved with Yi Xian's movements. Unfortunately, the temperature of the sky dragon's breath was too high. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord's interspatial ring was burned. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have killed the sky dragon in an instant with the interspatial ring. The sky dragon's breath was still going. Yi Xian's speed was not enough. The pillar of fire was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, a sharp object suddenly stabbed into the sky dragon's eyes. It was Wei Zhentian's claw. Good! Yi Xian shouted. The sky dragon was probably avenging its son. Although it risked its life to kill the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, it still wanted to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian had to fight back. The sky dragon was so angry that it wanted to kill Yi Xian with its breath. However, it was attacked by Wei Zhentian and lost its sight. It immediately let out a deafening roar. Chapter 455. Annihilated. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. A slash pierced through the air. Yi Xian's attack power was far superior to that of the myriad bones city lord. After all, the dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation was specifically used to slay dragons. This slash landed directly on the heavenly dragon's huge and slender body, instantly causing great damage. This attack was definitely stronger than the myriad bones city lord's 3 punches. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Yi Xian did the same as before. He quickly used up all the true qi in his body and crazily used the dragon's judgment, all of which landed on the heavenly dragon's head. After a few rounds, the heavenly dragon, which was already heavily injured, slowed down significantly, and its reaction speed was greatly reduced. The threat to Yi Xian was infinitely close to zero. Roar! The heavenly dragon, like the myriad bone city lord, let out an unwilling roar. In fact, it had been holding on from the beginning, but now it could not hold on any longer. It flapped its wings and directly fell from the sky. Plop! The heavenly dragon's body fell, deeply embedded in the ground, and wailed there. I know you want to avenge your son, but after all, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Go! Yi Xian muttered, and used his recovered true qi to use the dragon's judgment again. Xiao! A huge slash sank into the heavenly dragon's forehead, splitting its head open. A first-level qi refining heavenly dragon was also slumbering here. After its death, Wei Zhentian could not help but descend. Yi Xian thought it was emotional, but unexpectedly it was cheering, urging Yi Xian to quickly refine the heavenly dragon's bones. After all, Wei Zhentian was not a human, but a strange beast. It was not even an animal, so how could it have feelings? Well, watch me collect it. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, then rushed down and collected the heavenly dragon's corpse. Ding! The host has broken through to 740 dragon power. The heavenly dragon's flesh and blood and the holy beast's soul directly increased Yi Xian's strength by 60 dragon points. His qi refinement rank was truly extraordinary. Although it was a pity that the city lord of Myriad Bone City lost his interspatial ring, the sky dragon's corpse had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Now that the city lord of 10,000 Bone City was dead, what Yi Xian had to do was to plunder his city lord mansion and take away the Imperial Qi Stage 9 at the city gate. Immediately, he headed toward the 1,000 Bone City. Even the 10,000 Bone City Lord couldn't do anything to him before, so even if the entire 10,000 Bone City worked together, they wouldn't be a threat to him. First, he came to the entrance of the city of 10,000 bones and destroyed the defensive formation around the barbaric bull demon white bone battle puppet, then took it away. Then, he began to loot the city lord's mansion and its properties. The entire city of 10,000 bones was in an uproar. Who was so bold as to attack the city of 10,000 bones? However, these experts of the city of 10,000 bones were all here to give Yi Xian benefits. When Yi Xian left the city of 10,000 bones half an hour later, his strength had increased to 760 dragon points, a total of 20 dragon points. Then, he found a quiet place to refine the sky dragon bone of the first stage qi refinement realm. Fortunately, the materials he looted were just enough for him to refine the sky dragon bone. He felt that it was a pity because if these materials were used to refine humanoid battle puppets, he could have made at least 3 of them. However, since Wei Zhentian liked it, it was worth it. At this time, Yi Xian was already on the sky dragon bone of the first stage qi refinement realm, flying toward the abyss. His strength was also above the first stage qi refinement realm, and the Blood Crow Divine Sect was just a force on par with the Baigu group. Even if he didn't do it himself, he could easily destroy the Blood Crow Divine Sect. It took him 2 days to fly back to the abyss. Then, he first went to the 100 Venom Sect and killed Steward Chiu in an instant with lightning speed. Steward Chiu was still doing some kind of exercise on a female disciple when his head suddenly fell off, and blood spurted all over the female disciple. The entire 100 Venom Sect was in an uproar. Someone sneaked into the 100 Venom Sect and killed someone. Did they have a death wish? However, there was a more important news that spread outside at this time. A mysterious group of assassins suddenly appeared in the abyss, and they had already slaughtered dozens of cities and sections. If the dead were to be added up, the number was calculated in hundreds of millions. Not only that, many of the dead people in these sects and cities had turned into resentful spirits. The so-called resentful spirits were mutated after death after suffering unbearable torture in their lives. These resentful spirits would actively attack the living things around them. Moreover, they were difficult to injure with swords and could penetrate buildings. Only true qi could destroy them. This mysterious group of assassins came from the land of ghosts in the Ghost Tomb region. This was the land of ghosts, and they captured people's souls to cultivate. They were extremely bloodthirsty. At this time, Yi Xian was heading toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Soon, he arrived at the Blood Crow Divine Sect. However, the situation here was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The Blood Crow Divine Sect had been reduced to ruins. All of the disciples in the sect were dead, and no one survived. When Yi Xian arrived, there were still many wailing sounds coming from the sect. Who is it that is slaughtering the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Yi Xian was shocked. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was similar to the Baigu group in the burial grounds. If one wanted to slaughter them, one would need to have at least the combat strength of level 9 Imperial Qi. However, there was no news of any level 9 Imperial Qi powerhouse in this area. Yi Xian sat on the back of the sky dragon skeleton and watched in the air. At this time, a figure suddenly swept into the sky. Tsk tisk, there's someone from the burial grounds. A sinister voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was shocked. He turned around and saw a young man in white. The young man had a wicked smile on his face. He was dragging a strange black bead in his hand. The way he looked at Yi Xian was a bit like looking at a prey. When Yi Xian noticed the young man's level, his body trembled. This young man was level 1 Qi Refinement Realm. To be exact, it was 1050 dragons. There was a level 1 Qi Refinement Realm powerhouse here. How was this possible? Who are you? Yi Xian frowned and asked. The Thousand Wraiths Sect, the young man with the sinister smile answered simply. The Thousand Wraiths Sect. When Yi Xian heard that, he immediately reacted. This was because he saw vengeful spirits in the Blood Crow Divine Sect. This Thousand Wraiths Sect should be a force in the Land of Ghosts. In the Land of Ghosts was the strongest of the 3 territories in the Land of Ghosts. This was because they were only vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits were not afraid of poison, nor were they afraid of white bone battle hounds. Therefore, they were the most difficult to deal with. He did not expect to see a powerhouse from the Land of Ghosts today. Aren't you afraid that the Poison King's sect would send people here to kill a sect at level 1 Qi Refinement Realm? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 456. Great changes in the 9 serenities. With that, the young man waved his hand. The black pearl in his hand lit up, and a vengeful spirit flew out. This vengeful spirit was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were red. His entire body was translucent, and his fingernails were long and sharp. It was unknown what level this vengeful spirit was at. Go! With the young man's shout, the vengeful spirit pounced towards Yi Xian like a fierce tiger. So fast! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated Beast King's Rampage. 760 dragons' power increased to 990 dragons, almost reaching the peak of the Qi controlling stage. Oh! You're quite capable. The young man was surprised. He had only released this vengeful spirit to test Yi Xian's strength. It only had 800 dragons' power. Vengeful spirits were different from when they were alive. Their entire body was full of weak points. Once they received a certain amount of damage, they would die. However, the most effective way to kill them was to cut them in half. Although Yi Xian only had 760 dragons' power, he still had the Bahuang sword and the underworld swordsmanship. It was extremely easy for him to kill a vengeful spirit that only knew how to attack with its fingernails. However, after Yi Xian killed the vengeful spirit, the young man released 2 more vengeful spirits. This time, they were Qi refining vengeful spirits. If you're dead, go reincarnate. Why are you scaring people? Yi Xian didn't care at all. In an instant, he burst forth with a speed that made the young man's heart palpitate. He killed the 2 vengeful spirits of the first level chi refining vengeful spirits. Looks like I've kicked an iron plate. How dare you kill 2 of my first level chi refining vengeful spirits? I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The young man thought to himself. He raised the black pearl in his hand. In an instant, a large number of vengeful spirits appeared around him. There were at least 100 of them, and among them, there were even 4 first-level chi refining vengeful spirits. How can this kind of thing do anything to me? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He charged forward and ordered Wei Zhentian to attack the young man. To be honest, Yi Xian hated wraiths because there was no benefit to killing them. In order to capture bandits, one must first capture the leader. Charge! Yi Xian instantly increased his speed and charged towards the young man with Wei Zhentian. Not good. The young man's expression changed. Yi Xian's strength had exceeded his expectations. The people from the land of wandering souls were not as strong as the people from the land of 9 serenities and the land of buried bones. If Yi Xian got close to him, he would be dead for sure. You think you can kill me? The young man snorted and released another vengeful spirit from the 100 spirits pearl. This spirit was given to him by his master. It was at the 2nd level of the refinement chi realm, but he could only control it with some effort. So what if you're in the 2nd level of chi refining? Yi Xian's eyes glowed brightly. His sword gleamed like a gust of wind and swept out, clearing away the surrounding resentful spirits. Although the attack power of a 2nd-rank chi refining vengeful spirit was astonishing, its speed was still inferior to that of Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian directly passed by the 2nd-rank chi refining vengeful spirit and arrived in front of the young man. Just as the young man was about to retreat, he was caught by a giant claw. Immediately, Yi Xian chopped off his head. Although the people from the land of wandering souls were strong, they usually moved in groups and used the vengeful spirits to kill their opponents. However, the people from the land of wandering souls neglected their own strength in order to master the control of the vengeful spirits. If the vengeful spirits could not do anything to their enemies, they would be easily killed unless they could suppress their enemies in terms of level. This young man obviously specialized in controlling vengeful spirits. Unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian, who relied on his speed and was easily killed. Once the young man died, the released vengeful spirits broke free from his control. However, after Yi Xian obtained the 100 spirits pearl, they instantly calmed down, including the 2nd-rank chi refining vengeful spirit. Controlling vengeful spirits really requires a lot of mental strength. Come in, all of you. Yi Xian thought to himself. When he obtained the young man's interspatial ring, he had already learned the secret tome of wandering souls of the 1,000 Wraiths sect and learned how to control vengeful spirits. However, he could only control them temporarily. In less than 2 seconds, the vengeful spirits around him were sucked into the 100 spirits pearl. At this time, Yi Xian felt a slight swelling pain in his head. This was the after effect of using too much mental strength. After all, he had just learned about controlling vengeful spirits and had not cultivated his mental strength before. Then, he began to check the contents of the young man's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 800 dragon power. It was another qualitative leap. From 760 dragon power to 800 dragon power, he had reached the 8th level of the royal chi realm. Before Yi Xian could get excited, he found something in the interspatial ring. It was a list. The names on the list were all sects and cities in the region, and even families that were established outside the region. This is a planned cleanup. Are they trying to turn this area into a wasteland? Yi Xian casually threw the list into the devouring system. He did not pay much attention to it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he still felt that it was better to inform the 100 Poisons sect. After all, the 100 Poisons sect was once a springboard for him to become stronger. However, just as Yi Xian arrived at the 100 poison sect on the heavenly dragon bone, he saw a figure laughing coldly in the air above the 100 poison sect. Inside the 100 poison sect, there were cries of anguish. I'm too late. No, it's not too late. Feng Yaqing. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw that the 100 poisons Princess Feng Yaqing was fighting a vengeful spirit. Not far away, Feng Shan was also fighting a vengeful spirit. There was actually such a low-level vengeful spirit. It seemed that the person who massacred the 100 poison sect was not very strong. Ha ha ha, despair. I like to see people in despair. That woman, yes, that woman. I want to see her in despair. The person in the air was laughing loudly. However, what he did not know was that a figure was already flying toward him. Rip! A head flew into the air. This person was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even know his realm, so he estimated that he was not higher than Imperial Qi Tier 8. After the man was killed, the vengeful spirits below paused for a moment before continuing their attack. Now, they were all out of control. Go, vengeful spirits. Yi Xian took out the 100 ghost pearl and released some vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits were all of high realms. Just a few of them would be enough. What? Feng Shan was a little surprised. He watched as the vengeful spirits killed the vengeful spirits. In a short while, the vengeful spirits attacking the 100 poison sect were killed and dissipated. Then, another figure descended from the sky. It's you. Feng Shan and Feng Yaqing recognized Yi Xian. Are you okay? Yi Xian stood in the air and asked tentatively. Little brother, you saved our lives again. Chapter 457. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Conspiracy, why are you here? Feng Yaqing looked at the heavenly dragon bone behind Yi Xian and the 100 ghost pearl in Yi Xian's hand that absorbed the vengeful spirit. I was just passing by and saw the people from the land of ghosts massacring the sections. So I came to take a look. You guys better find a mountain to hide in, Yi Xian said casually. Is there a huge commotion? Feng Shan gulped. All the sects in this area are targeted by the land of ghosts. I don't know if it's the same in other areas. Anyway, I saw the Blood Crow Divine Sect destroyed, Yi Xian said. The Blood Crow Divine Sect. Everyone in the 100 Poison Sect was stunned when they heard the name. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was the overlord of this area. It was a 5th grade sect in the Ghost Tomb region. The 100 Poison Sect was only a 6th grade sect. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. You guys better find a place to hide. After Yi Xian said that, he left immediately. In the Ghost Tomb region, the sects were divided into 6 grades. The Poison King sect was the 1st grade sect in the land of ghosts. There were a few 2nd grade sects under it. These 2nd grade sects were in charge of 3rd grade sects, 3rd grade sects were in charge of 4th grade sects, and 4th grade sects were in charge of 5th grade sections. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was a 5th grade sect. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was in charge of 6th grade sects like the 100 Poison Sect and the 5 Poison Sect. It was a gradual progression. Yi Xian suspected that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. So, he decided to check out the other areas. In the 100 Poison Sect, many of them looked at the direction Yi Xian left in puzzlement. A person who came riding on a heavenly dragon bone was holding 100 ghost pearl. What was going on? If they knew that Yi Xian was once captured to be tested for poison, what would their expressions be? Feng Yaqing was also looking at Yi Xian's back and fell into deep thought. She was extremely curious about Yi Xian's identity. After leaving the 100 Poison Sect, Yi Xian headed for the hinterland of the 9 Serenities. The Bayadu branch that old Monster Hong had taken him to that day was actually at the border of the Ghost Tomb region. In fact, it was also at the border of the 9 Serenities, which was the border of the land of buried bones. However, the land of wandering souls was very far away. For their people to be able to kill their way here, they had to travel a lot of distance. Therefore, this must be premeditated. Yi Xian headed straight for the center of the 9th Serenity. Along the way, he saw many cities that had been reduced to ruins, as well as many low-level wraiths. Other than that, he also saw many people from the land of drifting souls. Naturally, these people were all killed by him. However, after Yi Xian stepped into the territory of the Blue Feather sect, a 4th-grade sect in the 9 Serenities, he had to treat him with caution. This was because there might be quite a few qi refining experts here. The Blue Feather sect could be considered a relatively orthodox sect in the 9 Serenities. They relied on normal cultivation. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the Blue Feather sect, he found that the Blue Feather sect had also been massacred. There were no survivors in the entire sect. Corpses were everywhere, all cut to death by sharp blades. These wounds were caused by the claws of the wraiths. How terrifying! Even the Blue Feather sect, which had a 3rd-stage qi refining cultivator, was destroyed. Could it be that the land of wandering souls has declared war on the 9 Serenities? Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. A war between two great forces would be on a very large scale. Moreover, they were all first-class ruthless people in the Ghost Tomb region. If a war broke out, the casualties would definitely be unimaginable. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed over. Whitebone War Puppet, are the people from the land of buried bones also here? Die! A man's voice sounded. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that the person was a 2nd-stage qi refinement cultivator. This 2nd-stage qi refinement cultivator didn't waste any time and directly released a 2nd-stage qi refinement cultivator's wraiths to attack Yi Xian. On the way here, Yi Xian killed many 1st-stage qi refinement cultivators and raised his realm a little. Now, he had reached 820 dragon power. If he unleashed his full power, he would be able to reach the 1st-stage qi refinement realm. Coupled with the enhancement of his various bloodlines, it would be nothing to fight against a 2nd-stage qi refinement realm cultivator. However, to be safe, Yi Xian also let the heavenly dragon bone that had been refined to the 2nd-stage qi refinement realm and the wraiths of the 2nd-stage qi refinement realm to help. What? This powerhouse was shocked. He was blind this time to provoke such a powerhouse. The 2nd-stage qi refinement realm heavenly dragon bone and the wraiths of the 2nd-stage qi refinement realm coupled with Yi Xian, who was known for his speed, he was instantly defeated and fell in less than 5 rounds. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian cursed. Although he didn't know which force this person was from, killing on sight had angered Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 840 dragon power. This time, the increase of 20 dragon power made Yi Xian very satisfied. Although I don't know what happened, I finally found a way to improve quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would soon reach the qi refinement realm. At that time, his true qi would have a qualitative leap and it shouldn't be a problem for him to jump a few levels. This person had a lot of ores in his yin and yang ring, which could help Wei Zhentian increase his realm by a lot. Little Tian, this heavenly dragon bone might not be useful anymore. Refining it takes too much time. You should just devour it. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was very unwilling, he could only accept his fate. Although he could transform, he couldn't transform into such a huge creature. Wei Zhentian's current growth rate was extremely fast, almost catching up to the devouring system. If he ate the ores, he would grow in less than an hour. An hour later, Wei Zhentian reached the qi refinement realm before Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian also put away the heavenly dragon bone. He didn't even want to use the 100 ghost pearl. He was afraid that he would encounter a 3rd or 4th qi refinement realm expert. He wandered around the Blue Feather sect and found a few experts from the land of ghosts who were still slaughtering the city. Moreover, their realms were between the first and second chi refinement realm. Because of that, he directly killed those people. His cultivation also continued to increase. Ding! The host has broken through to the first chi refinement realm. After he killed more than 10 people, he finally broke through to the first dragon realm. He couldn't accept the speed of the breakthrough. Just as he broke through and was waiting for Wei Zhentian to grow, a person suddenly rushed over from afar. This person was actually a third chi refinement realm expert. Everyone has gathered. Why are you still here? The man asked in surprise. Gathered? Yi Xian frowned. Now that he had cultivated the Land of Ghosts' secret manual of ghosts, he could sense that the person in front of him was an expert from the Land of Ghosts. Therefore, the man must have thought that he was from the Land of Ghosts. You don't know how to gather. The man also frowned and said in a commanding tone, "Release a vengeful spirit." Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. Then, he took out 100 ghost pearl and released a second chi refinement realm vengeful spirit. After the man saw it, he lowered his guard and said, "That means I didn't inform you. Follow me." Chapter 458. Betrayal. This was the first third-level chi refinement realm cultivator that Yi Xian had seen since he entered the 9 serenities. From the man's tone, it seemed that the Land of Ghosts was gathering experts for a big operation. If Yi Xian were to unleash his full power, he might be able to fight the man. However, he was more interested in seeing what the Land of Ghosts was up to, so he followed the man. Along the way, they encountered many people from the Land of Ghosts. However, this time, he could not attack them. The gathering point of the Land of Ghosts was in a valley. When Yi Xian arrived with the man, there were already dozens of people gathered there. Wow, so many experts. Which sect are they attacking? Yi Xian was shocked. He landed with the man. Immediately after, the man turned around and asked, "How many resentful spirits have you collected? How many resentful spirits have you collected?" Yi Xian was shocked again, but he controlled his expression and maintained a calm expression to avoid being seen through again. Immediately after, the people who came with Yi Xian each took out a few hundred ghost pearls. The 100 ghost pearls could absorb resentful spirits. The limit was 999 resentful spirits, while the 1,000 ghost pearls could absorb 9,999 resentful spirits. Yi Xian glanced at them and realized that one of them had taken out 1,000 ghost pearl. How many people did he have to kill? The probability of resentful spirits being born was not high, and those with high cultivation levels were even rarer. Yi Xian quickly thought for a moment, then took out a few hundred ghost pearls. Not bad. The man kept the 100 ghost pearls, then walked to the front of the crowd and handed them to an old man. It seems that the old man is the leader. Perhaps he has reached the 4th level chi refinement realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. At the same time, he guessed that the Blue Feather sect might have been destroyed by this old man. However, he did not know why he handed over so many resentful spirits. He waited for a while. Although he stood in place, he was eavesdropping on the conversations of the people around him. However, he did not hear anything. He only knew that they were going to attack a faction called the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. The Earth Fiend Sword Sect had a 4th rank chi refining expert, which was why they needed to gather so many people. The Ghost Land relied on the human wave tactic. Even if there were only 100 of them, if each of them released 100 wraiths, that would be more than 10,000 wraiths, not to mention a 4th stage chi refinement cultivator who could control hundreds of wraiths at the same time. During this period of time, more experts from the Land of Ghosts arrived one after another. When the old man saw that almost everyone had arrived, he shouted, "All right, almost everyone is here. Let's move out." Then, he flew up with a group of people. Yi Xian glanced at it. Sure enough, this old man was in the 4th rank of qi refining. There were 6 3rd-rank qi refining cultivators, and the rest were either in the 2nd rank or the 1st rank. Yi Xian mixed in with the group and followed the elder as they flew in a certain direction. After flying for about half a day, they finally arrived at the Earth Emanation Sword Sect. "Alright, let's go." The old man didn't waste any more time and directly shouted. At the same time, he took out 1,000 Ghost Pearl and released 2 4th-stage Qi Refining Vengeful Spirits, as well as many 1st to 3rd-stage Qi Refining Vengeful Spirits. The others did the same. In an instant, a huge group of vengeful spirits appeared in the sky. There were more than 5,000 vengeful spirits, and some even reached 7 to 8,000. This huge group of vengeful spirits covered the sky and pounced towards the Earth Emanation Sword Sect, scaring the disciples of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect half to death. Quickly inform the sect leader that the Land of Ghosts is attacking." The entire Earth Emanation Sword Sect was in chaos. Fortunately, the Earth Emanation Sword Sect had a protective mountain array. However, this protective mountain array couldn't hold for long. In less than 5 seconds, the protective mountain array was broken, and thousands of vengeful spirits attacked. The sound was so loud that the experts of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect came out. They had already heard the news and were prepared. They immediately split into 2 groups. One group resisted the vengeful spirits while the other rushed towards the dozens of people in the Land of Ghosts. The Land of Ghosts was prepared as well. They released more vengeful spirits in an attempt to resist. Yi Xian, who was mixed in with the crowd, only released a few 1st-rank Qi Refining Vengeful Spirits. He was hiding his strength. When he saw the people of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect fighting with the vengeful spirits, his eyes flashed. Now, it was time for him to strike. Beast King Rampage. Boom! A surge of energy appeared spontaneously. Yi Xian's heavenly dragon strength instantly soared to more than 1,300 dragons. The speed of 1,600 dragons burst forth. The Land of Ghosts relied on the tactic of using numbers. Their own strength was very weak. Yi Xian's burst of energy instantly killed the people around him, including 2 3rd-rank Qi refining experts. His cultivation level increased again. What? The 4th-rank Qi refining elder widened his eyes in disbelief. He had personally checked this group of people. They were all people who had cultivated the secret manual of ghosts. But now, why were they killing his own people? However, he didn't have time to think about this because Yi Xian had already charged over. Do you think I didn't have a backup plan? The 1,000 Ghost Pearl in the elder's left hand emitted a demonic glow. He released another 4th-rank Qi Refining Vengeful Spirit. However, it was useless. Yi Xian was as fast as lightning. He passed by the vengeful spirit and chopped off the elder's head. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits went out of control. Yi Xian quickly kept the elder's interspatial ring. His cultivation level increased again, and he continued his slaughter. Even a 4th-rank Qi refining expert was instantly killed by him, not to mention the rest. In less than 5 seconds, the people of the Land of Ghosts were all dead. Yi Xian also used this opportunity to break through to the 3rd-rank Qi refining. His cultivation level increased very quickly indeed. After all, these people were ruthless people who had massacred many sects and cities. There were many things in their interspatial rings. Vengeful spirits, come back. Yi Xian used his vital energy to hold up the 100 Ghost Pearl and 1,000 Ghost Pearl. In the next instant, the vengeful spirits attacking the Earth Emanation Sword Sect suddenly turned around and returned to the pearls. The people of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect were all stunned. They hadn't even broken through the vengeful spirits and everyone in the Land of Ghosts was dead. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian, who was from the Land of Ghosts, would suddenly kill everyone. Your Excellency, you are the sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect asked in surprise. Yi Xian looked at the disciples and elders of the Earth Emanation Sword sect and said coldly, "I am not from the land of ghosts. I am just here to blend in." This was an explanation that everyone could understand. "So you are an expert sent by the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. I thank you on behalf of the entire Earth Emanation Sword sect." The sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect bowed in gratitude. Chapter 459. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing an aura cheater expert, it's fine. However, do you know why the land of ghosts is attacking us? Yi Xian asked. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader paused and shook his head. We don't know either. However, with such a large number of people, they must have been hiding in the Ninth Serenity for a long time. They must be up to something big. Nonsense. Of course I know there's a big conspiracy. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, feeling helpless in his heart. Then, he asked again, do you know which sects haven't been attacked yet? This. I'm not very sure either. We've been staying in the sect for the past few days, and no one brought us any news. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader shook his head. Sigh, forget it. Yi Xian sighed and left. Although he did not get any useful information, he still managed to advance from level 1 to level 3 Qi refinement. If he did it again, he might be able to advance to level 4 Qi refinement. Therefore, he followed the map and went to another sect to take a look. The land of ghosts was purging the forces of the Ninth Serenity to collect vengeful spirits. Now, Yi Xian had more than 10,000 Qi refinement vengeful spirits in his interspatial ring. If he added the Qi refinement vengeful spirits, the total number would exceed 50,000. This time, his target was a sect called the Silver Snake sect. Like the Earth Fiend Sword sect, the Silver Snake sect had level 4 Qi refinement experts. He traveled at full speed for a day and found the Silver Snake sect. At this time, the Silver Snake sect was under attack by a group of experts from the land of ghosts. What a coincidence! Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at the group of experts from the land of ghosts above the Silver Snake sect, he released several level 3 Qi refinement vengeful spirits. There were 2 level 4 Qi refinement experts in this group. Their vengeful spirits also attacked the Silver Snake sect. Yi Xian approached quickly. Someone noticed him. Why are you only here now? Hurry up! A level 3 Qi refinement martial artist shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had cultivated the Ghost Secret Manual and had a few vengeful spirits at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. This caused this martial artist to naturally mistake him for someone from the ghost lands. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Xian leaned over with a smile on his face. Then, his smile abruptly disappeared as his eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent. Beast King Rampage. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd level of Qi refinement had risen to the 7th level of Qi refinement. His speed had already surpassed the 10th level of Qi refinement and reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. There were 3 stages in the spirit realm: controlling Qi, refining Qi, and aura Qi. Among them, controlling Qi only had 9 stages, while refining Qi and aura Qi had 10 stages. In any case, Yi Xian's current speed had already exceeded everyone's reaction time. Swish! 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 Yi Xian rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. In less than 3 seconds, the dozens of people were all dead, and because of this, he broke through to the 4th rank of Qi refinement. Then, he recalled everyone's wraiths and left quickly. The people from the Silver Snake sect did not understand what was going on. They stood there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Was there a traitor in the land of wandering souls? After that, Yi Xian kept wandering around these sections. If he saw anyone from the land of wandering souls, he would immediately kill them. His cultivation level also increased rapidly as if he was sitting on a rocket. He went deeper into the land of 9 serenities, and the people he encountered had higher cultivation levels. There was indeed a huge conspiracy in the land of wandering souls. These experts could not have arrived recently. They had been hiding in the land of 9 serenities for a long time. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian also captured a few experts from the land of wandering souls. However, these people were only following orders. They were in charge of collecting the wraiths and handing them over to their superiors. Moreover, the land of wandering souls plan was very meticulous. They first investigated the backgrounds of these forces, then sent experts to destroy them. At this time, Yi Xian had already destroyed nearly 10 waves of experts from the land of wandering souls. His cultivation level had already reached the 8th rank of Qi refinement. Now, he encountered a group led by an aura Qi expert. At the same time, he also infiltrated them. This time, the sect they were going to destroy was a level 3 force. They also had an aura Qi expert. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill. The level 1 aura Qi expert shouted. Hundreds of experts from the land of wandering souls instantly released countless wraiths. There were already more than 20,000 of them. A large group of wraiths covered the sky and rushed toward the sect. Yi Xian hid among them like before. Just as the wraiths rushed over, he suddenly activated Beast King's rampage. More than 1,700 dragons. His strength increased to 2,300 dragons, and he reached the 4th rank of aura Qi. The leader of the group was only at the 1st rank of aura Qi. However, this was only an increase in strength. From the 9th rank of Qi refinement to the 1st rank of Qi refinement, there would be a qualitative leap in one's true energy. From the 10th rank of Qi refinement to the 1st rank of aura Qi, a new technique would appear. It was called the aura defense. This aura defense could greatly weaken true energy attacks. Yi Xian might not be able to kill this 1st rank of aura Qi expert with the strength of his 8th rank Qi refinement and Bahuang sword. However, he could find trouble with others first. Rip. 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 Crisp sounds rang out as heads and corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 experts from the land of ghosts were dead. At least 30 of them had fallen. Yi Xian's strength was still rising rapidly. What? The 1st rank of aura Qi expert was shocked. What a bastard! You actually dared to infiltrate our land of wandering souls team. The 1st rank of aura Qi expert was furious. He charged at Yi Xian with his sword. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 9th rank of aura Qi refinement with 1,800 dragons of power. After breaking through, Yi Xian ignored him and continued to slaughter the people around him. By the time this expert caught up to him, most of the people in the land of ghosts were already dead. Whoosh! The expert with the 1st level of astral energy flashed in front of Yi Xian. His sword descended, but it landed on the afterimage. Yi Xian had already circled behind him and swung his sword. Bang! Yi Xian's true qi was weakened by the 1st rank of aura qi. When the Bahuang sword landed on the 1st rank of aura qi defense, his wrist trembled. Clang! The martial artist hurriedly blocked with his long sword and growled, "You think you can kill me?" He could tell that Yi Xian only had strength. His true qi was very weak. If he was really a 3rd rank of aura qi expert, he would have been killed instantly. "Ha, I think I can kill you." Yi Xian sneered and swung his sword again. This time, he used martial arts. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Rip! A head flew up. Yi Xian only wanted to see the effect of the 1st rank of aura qi. He did not use martial arts. The 1st rank of aura qi defense is really good. It weakened my true qi greatly. If Beast King's rampage could increase my realm instead of my strength, that would be great. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If Beast King's rampage could increase his realm, he would be able to fight against a 4th or 5th rank of Aura Qi expert. Chapter 460. Meet the Devourer again, ding. The host has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. 9th level of Qi refining, 1800 dragon power. The disciple of the 3rd grade power was also stunned as he watched these powerful wraiths being taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to ask a few more questions when a large group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distance. No, it was a large group of white figures. When he turned around, he discovered that it was not the experts from the land of wandering souls, but the experts from the land of buried bones. Those white figures were all white bone war puppets. The people from the boneyard are finally here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With such a huge matter happening in the 9 Netherland, the boneyard would definitely not be able to sit still and come to get a share of the loot. He estimated that those who were able to come here wouldn't be very strong. He immediately rushed out. The strongest person in this group from the boneyard was only at Tier 2 astral energy. They could not stop Yi Xian at all. In just a short while, this group from the boneyard was completely annihilated. It was because of this that Yi Xian broke through to the 10th rank of Qi refining. He was only one step away from attaining the Aura Qi rank. Now, the 9 Netherland could be considered to be riddled with holes. None of the sects on the periphery could survive the crisis unscathed. Even the Poison King sect and the 6 second-class sects were the same. Although Yi Xian still didn't understand why the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect wanted to attack the 9 Serenities, he knew that as long as he ventured deeper, he would understand. Therefore, he continued to advance toward the center of the 9 Serenities. However, just as he entered the territory of a second-class sect, he witnessed an unprecedented battle. At this moment, there were 2 groups of people fighting in front of him. The commotion was extremely great, and it resounded through the clouds. When Yi Xian saw the realms of these people, he was completely dumbfounded. The strongest among the 20 or so people had actually reached the 3,000 dragons, which was the 3 heavenly dragons. Level 10 gang energy. Heavens, what am I seeing? Peak of the Aura Qi realm. He's only one step away from the Soul Essence realm. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Rank 10 Gang Qi was already the pinnacle of the ghost tomb. He took a quick look around and could tell that this was a battle between the Poison King sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. The Poison King sect naturally used poison while the Fallen Spirit sect controlled vengeful spirits in battle. Although Yi Xian's cultivation base wasn't high, he could tell that the Poison King sect wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Little Tong, let's go. A loud roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, Yi Xian saw a petite figure rushing towards him. Seeing this, the leader of the Poison King sect reminded, not this way. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He discovered that this petite figure was actually a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The reason the middle-aged man reminded him was because he saw Yi Xian. However, the little girl continued to charge towards Yi Xian. Big brother, please help me, the little girl cried out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled again. F***ck, this little girl is actually a rank 1 Gang Qi expert. She's a rank higher than me. He could only watch as the little girl rushed over. Then, the little girl took off the interspatial ring around her neck and cried, Big brother, this is for you. Please help us. Yi Xian looked at the little girl who didn't even reach his waist and shook his head helplessly. Little girl, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? The little girl blinked her big eyes and said with 2 streaks of tears, I believe you. Yi Xian was stunned by this sentence. In fact, he had wanted to run for his life. He was afraid that he would be implicated. How could he possibly help? Brat, if you dare touch her, I'll take your life. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect shouted angrily. Clearly, this little girl's identity was not ordinary. Yi Xian glanced at the battle in the distance and silently took the interspatial ring. But in the next moment, he couldn't help but gasp. There were too many things in this interspatial ring to count. Not only that, there was something in the interspatial ring that made him almost want to devour everything. You want to use this interspatial ring as a reward for my help? Yi Xian asked. Yes. The little girl nodded. Okay, I agree. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Now, he didn't care about anything else. He directly devoured everything in this exquisite interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 1 Gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 2 Gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 3 Gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 4 Gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 5 Gang Qi. The little girl didn't have many natural treasures, and there weren't many sacred beast souls, but it was still enough for Yi Xian to rise by 6 ranks. But that was not the point. The point was that there was a devourer's corpse in the interspatial ring. The devourer's corpse was a black rabbit. Ding! Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Finally, he obtained the 3rd advancement point. Then, he chose agility advancement point without hesitation. Ding! Beast King Bloodline Agility Advancement successful. Current advancement point, 3. After advancing agility advancement point 3 times, Yi Xian's speed increased again. Now, he was more than 2,400 dragons. Even if he didn't use Beast King's Rage, he was still beyond the spirit realm. But he didn't dare to be careless. This group of people were the elites of the elites. They definitely had high-grade heaven-level martial arts. The little girl's interspatial ring also had high-grade heaven-level martial arts, which made things easier for Yi Xian. Ding! Host has learned the hidden dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency, 10%. Ding! Host has learned the black dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency, 10%. These 2 martial arts were both high-grade heaven-level martial arts. But because he had just learned them, he only had 10% proficiency. Big brother, hurry up and help Uncle Hua. At this moment, the little girl's words pulled Yi Xian back to reality. Okay, you stay here. Yi Xian regained his senses and immediately rushed out. Now, he was using the black dragon steps that he had just learned. However, there was not a single flying dragon around him. This was because his spirit realm had exceeded the spirit realm. He had more than 3,100 dragons. In the spirit realm, even if one was at the 10th level of astral energy, they would at most be able to cultivate to the strength of 3 heavens dragons. However, Yi Xian had 100 more dragons than them. At this time, his speed had reached the extreme. There was no one in the ghost tomb who could compare with him. If it was calculated in terms of dragons, it would be 4,100 dragons. Ding! Black Dragon Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 20%. Chapter 461. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Ghost Tombas. Yi Xian charged into the fray. His high-grade heaven-class movement technique was enhanced by 20%. His speed had already surpassed the ghostly steps of the netherworld. His speed sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Their faces were filled with shock as they realized that there was not a single flying dragon around Yi Xian. This meant that his strength had exceeded 3,000 dragons. Both parties were frightened to death. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect glanced over and realized that the young lady was staring at him from afar. The middle-aged man immediately understood that Yi Xian was here to help them. At that moment, his morale soared. Kill! The middle-aged man bellowed. The Poison King sect members were not fools. They could tell what was going on. As for the fallen spirit sect members, their faces darkened. They had already released all of their vengeful spirits and could barely suppress the Poison King sect members. When they had attacked the Poison King sect members with all their might, they could not even release a single vengeful spirit. They could only watch as the young lady ran away. At that moment, Yi Xian had already traversed a few thousand meters and charged into the midst of the fallen spirit sect members. Essence Soul Stage, here I come. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he began his massacre. Everyone in the land of wandering spirits was the same. They specialized in controlling vengeful spirits and were weak in terms of strength. As such, the moment Yi Xian charged into the midst of the fallen spirit sect members, he began his massacre. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them had fallen. Ding! Host has broken through to level 6 of Earth Energy. Ding! Host has broken through to level 7 of Earth Energy. When Yi Xian broke through the Earth Energy defense of the fallen spirit sect member who had the strength of 3 dragons and chopped off his head, everyone from the Poison King sect was stunned. This group of fallen spirit sect members who had almost killed them had died at the hands of the same person in less than 3 seconds. This was hard for them to accept. Ding! Host has broken through to level 8 of Earth Energy. After Yi Xian devoured the last universe ring, he broke through to level 8 of Earth Energy. Following which, the vengeful spirits were summoned back by him. The Poison King sect's people all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, even if Yi Xian didn't go into Beast King Rampage, he would still be able to kill all of the Poison King sect's members. But he didn't want to. Big brother, at this moment, the little girl ran over. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Yi Xian smiled at the little girl. Big brother, thank you. The little girl was so emotional that she started crying. The Poison King sex group had a total of 10 people, led by the middle-aged man. After a while, the middle-aged man landed on the ground and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for saving my life." In response, Yi Xian also hurriedly descended and said, "Senior, please rise. I was only entrusted by her." The middle-aged man stood up, took the little girl's hand, and wiped the tears off her face. You're from the Poison King sect, right? What happened in the 9 Serenities? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Poison King sect was the overlord sect of the 9 Serenities in the Ghost Tomb region. They definitely knew what happened here. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, "You don't know?" "I just came from another territory and happened to pass by." Yi Xian casually replied. That's true, the middle-aged man thought about it and agreed. There were only 3 Soul Essence Realm experts in the Ghost Tomb region. Yi Xian was so young, how could he be from the Ghost Tomb region? He hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, my Poison King sect has been destroyed by the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. There are only 11 of us left in the Poison King sect." What? Destroyed? Yi Xian exclaimed. The Poison King sect was one of the 3 overlord sects in the Ghost Tomb region. How could it be destroyed just like that? Yes, it has been destroyed. Even the Soul Essence Realm Old Sect Master has fallen. As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced at the little girl beside him and said, "Little Tong is the old sect master's granddaughter. We just escaped from the Poison King sect and are preparing to leave the Ghost Tomb region to find her aunt in the Eastern Mountain region." So all the Soul Essence Realm experts have fallen. Yi Xian's heart froze. The old sect master of the Poison King sect should have been killed by the 2 great experts of the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. At this moment, little Tong cried again, "Big brother, my father, mother, and grandparents were all killed by them. Can you help me take revenge?" Yi Xian scratched his head. He was most afraid of people crying. But now, he didn't even know why the Poison King's sect was destroyed. Thus, he turned his head and asked, then why was the Poison King's sect destroyed? Little brother, there is a legend in the Ghost Tomb region. It is rumored that there is a ghost tomb in the Ghost Tomb region that was built by a spirit realm expert after his death. There were originally two entrances to the Ghost Tomb. One was originally the burial ground, but that entrance was destroyed. As for the other entrance, although the middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian understood. The second entrance was in the Poison King's sect. The second entrance is indeed in the Poison King's sect. Originally, no one knew about this, not even me. However, half a year ago, a strange phenomenon appeared in our Poison King's sect. The howling of 10,000 ghosts lasted for an entire 3 days. It was seen by the people from the burial ground and the land of ghosts, so they used it to kill their way over. The middle-aged man explained. Now, Yi Xian was confused. Since they were exposed, why didn't they give up the Poison King's sect's foundation and move? Could it be that the Poison King's sect wants to monopolize the Ghost Tomb? Yi Xian asked with a frown. No, little brother, you misunderstood. Although the Ghost Tomb is under the Poison King's sect, there is a seal. The Poison King's sect was destroyed in order to protect the Ghost Tomb and prevent the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect from entering. The middle-aged man shook his head. What do you mean? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Since the Poison King's sect knew about the tomb of a spirit realm senior, why didn't they send people to explore it? Was it because it was too dangerous? The seal of the Ghost Tomb requires 9,999,999 vengeful spirits to break through. Moreover, there is a powerful Ghost King in the Ghost Tomb. If it is accidentally released, the entire Ghost Tomb will be destroyed. The old sect master was afraid that the Ghost King would appear, so he guarded the entrance to the Ghost Tomb. The middle-aged man said. So that's how it is. Now, Yi Xian's doubts were finally solved. Simply speaking, the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect discovered that the entrance to the Ghost Tomb was in the Poison King's sect. Thus, they killed their way in. However, the Poison King's sect swore to protect the entrance, which led to their destruction. Due to the seal on the entrance, it required 10 million vengeful spirits to break through. Thus, the Fallen Spirit sect began to kill and capture vengeful spirits. Then, did the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect enter the Ghost Tomb? Yi Xian asked again. Chapter 462. Entering the Ghost Tomb, when they attacked my Poison King's sect, they gathered nearly 10 million wraiths. I'm afraid that they have already entered the Ghost Tomb. The middle-aged man replied. After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed and he continued, Little brother, your strength is enough to enter the Ghost Tomb. If you are interested, you can compete with the Fallen Ghost sect and Corpse Master sect. Yi Xian immediately saw through his intentions. The middle-aged man saw that he was strong, so he wanted to let him enter the Ghost Tomb. Firstly, it was a favor, and secondly, it was possible that he could help the Poison King's sect take revenge. This Ghost Tomb was built by a spirit stage expert. It must be very dangerous inside, right? Yi Xian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. I'm not too sure about this. The legend of the founder being a spirit stage expert has yet to be confirmed. However, it is said that this Ghost King can fight with experts who have opened 3 earth veins in the spirit stage. The middle-aged man shook his head. Now, Yi Xian also understood the specific levels in the spirit stage. The spirit stage was divided into the royal qi, refinement qi, and aura qi realms. The spirit stage was to open the meridians. There were a total of 108 meridians. First, it was the 72 earth veins, then the 36 heaven veins. Opening 3 earth veins was just the beginning of the spirit stage. At the spirit stage, the physique was not very useful. After all, the experts of the spirit stage could communicate with the world's origin chi and borrow it to increase the power of their martial arts. Yi Xian was still a bit worried because the last time he entered the red refining cave, he encountered a resurrected boss. "How long has this ghost tomb been?" he asked again. "At least 1,000 years. My Poison King sect has a history of 800 years. The middle-aged man replied. Yi Xian was a bit hesitant. He had not reached the spirit stage yet, but he was almost there. This was a rare opportunity. With his current strength, he should be considered the strongest person in the ghost tomb territory. To be on the safe side, he asked a few more questions about the ghost tomb. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was not lying. After that, Yi Xian left and rushed towards the Poison King sect. The ghost tomb had been opened a few times. Many people had explored it, and there were many opportunities. Therefore, Yi Xian could not fall behind. Otherwise, everything would be snatched away. By the time Yi Xian arrived at the Poison King sect, he discovered that the sect's protective array was in shambles. The Poison King sect had also been reduced to ruins, but there was not a single corpse. Presumably, they had all been taken away. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed over from not far away. That's strange. Both the Fallen Spirit sect and the Corpse Master sect should have already entered. Yi Xian hid in surprise. He focused his eyes and realized that the leader did not have wyvern strength. It was obvious that he was a soul essence realm expert. He realized that these people should be from the forces and the territories around Ghost Tomb. It seemed that he had quite a few opponents. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly descended from the clouds and was exposed to the group of people. Ha! There are still survivors. A martial artist with Stage 9 Supreme Force said in surprise. Then, he turned his head to look at the leading Soul Essence stage expert. The Soul Essence stage expert shook his head and said, he should be here to fish in troubled waters. Let him go in and die. After all, they were a large force. It was too degrading for so many people to bully a Stage 8 Supreme Force. These 20 people flew above the Poison King sect and searched for a while. After a while, they found the entrance. The entrance to the ghost tomb was under the Poison King sect's Poison King Pagoda. Yi Xian followed behind this group of people and saw all of them enter the Poison King Pagoda. Not long after, he saw another team flying over. This time, there were actually 2 Soul Essence stage experts. Soul Essence stage. I can't see the realm. I wonder if I can fight with a Soul Essence stage expert now. Yi Xian thought in his heart. From the spirit stage to the Soul Essence stage was a huge breakthrough. His strength would also undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, although he could increase his strength to more than 3,000 dragon power, the Soul Essence stage allowed him to mobilize the heaven and earth yuan qi. Whether it was attack or speed, it was much stronger than a Stage 10 Supreme Force. Therefore, he was still relatively careful. After this team entered the Poison King Pagoda, Yi Xian couldn't sit still and dived down. At this moment, he was at Stage 8 Supreme Force. Next was Stage 9, Stage 10, and then Soul Essence stage. According to the middle-aged man, there was a great treasure in the Ghost Tomb. It was the Ghost King Pearl that was used to seal the Ghost King. If someone could obtain it and refine it, then they would have an additional Soul Essence stage combat power. Yi Xian went down a secret passage in the Poison King Pagoda. After a while, he saw a gloomy door. The door was inlaid with human skulls. They're real skulls. I'm afraid they were all high-stage Supreme Force when they were alive. Yi Xian was a little surprised. The gloomy door had been pushed open, but Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. There was no doubt that there was a formation here. This was the 3rd seal used to restrict the Ghost King. This seal was only effective against dead creatures. It was useless against living creatures. Yi Xian directly passed through. Immediately, he saw a gloomy graveyard. Damn, these graves have all been dug up. Yi Xian was shocked. He walked in front of a tombstone and took a look. Nalan Yuan, an expert with 16 earth veins in the soul essence stage. In the soul essence stage, one must first open 72 earth veins, then 36 heaven veins. The owner of this graveyard only had 16 earth veins when he was alive. It wasn't very strong. Yi Xian walked around a few more times and found that their strength was about the same. The highest was only 20 earth veins. These graves were built by the owner of this ghost tomb. He buried the corpses of the experts he killed when he was alive. What spirit stage? At most, it's the soul essence stage who has opened 30 earth veins. Yi Xian felt helpless. However, this graveyard was quite large. He couldn't see the end of it. In addition, the environment was a little dark, causing the atmosphere here to be very strange. Yi Xian didn't have a map of this ghost tomb, so he could only walk forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound entered his ears. He turned his head and found that a white bone arm suddenly stretched out in front of a grave 1,000 meters away. Yi Xian was shocked. He watched as a skeleton climbed out of the grave. No one is controlling it. It actually climbed out by itself. Yi Xian was a little confused. He glanced over and found that the owner of this grave was an expert who had opened 5 earth veins. Of course, this referred to when he was alive. I'm not afraid when you're alive. Why would I be afraid when you're dead? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the Bahuang sword in his hand and rushed over. In an instant, he tore apart the skeleton. If the skeleton of a soul essence stage expert could be refined into a white bone battle puppet, its strength would be quite good. Chapter 463. Ghost Tomb's 4th floor. Following that, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. As expected, he encountered skeletons again. However, they were not strong and were easily killed by him. 10 minutes after he entered the ghost tomb, he suddenly discovered a passage that led downwards. It was obvious that there was a 2nd floor to the ghost tomb. Yi Xian continued to walk downwards and arrived at the 2nd floor of the ghost tomb. This floor was still a graveyard. However, Yi Xian was shocked. This was because the tombstones on the 2nd floor were all experts who had opened more than 30 earth veins. The highest one was an expert who had opened 72 earth veins. Could it be that the owner of this ghost tomb was really a spirit stage expert? Yi Xian was somewhat suspicious. He walked around the 2nd floor and discovered that the tombstones were all empty. Furthermore, there were some traces of battle. The skeletons should have been taken away by the Corpse Master sect. Immediately, Yi Xian entered the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb. As expected, the spirit stage experts who had opened their heaven veins were all buried here. Although they were spirit stage experts when they were alive, the skeletons were not that strong after they died. They could even deal with a martial artist of the aura stage. Yi Xian walked around the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb and discovered the tombstones of experts who had opened 36 heaven veins. If what was written on the tombstones was true, then the owner of the ghost tomb was indeed a spirit stage expert. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the entrance to the 4th floor. Before he entered, he heard a rumbling sound. There were people fighting below. He walked in without hesitation and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly in his hand. This time, it was not only the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. These 2 sects were considered the strongest in the ghost tomb. However, people from other territories had also come. The last force that Yi Xian saw had 2 spirit stage experts. Therefore, the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect were nothing. He had to be careful. He entered the passage and carefully walked to the exit. Sure enough, there was a group of people fighting in front of him. However, their opponents were not humans, but a large group of skeletons. No, it was a sea of skeletons. Not only that, but there were also some corpses mixed in with the skeletons. Yi Xian looked from afar. Undead creatures were everywhere thousands of meters away. The danger level of the 4th level was truly terrifying. Charge, we have to charge through. 2,000 meters away, the team was madly attacking the surrounding undead creatures and slowly advancing, continuously roaring. Yi Xian stood at the exit and looked up. He saw that there were still many bone spikes flying in the air. If anyone dared to fly up, they would probably be turned into a sieve in an instant. There are even bone spikes flying in the air. The danger level is even higher. It seems that we can only break through this sea of undead creatures. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before Yi Xian jumped into the sea of skeletons. Now that he was at the 8th level of astral energy, the strength of his true qi was not weak. Therefore, he directly shattered the Bahuang sword and used the heaven break that he had not used for a long time. Kacha! 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 In an instant, the skeletons that were blocking Yi Xian's path were directly swept away. Yi Xian was like a bulldozer as he quickly moved forward. His speed was much faster than the team that had 2 Soul Essence Realm experts in front of him. Not long after, Yi Xian caught up with this team. Due to the large number of skeletons, they did not notice Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian passed by them. F***ck, how many experts did they have to kill to form such an army of undead? Yi Xian thought as he moved forward. Although these skeletons were not strong, there were too many of them. Yi Xian destroyed at least 1,000 skeletons along the way. However, these 1,000 skeletons and corpses were like a drop of water in the sea to the entire undead army. Yi Xian was very calm. After all, this was just a large number of skeletons. Moreover, his true qi was almost inexhaustible. Even if he used Heaven Break while using the Hidden Dragon sword art, his true qi would recover faster than it was consumed. He rushed forward for about 100,000 meters before he saw a stone wall. What? The passage isn't here. Yi Xian looked around in surprise. Previously, when he went all the way to the 4th floor, the passage was right in front of the entrance. However, this time, it was not. It seemed that the passage to the 5th floor should be somewhere. He immediately began to search around again. It had to be said that the 4th floor of the ghost tomb was really huge. He ran around the stone wall for 10 minutes, but he still could not see the corner. At this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered Yi Xian's ears. His body trembled as he turned his head to look. He saw a huge figure mixed in with the undead army in the distance. What a big guy! Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. These skeletons and corpses that were blocking him were all humans when they were alive. As for that big guy, it should be a holy beast. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a holy beast that was comparable to the Soul Essence realm. For Yi Xian, this was a huge amount of experience. Yi Xian immediately moved in the direction of the big guy. When he got closer, he saw that this big guy was an ape corpse that was dozens of meters tall. It stood there quietly with its back facing Yi Xian. At this moment, roar! The ape corpse suddenly turned around and saw Yi Xian. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. Then, it raised its big foot and crushed the skeletons below it. It's a Soul Essence Realm giant mountain-splitting ape. Yi Xian recognized it. The giant mountain-splitting ape was extremely strong. It could split mountains and split the earth with a single punch. It's targeting me. Yi Xian's face darkened. The giant mountain-splitting ape was a few thousand meters away from Yi Xian. It stomped its foot down and forcefully stomped on the ground, leaping towards Yi Xian. 8 Desolate Wind Killing Array, charge. Yi Xian immediately used Skybreak to open a path and dodged the attack. Bang! The giant mountain-splitting ape landed on the ground, and the entire ghost tomb shook. Yi Xian condensed the 8 desolate sword and used Dragon's Judgment on the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot. This slash pierced through the air and landed on the giant mountain-splitting ape's calf. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, this attack did not break through the giant mountain-splitting ape's defense. It's so strong. If I get this corpse, I can at least break through to rank 9 star energy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he charged over. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape was strong and had a strong defense, Yi Xian's speed was twice as fast as it. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Hidden Dragon Stab. Yi Xian charged all the way to the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot and then stabbed with his sword. This time, he finally broke through the ape's defense. Although it was only half an inch, it was still very good. It's a pity that I haven't reached the Soul Essence realm. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. The Soul Essence realm could use the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was sword techniques or movement techniques, they had far surpassed the Spirit realm. If Yi Xian was at the Soul Essence realm, he could instantly kill this giant mountain-splitting ape even if he only opened one earth vein. However, Yi Xian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art was only at 30%. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 464. Fallen Spirit Sect, Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Yi Xian fought with the giant mountain-splitting ape for a full 5 minutes before he finally raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level to 60%. He was still in the Spirit realm, so he was unable to raise the Heaven Tier Martial Arts proficiency level to 70%. The highest he could reach was 60%. Right now, Yi Xian was already able to cause quite a bit of damage to the giant mountain-splitting ape. Since the giant mountain-splitting ape was a corpse, its blood had already been drained dry. Yi Xian chopped at its right leg, and in a short while, the giant mountain-splitting ape's leg was chopped off. Then, its huge body fell to the ground, smashing into a pile of skeletons and corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian jumped onto the giant mountain-splitting ape's body. Then, he ran to its neck and attacked crazily. After a short while, the giant mountain-splitting ape's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 9. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape's corpse did not contain the soul of a sacred beast, it allowed Yi Xian to break through to rank 9. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 steps away from the spirit realm. If it was someone from the Fallen Spirit sect or the Corpse Master sect, it would be troublesome. However, it is not a threat to me at all. Yi Xian shook his head and started to kill the surrounding skeletons again. Since there was a spirit realm sacred beast's corpse here, there should be a second one. Yi Xian searched for the entrance to the 5th floor while looking for more giant mountain-splitting apes. He searched along the walls and found a second giant mountain-splitting ape. However, this giant mountain-splitting ape was currently fighting with a group of people. Vengeful spirits. Yi Xian looked from afar and saw many translucent vengeful spirits flying in the air. These vengeful spirits ignored the bone spikes in the air and attacked the skeletons around them. Vengeful spirits were special creatures. Weapons could not hurt them. Hence, these skeletons were not a threat to them. However, when a vengeful spirit attacked, its fingernails would condense into a physical form, so it was very difficult to deal with. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen a vengeful spirit since he entered the ghost tomb. Thus, he reckoned that this group should be from the Fallen Ghost sect. Although the Poison King sect has nothing to do with me, the fact that I was able to devour another devouring beast and increase my strength by leaps and bounds has a lot to do with Little Tong. Since we've met, I'll help you take revenge. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he held the Bahuang sword and directly charged over. This time, Fallen Spirits sect had sent over 20 people. All of them were at least level 9, and there were even 5 who were at level 10. As for the elder leading the group, he was naturally the sect leader of the Fallen Spirit sect, Dolly of the Essence Soul Realm. At this point, he was holding back the giant mountain-cleaving ape alone. The rest of the Fallen Spirit sect disciples had formed a circle to fend off the skeleton army. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was defending against the flying bone spikes and attacking the giant mountain-splitting ape. All of a sudden, he felt something. He turned around and saw Yi Xian charging towards him. However, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Yi Xian was only a 9th order Earth Force cultivator. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After Yi Xian charged over, the elders under him began to die one by one. The vengeful spirits he controlled also lost control and launched a counterattack. How is this possible? The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The people he brought were all elites, but they were all slaughtered by a rank 9 astral energy warrior. He even suspected that he was dreaming. You broke through. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect trembled once more as he saw the number of dragons in Yi Xian's flying dragon count increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the number of dragons had increased to 2,900. Level 10 gang energy. Fallen Spirit sect leader's face fell as he turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Golden Platform Demon Vanquishing Palm. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect made use of his own vital energy to control the surrounding Yuan Qi. He gathered the Yuan Qi in his palm and blasted it out. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of killing the elders of Fallen Spirit sect, turned around and saw a gigantic golden palm coming towards him. What the F***CK? Is this the Buddha's palm? Yi Xian felt a strong sense of pressure as he hurriedly activated his Beast King's rampage. With the speed of nearly 5,000 dragons, he managed to evade the gigantic palm attack. You wasted one of my Beast King's rampage. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was enraged as he swiftly dealt with the remaining elders of Fallen Spirit sect before charging towards Yi Xian. What incredible speed! I can't fight him head-on. To be able to become the leader of an intermediate-level territory, the sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was not to be trifled with. When he saw Yi Xian's strength, he immediately turned around and fled. Although the bone spikes in the air were fast and there were many of them, they could not do anything to a spirit refinement stage cultivator who had already unblocked 2 earth veins. Trying to escape. Yi Xian did not fly up into the air. Instead, he was like a sharp blade as he broke through the waves of bone spikes and chased after the sect leader. Hidden Dragon Swordplay, Hidden Dragon Pierce. A ray of cold light flashed past and penetrated the sect leader's shoulder in the blink of an eye. What? The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was shocked. This time, if not for the fact that Yi Xian had miscalculated, his head would have been pierced through. Xiao! Another ray of cold light shot towards him. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was forced to throw out a punch. However, he did not expect that his punch would be destroyed by this ray of cold light. Pooh! The ray of cold light penetrated his palm and pierced through his entire arm before exiting from his back. This arm of his would be crippled in a short period of time. If it was only his arm that was pierced through, it would still be all right. However, his bones had been pierced through as well. His arm was now limp as it rested weakly on his thigh. You deserve to die. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was enraged as he charged towards Yi Xian. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted out. If he could kill this sect leader of fallen spirit sect, he might be able to break through to the spirit essence stage. Fight! In an instant, the two of them started exchanging blows, completely ignoring the skeleton army around them. The spirit essence stage already possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton army around them was instantly cleared out and retreated by more than 10 meters. This was the first time Yi Xian was fighting against a spirit essence stage expert. Luckily, he was prepared and activated the Beast King's rampage. If not, based on his speed, he might not be able to catch up with the sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect. However, after activating the Beast King's rampage, the sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was no longer able to do anything to him. A high-grade heaven-tier martial art. At most, you should be at 50% completion. Since that's the case, you can go and die. Yi Xian was filled with killing intent. At this point, he had already broken through to 60% completion in his Azure Dragon steps. His speed increased tremendously once again. This person is so strong. Where did he come from? Not only did he kill all the elders of Fallen Spirit sect, even I won't be able to escape death. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was in despair. All of his attacks had been dodged by Yi Xian. This meant that he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. Chapter 465. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Vengeful Spirit. However, before the Fallen Spirit sect leader could finish his thoughts, a long sword pierced through his head and came out from his forehead. The Fallen Spirit sect leader was dead. At that moment, Yi Xian kept the Fallen Spirit sect leader's Qian Kun ring and devoured it. Unexpectedly, the Fallen Spirit sect leader's Qian Kun ring did not contain many items. He only managed to break through to the spirit essence realm with 2,997 dragons. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the spirit essence realm. However, Yi Xian did not mind at all. At that moment, a huge figure was charging towards him. The giant mountain splitter ape. Pang! The giant mountain splitter ape stepped on Yi Xian's previous position. Just as it landed on the ground, Yi Xian was already behind it. Golden Platform Demon Exterminating Palm. Yi Xian struck out with his left palm. The golden palm landed on the giant mountain splitter ape's back, causing it to fall to the ground before it could even stand up. Many skeletons were crushed to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian dashed forward and attacked crazily. Under the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely powerful. In less than 3 seconds, the giant mountain splitter ape's head was chopped off. Ding! Host has broken through to 3,000 dragons of power. Ding! Host has broken through to the spirit essence realm. Ding! Host has opened up 1 earth vein. After hearing the 3 consecutive notifications, Yi Xian could not help but haul towards the sky. Spirit Essence Realm. He had finally broken through to the Spirit Essence Realm. At the moment of breaking through, the aura in his golden dantian had also turned into a spirit essence. Now, he could use the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to attack. Let me try the power of the Spirit Essence Realm. Yi Xian leaped into the air and struck down with his palm. In an instant, thousands of skeletons were turned into dust. He had just started learning the Golden Platform Demon Exterminating Palm and had only opened up 1 earth vein. However, the power of his martial arts was already so strong. He was indeed worthy of being in the Spirit Essence Realm. Ho ho! Just as Yi Xian nodded his head satisfactorily, a gust of wind blew into his ears. Kacha kacha! The Ba Huang's sword instantly shattered, cutting off the bone spurs that were shooting towards him. Originally, his cultivation level was his weakness. Regardless of whether it was kinesis flight or anything else, he was always inferior to others. But now, he was no longer afraid. However, royal air flight had nothing to do with strength, so his agility advancement had no effect. Yi Xian felt a lot more relaxed now that he could fly. After all, the skeleton army below did not have wings. He returned to his original position and searched along the stone wall. Fallen Spirit sect had been in the ghost tomb for at least a day. Yi Xian had entered so late, yet he had encountered Fallen Spirit sect. It seemed like the entrance to the 5th level was difficult to find. Yi Xian searched along the stone walls to see if there were any more giant mountain-splitting apes. However, right at that moment, he suddenly felt that something was strange. He turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to the point of peeing his pants. No wonder Yi Xian felt so creepy behind him. It turned out that there was a vengeful spirit following behind him. If this were any other time, Yi Xian would definitely have slain this vengeful spirit. However, this time, he did not do so. This vengeful spirit was very small. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, and was even a little girl. This little vengeful spirit looked at Yi Xian with her large, scarlet eyes. She floated in the air, motionless. Yi Xian had killed at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000. However, he had never killed a child before. Fallen Spirit sect is really cruel. They won't even let the vengeful spirit of a child go. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and left. He still could not bring himself to do it, even though this was just a vengeful spirit. However, after flying for a while, he turned around again. He realized that this little vengeful spirit was still following him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters. "Why are you following me?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. He did not know if a vengeful spirit retained their memories after death. However, the vengeful spirits he had seen before would pounce on a living person the moment they saw one. This little vengeful spirit did not. It was a little strange. At that moment, this little vengeful spirit suddenly stretched out her hand. Her fingers curled, making a circle. Circle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This little vengeful spirit could actually understand his words. This meant that this little vengeful spirit had consciousness. In the next moment, he understood. He immediately said, "100 ghost pearl." After hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. It turned out that this little vengeful spirit wanted to be kept in the 100 ghost pearl. Fine. Yi Xian casually took out 100 ghost pearl. Then, he activated the secret tome of ghosts and kept the little vengeful spirit in it. People in the land of ghosts could refine vengeful spirits to cultivate. Yi Xian also cultivated the secret tome of ghosts, but he did not do so. Besides, instead of spending a lot of time refining a vengeful spirit, he might as well go out and kill some sacred beasts. After that, Yi Xian continued to look for the entrance to the 5th level. However, what he had forgotten was that the little vengeful spirit was able to keep up with his soul essence realm speed. At this time, it had been an hour since Yi Xian entered the 4th level of the ghost tomb. During this hour, he kept looking for the entrance to the 5th level in the sky. It had to be said that he was unlucky this time. He went around in a big circle before he found the entrance to the 5th level. There was also a seal at the entrance to the 5th level. It was the 2nd seal of the ghost tomb. After finding the entrance, Yi Xian directly rushed in and arrived at the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The 5th level of the ghost tomb was completely different from the 4th level. The 5th level was not big, and the surrounding stone walls were built into a palace. At this time, in front of Yi Xian, there were 8 huge pillars. After Yi Xian arrived, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. In front of him, there was a huge chaotic battle. He looked around and saw another passage not far away. It seemed that that was the other entrance to the ghost tomb. However, none of this mattered anymore. He went over and found that the 100 people were not fighting each other, but 2 vengeful spirits. So strong. 12 Soul Essence Realm experts can only fight to a draw with these 2 vengeful spirits. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Another soul essence realm expert is here. Come and help." The soul essence realm expert that this person was talking about was none other than Yi Xian. The 12 people who were fighting with the two vengeful spirits turned their heads and saw Yi Xian running towards them. There was no flying dragon trash. This meant that he was at the soul essence realm. "Little brother, come and help," a strong man shouted. Yi Xian was puzzled. He had just come down. It was good enough that he did not cause trouble. These people were calling for him to help. Was this a joke? He roughly observed them. Among the 12 people, even the weakest 4 were on par with the fallen spirit sect leader. The other 8 were much stronger. He estimated that he could at most fight with 4 of them. If 8 of them came, his life would be in danger. Chapter 466. Ghost King Palace, the Ghost King's Pearl. Yi Xian was stunned. The most precious item in the ghost tomb was the Ghost King's Pearl. No one knew the exact realm of the Ghost King, but if the third row of wraiths guarding the Ghost King's Pearl were so powerful, the fourth row of wraiths would be even more so. The Ghost King must be stronger than them, right? Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the ghost tomb had been explored several times. The first to third rows of the ghost tomb must have been in good condition before, but after people entered, they all woke up. However, after several explorations, the Ghost King's Pearl was still there. He could try to guess. First, the previous explorers were too weak and died. Second, they saw that the Ghost King's Pearl was too powerful and retreated. Yi Xian felt that the first possibility was more likely because he felt that the Ghost King Palace was a little eerie. Moreover, the group in front was still fighting 2 wraiths. After those 2 wraiths, there were 2 more powerful ones. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian didn't make a move and snatched all of their universe rings. However, if he did not take action, the group would not be able to kill the 2 wraiths. He immediately rushed over and joined the battle. Although his realm was the lowest, his strength was above everyone else. As soon as he joined the battle, the 2 wraiths were pierced through by his sword. Their spiritual bodies shook violently. So strong. That was what everyone thought. The score was originally 6-6, but now that Yi Xian had joined the battle, it became 6-7. In less than 5 seconds, the wraiths that Yi Xian was in charge of were killed and dissipated. Not long after, the second wraith died. Phew, we finally killed the third column's wraiths. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian looked around. There were at least 8 factions in the 100. Even if they killed the fourth column's wraiths, there was only one Ghost King's Pearl. How would they split it? He was afraid that he could only fight to the death. However, with Yi Xian's participation, there were 9 factions. "Little brother, where are you from?" An old man stepped forward. "Everywhere is my home. I just happened to pass by," Yi Xian replied casually. "Oh." When the old man heard this, his eyes immediately lit up as he said, "I wonder if little brother has heard of the legend of this ghost tomb." "I know." Yi Xian nodded. Good. I am the sect master of the Eastern Mountain Territory's Heaven's Peak sect. I earnestly request little brother to lend us a helping hand. After this matter is completed, there will definitely be generous rewards." The old man got straight to the point. Sure enough, this was exactly as Yi Xian had guessed. When these people saw that he was alone, they began to rope him in. The other powers also had the same idea. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm also interested in this Ghost King Pearl." "You overestimate yourself." As soon as he said this, someone released a cold snort. It was a robust man. Yi Xian had taken a look just now. This brawny man's strength was about the same as the old man in front of him. These 2 were the top experts among the 12 people. Little brother, are you not going to consider it? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked. Nope. Yi Xian directly shook his head. The old man did not say anything else. After all, those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Furthermore, they were all ambitious. The Ghost King and the Ghost King Pearl was at the Soul Essence realm at the very least. If an expert comparable to the 72 ley veins appeared, then they would have struck gold. Alright, since that's the case, then let's discuss how to deal with the vengeful spirits of the fourth pillar, the old man said loudly. Everyone gathered around. These 8 powers were led by the old man and the robust man. The last 2 pillars had 2 vengeful spirits, so naturally, they were divided into 2 teams. The configuration was actually the same as before, but Yi Xian, who had just arrived, had to choose a side to fight on. This side. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. After all, the robust man had just slandered him. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that Yi Xian was a sick cat. Yi Xian's position was very important. After all, there were 9 powers here. If one of the vengeful spirits died, no one could guarantee that those people would not help. Humph. The robust man also snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Alright, since that's the case, then it's settled. The 7 of us will be on the left, and the 6 of you will be on the right, the old man said with a satisfied smile. The robust man did not refute and snorted again. Soon, the 100 people were divided into 2 teams. Under the old man's order, they approached the fourth pillar. Sure enough, when they got closer, 2 figures appeared on the pillars. Kill. Whoever dares to go first, everyone will attack together. The old man shouted. In an instant, the group of people attacked the 2 female vengeful spirits with disheveled hair. The 2 female vengeful spirits had crazily long fingernails and defeated all the attacks. However, they did not dare to take the attacks of Soul Essence realm experts head-on. Yi Xian had also found a good position and started attacking. As for the bait, the old man would be the bait. The strength of these 2 female vengeful spirits was indeed stronger than the 3rd pillar. If Yi Xian had not joined in, the left side would not have been able to hold on. Before Yi Xian joined in, the strength of the right side was about the same as the left side. Therefore, the right side was instantly breached, and a Soul Essence realm expert died. Not good. The old man's face sank. He did not care about the vengeful spirits anymore and directly rushed towards the Ghost King Pearl. Not only him, but the others also did the same. In an instant, the 2 vengeful spirits began their massacre. As for Yi Xian, he did not rush over. Instead, he began to collect the universe rings. After all, the Ghost King Pearl would not run away, and these people could not immediately control the Ghost King. Besides, there was only one entrance, so he was not in a hurry. Yi Xian shuttled through the crowd. Everywhere he passed, there would be a series of intense screams. Those who were targeted by Yi Xian would naturally have one of their wrists broken. At this moment, a person had already climbed up the platform where the Ghost King Pearl was placed. It was the old man. However, in the next moment, countless attacks swept towards him. A battle instantly broke out in front of him. A group of people were fighting for the Ghost King Pearl. 2 battles broke out in the Ghost King Palace. Yi Xian was fishing in troubled waters. He took all the universe rings of those warriors who had not even reached the Soul Essence realm. However, he did not kill these people. He just let them attract the vengeful spirit's attention. He devoured all the things in the universe rings, but unfortunately, even with so many things, it was still not enough for him to break through. At this moment, he placed his attention on the platform again. No one had obtained the Black Ghost King Pearl. The old man and the brawny man were also fighting. It had to be said that greedy people were too terrifying. In order to fight for the Ghost King Pearl, these 11 people did not even care about their own team. Suddenly, a soul essence realm expert touched the Ghost King Pearl. However, in the next moment, his hand was directly chopped off, followed by his head. The soul essence realm experts were instantly reduced to 10 people. Chapter 467. A chaotic battle. However, at that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The Ghost King Pearl is cracked, the Ghost King Pearl is cracked." What? Everyone present was stunned and turned their heads to look. Indeed, there was a crack on the Black Ghost King Pearl. This meant that the Ghost King was no longer in the Ghost King Pearl. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. It was a waste of energy for them to fight over such a useless pearl. On the other side, the two wraiths were also slaughtered by those who had not reached the soul essence realm. Not a single one was left. Then, they pounced over. Not good, let's get rid of these two wraiths first. The old man's expression changed as he exchanged glances with the brawny man. The 10 of them were still attacking each other earlier, but now, they had reached a consensus to kill the wraiths first. Yi Xian also took the unlucky guy's universe ring and joined the battle. "I'll hold this one back first. You guys quickly kill it." The old man volunteered. He had already opened 3 earth veins, so it was not a problem for him to hold it back for a short period of time. The other 9 people and Yi Xian paused for a moment, then instantly attacked the other one. The 10 Soul Essence Realm experts attacked together, and the damage was off the charts. In less than 10 seconds, the wraiths were killed. Although these two wraiths are not strong, their vitality is much higher than ordinary wraiths, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Soon, the second wraiths also fell. The reason why they were divided into 2 teams instead of holding back one while the others quickly dealt with the other was because they belonged to different factions. Now, other than the 11 of them, there were no other living people in the Ghost King Palace. Sigh, what a blunder. The Ghost King has already broken the seal. The old man looked at the group of corpses on the 4th pillar and shook his head helplessly. This ghost tomb has 3 seals. The Ghost King has already broken the first seal, and there is a second seal at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. I wonder where the Ghost King is now. Someone asked. Maybe it's nearby. Be careful. The 10 of them looked around vigilantly. They had a common enemy now, and that was the Ghost King. If they were not careful, all of them might very well die here. At this moment, they could only pray in their hearts that this Ghost King was not too strong. They looked around for a few minutes but found nothing. This Ghost King might have already broken the 2nd seal, or even the 3rd seal. That's right. If it was still here, it would definitely have attacked. Then at this moment, the group of people suddenly turned their gazes to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian sensed their gazes and immediately dashed out. He asked in shock, "What are you guys trying to do?" He found it very strange. These people were still fighting with their lives on the line, but now all their attention was on him. Their eyes were full of killing intent. However, in the next moment, this group of people dispersed into 7 groups. There were 2 people on the old man's side and 2 people on the brawny man's side. The remaining 6 people formed a team. Since the Ghost King's pearl is useless, what are these people doing? Are they eyeing other people's cosmos rings? Yi Xian silently said in his heart. This way, it was to his liking. After all, he was doing this for the universe ring. At this moment, the old man said loudly, "Everyone, since the Ghost King's pearl is useless, shouldn't you be leaving?" As soon as he said this, the brawny man immediately retorted, "Old man, do you think I don't know? If we leave, you'll keep it all to yourself." Hearing their words, Yi Xian was deeply surprised. Could it be that there were other good things in the Ghost King Palace? "Little brother, from the looks of it, you probably don't know. I beg you to help me again." After this is done, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The old man tried to rope him in again. This was because he could see that Yi Xian was much stronger than the others. Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Xian sneered. In fact, he did not know anything. He was just acting. So you've heard. The old man narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that Yi Xian was just passing by like what he said. He did not expect Yi Xian to know. Old man, we haven't found the item yet. Are we going to start a fight? A Soul Essence Realm expert asked. Alright, if that's the case, let's find the item first. The old man nodded. Sure enough, there are other things in the Ghost King Palace that are more precious than the Ghost King's pearl. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect only talked about the Ghost King's pearl. However, these experts from other territories knew more. This was a little inconceivable. Alright, then let's rely on our own abilities. The brawny man also agreed. At this moment, they dispersed in a hubbub, looking for something in the Ghost King Palace. Yi Xian also followed their example and wandered around the Ghost King Palace. However, he did not know what these people were looking for. The 11 of them wandered around the Ghost King Palace. At the same time, they were also observing the others to see if they had found anything. At this moment. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw that a Soul Essence Realm expert's head had been chopped off. And the one who chopped off his head was that old man. Found it. Everyone thought so in their hearts. The atmosphere in the Ghost King Palace instantly became oppressive. Immediately after, the battle broke out again. Brat, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Go to hell. A Soul Essence Realm expert shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light as he directly activated Beast King Rampage. Although power was not very useful in the Soul Essence realm, it was still useful to increase one's strength. Although this Soul Essence Realm expert had only opened 1 earth vein, he was already trying to open the second one. His strength was not bad. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Hidden Dragon Thrust. A cold gleam entered the Soul Essence Realm expert's head, instantly killing him. He would never have thought that Yi Xian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art had already reached 90% mastery. Although they had both opened 1 earth vein, Yi Xian's strength was not something he could compare to. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and went over to take the universe ring. Ding. The host has opened 2 earth veins. A notification sound rang out. In the Soul Essence realm, every time one opened an earth vein, they would be able to use more Yuan Qi. This time, Yi Xian's strength had a huge leap. After he killed this person, he turned his head and saw that Jiao had already started fighting on the other side. That old man had already become everyone's target and was being attacked by a group of people. No, the bloodline seed is not with me.
Chapter 744. When Noah opened his eyes again, he looked at Ji Tanjing, who was lying on the bed, with a complicated expression. Noah really did not expect this. He did not expect that his scabbard would be lost to another parallel world during the battle with Bio, and that it would be obtained by Ji Tanjing. At that time, in order to ensure that Qing Zi and Yu Zhu would be able to deal with Orange, Noah left Avalon on the battlefield where Qing Zi, Yu Zhu, and Orange were having a magic battle. He let Avalon protect Qing Zi and Yu Zhu. In the end, because of Orange's discovery, Avalon was directly sent flying by Orange. It fell into the space crack created during the battle between Noah and Bio, and was lost. It was at that time that Avalon was lost to this parallel world, and it was obtained by Ji Tanjing, who was still a child at that time. In order to ensure the safety of Qing Zi and Yu Zhu, at that time, Noah stored a lot of magic power in Avalon. Perhaps it was because of the protective nature of Avalon itself, in addition to the fact that Noah, in order to protect Qingzi and Yuzhu at that time, not only did he store enough magic to use it, but he also let Avalon enter automatic use mode. Avalon, which was touched by Tong Yingying, automatically integrated into Tong Yingying's body. In order to protect Tong Yingying, he used Noah's magic to protect Tong Yingying for more than 10 years, right? Such a coincidence actually caused Ji Tanjing's originally tragic fate to be changed, and it was delayed until now. It was delayed until now, when Noah once again came in front of Avalon. Noah had always been inexplicably concerned about Ji Tanjing. In the past, he did not know why, but now, Noah finally understood. It was because, more than 10 years ago in this parallel world, Noah and Ji Tanjing had formed an indistinct but inseparable relationship without each other's knowledge. Of course, Avalon itself only had the nature of protection. It would definitely not take the initiative to connect with Saber in order to reduce the burden on Tong Sakura and provide the magic stored in the scabbard that belonged to Noah to Saber, thus causing Tong Sakura, who was supposed to be protected, to lose her protection. There must be another reason why Noah's Avalon would take the initiative to connect with Saber's magic power. Noah already had a guess about this reason. At that moment, Noah turned his head and looked at Saber, who had been staring at him all this time. He opened his mouth and said such a sentence. "You are King Arthur of Great Britain, right?" When this sentence came out of Noah's mouth and echoed in the room, the moment it drilled into Saber's ears, Saber's gem-like pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Seeing this, Noah knew that his guess was completely correct. King Arthur of Great Britain. The famous Knight King in Celtic mythology. The one who recruited the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot, whose reputation was no less than his own, single-handedly established the Knights of the Round Table, with countless elite knights under his command. After inheriting the throne, he won 12 major battles in a short 10 years, bringing the whole of Great Britain to its peak. Such an existence was actually a woman. And such a slender young girl. Noah's shock was imaginable. However, if Saber was the Night King, then why would Avalon connect with her magic power and provide Noah's magic power to her phenomenon could be explained. After all, before it recognized Noah as its master, Avalon belonged to the Night King. Legend had it that the Night King of Great Britain was once blessed by the Lake Elves, and received an invincible holy sword from the Lake Elves. That was the holy sword that symbolized King Arthur's most powerful and most honorable period. It was at the pinnacle of the category of holy sword and was not forged by humans. Instead, it was one of the ultimate godly armaments that was born as the strongest fantasy, by crystallizing inside the planet using people's yearning as raw material. The godly armaments that were originally managed by the Star Elves passed through the hands of the Lake Elves and into the hands of King Arthur, becoming the symbol of this king. And Avalon was the scabbard of this holy sword that was at the pinnacle of mythology. Originally, after the Night King passed away and became a heroic spirit, it should have also become the symbol of the existence of King Arthur's power in the form of a noble artifact. However, when the Night King was alive, he accidentally lost this important scabbard, allowing Avalon to be passed down to this day, becoming one of the few noble artifacts that truly existed in this world. Then, under the modification of Gaia and Aleia, this scabbard became Noah's noble artifact. Even so, Avalon was still the possession of the Night King. At least, it used to be. Therefore, when Saber was summoned by the former master, the scabbard had a reaction. In order to reduce the burden on Saber, who was the target of protection but lacked magic power, and to replace Saber to maintain the existence of its former master, it took the initiative to connect with the magic power circuit and provide magic power to Saber. Or rather, it was precisely because of this scabbard in his body that the Night King was summoned by Jian Tonging as a saber. After all, with the nature of a holy relic, Avalon, which once belonged to Saber, was enough to be used as a catalyst to summon a servant and summon Saber. And it was because of Avalon's special treatment for Saber that this scabbard would play a wholeheartedly protective role no matter whose servant Saber became. While reducing the burden on Saritsu Sakura, it also provided magic power to its former master to maintain its existence and strength. In addition, when Saber was in danger, Avalon also triggered the command spell and summoned Saber. It was a power that could carry out the nature of protection to the end. Other than Avalon, who else could do this? If King Arthur's holy sword symbolized power itself, then King Arthur's scabbard symbolized protection itself. Even magic could not interfere with it, and it had the ability to defend itself. Even if it recognized Noah as its master, even if it was no longer Saber's noble artifact, this scabbard still took the initiative to take on the responsibility of protecting its former master and its host. This was Avalon. After understanding everything, Noah slowly exhaled and looked at Saber Tanjing, who was still unconscious, as if he could see the gorgeous scabbard, and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." As if in response to Noah's comfort, Saber Tanjing's body flowed with a faint brilliance. Before Saber had time to ask how Noah knew her true identity, she caught a glimpse of this brilliance and was suddenly stunned. She frowned and stood up blankly. "What is this? It feels so familiar." "Of course, it's familiar. That's something you lost before," Noah sighed in his heart, then stood up and said to Saber, "Saber will stay here for a while. Xiaoying will stay here for the time being. What are your plans before Xiaoying wakes up?" Hearing this, although Saber had a lot of questions in her heart, she did not change the topic and echoed Noah's question. "Of course I will be here, responsible for protecting Saber Tanjing." "Understood." Noah nodded and said so. "Then, before Saber Tanjing wakes up, you will stay here. However, I have a partnership with another master, so I will ask her to come over tomorrow. When the time comes, we will discuss how to deal with the next step." Saber pondered for a moment, then nodded without any objections. The night passed quietly. Chapter 745. After Saber moved into the apartment, Noah, who had completely solved the mystery of Tima Tanjing, could finally have a good night's sleep. In the past few days, Noah basically did not have a good night's sleep. On the first night after arriving in this world, Noah woke up in the early hours of the morning because of the appearance of the stigmata. On the second night after arriving in this world, because of summoning Rider, Noah made a lot of noise all night. Although he did not lack sleep, he could not sleep well either. On the third night after arriving in this world, he was attacked by Lancer. After knowing the existence of Berserker, Noah also worked hard all night because of this. On the fourth night after Noah arrived in this world, Noah and Rin Enbin encountered Berserker in the forest. After a battle with Berserker, they formed an alliance and formed a cooperative relationship. Then, they met the mysterious blonde man. Noah had a lot of things to think about that night, so he couldn't sleep well. Then, yesterday, on the fifth night after arriving in this world, Noah was attacked by Saber, who was brought by the fake master Shinji Tima. As a result, it involved the matter between Tima Tanjing and the Tima Tanjing family, and learned about Tima Tanjing's experience and secrets in the past 10 years. Also, the discovery of Avalon. In other words, after arriving in this world, Noah had already spent a long 5 days and 5 nights. Today was the 6th day since Noah arrived in this world. Undoubtedly, so many things had happened one after another, but only 5 days had passed. Even Noah felt that it was a bit unbelievable. However, after so many twists and turns, the Holy Grail War had officially begun. Tima Tanjing summoned Saber on the night when Noah and Rin Enbin encountered Berserker and concluded a cooperative relationship with each other, and exchanged the right to use Saber to Shinji Tima. According to Saber, that night, Shinji Tima went to the church to report and learned from the supervisor of the Holy Grail War that assassin had been summoned. In other words, the 7 masters and the 7 servants had all been gathered. Next, the Holy Grail War officially began. Of course, if people knew that before the Holy Grail War began, there were 3 servants who had already met and could not fight, their expressions would be very interesting. The next day, Noah, who finally had a good night's sleep, woke up, after a simple wash, and then went to the room where Tima Tanjing and Saber were resting. Noah's apartment was originally 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Therefore, in addition to the room where Noah was sleeping, the other room was given to Tima's and Saber to rest. Opening the door and walking into the room, Noah's expression, more or less. Because, Saber's sleep, because, Saber was also Saber's, was. At this time, the armor on the girl, who was so slender that it was impossible to associate her with the Queen of Knights of Great Britain in Celtic mythology, had disappeared, revealing the blue and white dress under the armor. After removing the breastplate, gauntlets, and boots, the young lady was dressed in a blue and white formal attire. She leaned against the edge of Yu Tongying's bed, her head resting next to Yu Tongying's. In the standard sitting posture of a young lady, she fell into a deep sleep. The delicate and lovely doll-like sleeping face, and Tima Tongying's peaceful face, made people feel warm in their hearts, and they couldn't bear to break such a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, Saber was not an ordinary girl, but a heroic spirit who came as a servant. As the winner of 12 major battles in the past, Saber was also the strongest of the 7 classes in the Holy Grail War. The girl woke up almost as soon as Noah opened the door and walked into the room. Sorry. Seeing Saber wake up, Noah subconsciously apologized. Did I wake you up? No, it's not like that. Saber shook her head gently. I've had enough sleep. Even if you didn't come, I would have woken up. Is that so? Noah scratched his cheek. I thought you didn't need to sleep like Ryder. Yes, as a spirit, a servant doesn't need to sleep. Saber raised her eyes slightly and looked at Noah. It's just that, if I enter a state of sleep, I can avoid the consumption of magic caused by unnecessary activities. So, for me, sleep is still necessary. Noah raised his eyebrows. You should have enough magic, right? Do you still need to avoid unnecessary consumption? Although it was somewhat boastful, Noah was confident that the magic power he had left in Avalon, even though it had consumed a lot in order to protect Tong Yingying in the past 10 years, should be barely enough to provide a servant with enough magic power. In addition, in the past, Noah had infused magic into Tong Ying several times in order to heal her foot injury. Although the magic was not much, most of it seemed to be absorbed by Avalon, which led to the recovery of Avalon, which was about to exhaust its magic, and protected Tong Ying for a while. Saber's ability value was almost the same as Berserker's, and her magic value was also the highest level of A, so Saber should have enough magic, right? Did she still need to avoid unnecessary consumption? I'm only doing this as a precaution. Saber turned her gaze to Tong Ying. After I was summoned to this era and connected to the mana pathway to provide me with mana to maintain my existence and power, the mysterious power in Xiao Ying's body lost its protective effect. This proves that the mysterious power doesn't have enough mana to provide me with mana and protect Xiao Ying at the same time. This also proves that the power is actually limited. Currently, it's enough to provide me with mana, but I don't know when that power will be exhausted by me. Thus, it's best to avoid wasting mana if possible. Hearing this, Noah understood. Indeed, although the remaining magic in the scabbard was enough to provide Saber, it was also limited. After all, the magic in the scabbard would not automatically recover. It would need to be provided by its master, Noah, to continue to be effective and useful. Under such circumstances, after providing it to Saber, it would not be able to protect Tong Ying at the same time. Judging from the remaining magic in the scabbard, it would be fine if Saber only carried out her daily activities and ordinary battles. However, if she used a noble phantasm that required a large amount of magic to support, it would be a little bad. What's more, Saber's noble phantasm was an A++ level. The higher the level, the more magic it would need to consume. Therefore, if Saber used a noble phantasm, it would probably only take 2 or 3 times for the magic in the scabbard to be exhausted, right? Thinking of this, Noah came to Tong Ying's side and sat on the edge of the bed. He held Tong Ying's hand and the magic in his body surged violently into Tong Ying's body. This time, Noah felt it. After the magic was poured into Tong Ying's body, the golden scabbard trembled violently and absorbed a large amount of magic flowing in Tong Ying's body. Perhaps it was because it had not received enough magic from its master for more than 10 years. The scabbard was like a whale sucking in water. It absorbed a large amount of magic that Noah instilled into it, causing the bright brilliance to become more and more dazzling. At this moment, Saber suddenly exclaimed. My power! Hearing Saber's exclamation, Noah was also stunned. When he saw Saber's current ability value, he was stunned. Occupation, Saber Master, Tong Ying real name, Altoria Pendragon attribute, order, good ability value, strength, A durability, A agility, A magic, A plus luck, A noble phantasm, A plus plus. Chapter 746. Job rank, Saber Master, Tosecurarial name, Artoria Pendragon attribute, order, good ability value, strength, A durability, A agility, A magic power, A plus luck, A noble phantasm, A plus plus. Looking at Saber's ability value at this moment, Noah was completely stunned. For a moment, he couldn't react. Originally, as the job rank with the highest requirement for ability value, a servant who could become Saber would only be a hero spirit of the highest level. There would definitely not be a hero spirit that was too weak to occupy this job rank. Therefore, Saber was called the strongest job rank. And the Night King, whose real name was Artoria, was also worthy of being called the strongest job rank. Originally, her ability value was enough to be compared to the monster Berserker. However, now, Saber's ability value was not only comparable to Berserker's, but also slightly higher than that monster's. If it were not for Berserker's noble phantasm, Saber would definitely be the strongest servant in this Holy Grail war. No, considering that Saber's noble phantasm was still A++ level, once she used her noble phantasm, perhaps even Berserker would not be Saber's opponent. Why? Why did Saber's ability value suddenly increase? Just as such a question emerged in his mind, Noah reacted. As mentioned before, it was not only the magic channel. Even the command spell that was supposed to be connected to Tosakura's magic circuit seemed to be connected to Avalon's body along with the channel. This caused Avalon to trigger the activation of the command spell because of its automatic protection characteristics when Tosakura was in danger. This way, it was as if Avalon had become Saber's master. And the ability value of a servant was generally dependent on the magic power of the master. Because Avalon was special to Saber, no matter if Saber's master was Tosakura or Shinji Tosakura, it had always been the one who provided the magic power. Saber's ability value did not change in the slightest because the control was in the hands of Tosakura or Shinji Tosakura. This further proved that Avalon was in existence similar to Saber's master. At the very least, the one who determined Saber's power was not Tamahira Sakura or Tamahira Shinji, but Avalon. Therefore, Avalon was more like Saber's master. That was why Saber had said, "It's like there's another being who is my true master." Then, under such circumstances, after the magic stored in Avalon, which was more like Saber's master than Tong Yingying, had undergone a tremendous change due to Noah's infusion, it was not surprising that Saber's ability value as a servant would also change. In other words, because of Noah, Saber had become stronger. However, if Avalon was Saber's true master, then as the master of Avalon, what was Noah to Saber? After all, in the current situation, rather than Avalon providing Saber with magic power, it was better to say that Noah was providing Saber with magic power. Thinking of this, Noah could not help but smile bitterly. Then, Saber, who reacted, frowned and looked at Noah. "What did you do?" Saber could feel that Noah had instilled magic into Tosakura's body. However, Saber did not understand why her own power suddenly increased after Noah instilled magic into Tosakura's body. But there was no doubt that such a change must be related to Noah's infusion of magic into Tosakura's body. This made Saber look at Noah with a sharp gaze. Although this change was a good thing for Saber, when she thought of another master doing something to her own master and affecting her as a servant, Saber, who had not completely eliminated her hostility towards Noah, who was her master, was annoyed. "I respect you as a rare master in this era, so I chose to trust you and bring Sakura here," Saber said as she stared at Noah. "But if you plan to do something to my master, then we have nothing to say, Rider's master." Last night, Noah suddenly inexplicably found out Saber's true identity. If it were not for the fact that Tosakura was not a magician and could easily be controlled by others, and thus leaked important information, Saber would definitely suspect that Noah used some kind of magic to read Tosakura's memory. Even so, Saber had enough reason to suspect that Noah did something to Tosakura. Otherwise, Saber would not have suddenly changed like this. Seeing that Saber's eyes were already filled with hostility, Noah's bitter smile deepened. Forget it, even if I tell you that I did nothing, you probably won't believe me. So, I won't say anything. Whether or not I really did something to Sakura, let time prove everything. After that, Noah stood up and walked out of the room. Before that, my partner should be almost here. If you want to know how we'll deal with you now, then come over. Leaving these words, Noah walked out of the room. Noah wanted to try and see if Saber could be upgraded if he continued to replenish Avalon's magic. However, looking at Saber, she probably wouldn't let Noah contact Tosakura without any reason. After the replenishment just now, Avalon already had a lot of magic stored in it. While supplying it to Saber, it should be able to continue protecting Tosakura. So, let's stop here. In the room, Saber had been staring at Noah's back. She only lowered her head when Noah's back disappeared from her sight. Her beautiful brows were furrowed. She glanced at the sleeping Mitsubishi Sakura and felt her current state. Then, she murmured to herself. That man, he must be hiding something. About half an hour later, Rin and Osaka arrived at Noah's apartment. Sitting on a chair, Rin and Osaka looked at Noah, who was leisurely leaning on the sofa, and Saber, who was standing at the door of Tosakura's room. Rin and Osaka's expression was complicated. After a long time, Rin and Osaka took a deep breath and looked directly at Noah. I know the details. Sakura has indeed become a master, and she summoned Saber's servant. Am I right to understand that? Noah sighed inwardly when he heard Rin Enban's words. Just now, not only did Noah tell Rin and Osaka about Tosakura's situation, but he also told Rin and Osaka about the girl's past 10 years. After hearing about Tosakura's situation, Rin and Osaka's face was filled with shock, disbelief, anger, and regret. It was enough to prove that Rin and Osaka didn't care about Tosakura. But now, Rin and Osaka didn't mention Tosakura's situation. Instead, he brought up the topic related to the Holy Grail War. Rin and Osaka chose to face this matter as a magician. From Shinji Tosakura's words, Noah knew that Tosakura actually came from another magic family in Fuyuki City. Because there was already a sister who was the heir, she was adopted by the Tosakura family. Therefore, Noah suspected. Rin and Osaka was Tosakura's sister. Chapter 747. House en Osaka was the manager of the spiritual veins in Fuyuki City. In this land, House en Osaka was the only magic family that used the spiritual veins. The Midori family moved to Fuyuki City from the outside later, and together with Ain's Balin, they established the Yuzan family, creating the Holy Grail War magic family. In other words, the only magic families in Fuyuki City were House en Osaka and House Mitsuru. Since Tong Sakura was the descendant of a magician adopted from another magician family, Noah really couldn't think of which magician family Tong Sakura was adopted from except for the Inaka family. Coupled with Rin and Osaka's complicated feelings towards House Mitsuru, this made Noah more and more certain. Rin and Osaka was House Mitsuru's sister. Things were really getting more and more complicated. With this thought, Noah just said to Rin and Osaka. And then? What do you think? I'd like to ask, what do you think? Rin and Osaka didn't answer Noah's question. Instead, he asked a question. Now that you know Sakura is a master, you brought her back, don't you have any thoughts? Hearing Rin and Osaka's words, Saber, who was standing at the door of House Mitsuru's room, turned her gaze and looked at Noah. Under the gaze of the two girls, Noah smiled indifferently. If I said I really didn't have any thoughts, I just wanted to bring Sakura back, so I brought Sakura back, would you believe me? As soon as he said this, regardless of Saber's reaction, Rin and Osaka slammed his hands on the table, stood up, and put his face in Noah's direction, and shouted angrily. Do you understand the relationship between masters in the Holy Grail War? I know what you want to say. Don't you want to say that we should kill each other? In the face of Rin Enbin's anger, Noah seemed to have seen through Rin Enbin's hesitation and said without changing his expression. Since that's the case, Xiaoying is in the room now. In order to obtain victory and eliminate the enemy, I'll hand her over to you, who is also the master. It doesn't matter if you kill or torture her, it's up to you. I won't stop you. Go ahead. Hearing this, Rin Enbin's expression froze, and even his breathing stopped. Saber, who saw this scene, seemed to understand something and fell silent. Seeing this, Noah sighed and said to Rin Enbin. If you can't do it yourself, can you please not force others to do it? Rin Enbin opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Because he was speechless, he couldn't refute Noah. He felt angry at himself and took a deep breath. I won't ignore Xiaoying's identity as master. Even if I don't do anything to Xiaoying, I will take away her command seal and make her withdraw from this Holy Grail War. You said that you won't stop me, right? I hope you do as you say. After saying this, Rin Enbin turned around and looked in the direction of Tong Ying's room. There, Saber quietly looked at Rin Enbin. Her delicate face slowly tensed up. Needless to say, as Tong Ying's servant, even if Noah didn't interfere, Saber wouldn't sit still and watch Rin Enbin take away Tong Ying's command seal. On the other hand, Rin Hasaka didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. He stared at Saber fearlessly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Noah, on the other hand, was just sitting there as he had said earlier. It was obvious that he wasn't going to intervene. In fact, Noah didn't have any intention of interfering. As long as he was sure that Rin Enbin wouldn't harm Tong Ying, that was enough. As for taking away Tong Ying's command seal, making Tong Ying lose her status as master and withdraw from this Holy Grail War, to be honest, Noah didn't oppose it. In fact, he had the same idea. After all, Noah couldn't let the gentle girl participate in this kind of battle. The reason why he didn't do it directly was because he wanted to wait until Tong Ying woke up. Noah didn't know if Tong Ying herself was willing to continue being master. Even if he had his own thoughts, he wouldn't ignore Tong Ying's thoughts and make a decision on his own. Rin Enbin was different. Archer, are you there? Archer appeared in a blue mist behind Rin Enbin. He looked at Saber in front of him and smiled. My opponent is Saber, one of the strongest classes in the game. Her strength seems to be slightly above that of the great hero who went berserk. Ling, you really do find me the most difficult opponent to deal with every time. Archer said this, but he also lowered his hands, which made Saber react. Are you Archer's servant? Saber's slender body was instantly covered by a silver metallic breastplate, gauntlets, and combat boots. She clenched her fist, and in the midst of a sharp gust of wind, she gripped her invisible weapon and pointed it at Archer. Archer, do you think you can win against me in such a narrow space? There was no doubt that Archer was good at long-range attacks. Once they started fighting, Archer would probably be instantly killed by Saber in this apartment, right? Archer just showed a fearless smile. What a coincidence. My ability is not limited to just a bow. Archer opened his hand slightly. Trace on. It was an extremely short sentence. Rather than calling it a chant, it would be more accurate to call it an incantation to oneself. Under the incantation, the magic on Archer's body suddenly became active. Archer opened his palm and a ball of magic light appeared. The magic light turned into the outline of two weapons and fell into Archer's hands. It was a pair of short swords that were only half the length of the dagger. They were black and white, as if the black and white ends of the Tai Chi diagram were directly separated. Swords. Saber was surprised. Not only Saber, but even Noah was a little surprised. Then, he remembered one of Archer's skills. Magic, C.A+, the magic that he had learned in his previous life was generally ordinary. Before he became a heroic spirit, it was very difficult for him to even use enhance. However, he had another magic that could be said to be unique. He could replicate almost perfect weapons, including the composition of materials. When he replicated, he could even read the effects of the master's skills. Even the servant's noble phantoms and combat skills were no exception. Only when he used this magic, the skill would be upgraded to A+ level. Only when special magic was used would an exception be made to upgrade the skill to A+ level. He could replicate weapons almost perfectly. When he replicated, he could even read the effects of the owner's skills. Even the servant's noble phantoms and combat skills were no exception. The pair of swords was replicated with this skill. "I'm sorry, Saber." Archer pointed the white short sword in Saber's direction. He seemed to be satisfied with Saber's surprised expression and smirked. "Although I'm an archer, I prefer close combat. You can call me a mutant or pretend, but don't think that I don't have the power to fight." Heroic spirit of the sword. "Is that so?" Saber calmed down and raised the invisible sword in her hand and stared at Archer. At the same time, Rin Tozaka silently retreated to the side, but his eyes kept glancing at the direction of Tosakura's room. It seemed that he wanted to break in and take away Tosakura's command spell when Archer was entangled with Saber. Just when the battle between Saber and Archer was about to explode, Noah, who was sitting on the sofa and watching, suddenly felt something. A weak aura suddenly appeared in the apartment and went into one of the rooms. It was Tosakura's room. Chapter 748. The sudden aura caused Noah to be slightly startled. Then, his expression changed and he abruptly stood up. Not only Noah, but Saber and Archer, who had intuition and mind's eye, also sensed the abnormality. The atmosphere between the two of them froze for a moment, and everything froze in the air. The first one to move was naturally Saber, who was the closest to Tanjing's room, even at the door. Whoosh! Saber did not hesitate to turn around and suddenly rushed into Tanjing's room. Bang! In the next moment, in the small room of the apartment, a muffled sound like an explosion suddenly resounded. Accompanied by a wave of impact, the door was sent flying, setting off a violent gust of wind that blew towards the hall outside. In front of Rin Isaka, who did not have time to react, Archer used his pair of black and white short swords to block in front of his master, blocking the violent wind. Noah, who was the furthest away from Tanjing's room, was the least affected. Almost at the same time that the muffled explosion and violent wind blew out of Tanjing's room, he dodged the wind and rushed into Tanjing's room. Soon after, a scene filled with thick smoke and dust appeared before Noah's eyes. The entire room was being ravaged by the violent wind and waves, turning into a sorry state. At the front of the room, where the window should have been, a huge hole had been blasted open. Fragments of the wall continued to fall. As for Tanjing, she had already disappeared in the direction of the broken bed, and even Saber, who rushed into the room, had disappeared. Seeing this, Noah completely subconsciously understood the next step. He rushed in front of the big hole in the wall and looked down at the bottom of the apartment. Tanjing's room just happened to be facing the direction of the main road. So, behind the apartment was not a main road, but an open field. On the open field, Saber, who was holding an invisible sword, tightly held Tanjing, who was still unconscious, and stared at the figure in front of her. It was a figure that looked very tall, and it was obvious that it was a woman's figure. The figure was covered in a purple and black robe. The hood of the robe covered the person's head, so that everyone could only see the person's face below the eyes. At this moment, on the face that didn't even reveal the eyes, the small red mouth slightly curved into a charming smile, making the figure under the long robe seem to be full of evil aura. Profession, Caster Master. Real name. Attribute, neutral, evil ability points, strength, E durability, D agility, C magic power, A+ luck, B noble phantasm, C profession skills, position creation, AA servant with the profession of caster has the ability to make a position to collect magic power. Even if the amount of magic power it has is not much, it can also gather magic power by spreading the position, and it can become more advanced magic. A level, the influence of making a position is not only the position itself, but can spread to the surroundings of the position. Even the vitality of the residents living around the position can be used as magic power by the holder of the position. Prop creation. Another skill given to Castor's servant was the ability to make magical tools, from battle props to daily necessities and so on. They could freely make all kinds of items, and they could even make magic tools called magic attire, which could be used to assist in the performance of magic. Level A, the magic attire that could be made and the magic attire that could be made by ordinary magicians were worlds apart, but it required time to collect and make materials. It was a production skill that required preparation period and planning. As long as there was enough time, it was possible to greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the caster's servant. Protection skills. High-speed God's Word. 8 was a skill that could activate a major magic spell or ritual in a short period of time. It had the ability to shorten the chanting time of a magic spell. Normally, the larger the scale of a magic spell, the longer the chanting time required. However, through this skill, it was possible to shorten the chanting time by a large margin and use an extremely short amount of time to cast a high-level magic spell. At grade A, it could release countless light bullets that could rival a major magic spell in an instant. As long as there was enough mana, it could continuously release powerful magic attacks. Golden Sheep's Skin. X inherited from Calchas, the golden sheep's skin has the legend of, if it is thrown to the ground, a dragon will appear, but because it does not have the ability to summon a dragon, even if it is used, it can't summon a dragon. Magic. A+. As the holder of the god's magic, it has learned the magic of the mythological era. It has a powerful magic attainment that is completely incomparable to modern magicians. The magic it performs is close to the power of the magical domain. However, because it has not learned magic, it still belongs to the category of magicians. It can't really reach the level of X, but in terms of magic attainment, it is already above the most powerful magician in modern times, even beyond the magician. Even if it can only be completed by using the command spell, it can be done by its own power. It was Castor's servant. Castor's servant, Rin Enban, who came with Archer, also saw the scene below, and tightly clenched his teeth. Damn, he actually launched an attack in the middle of the day. Is Castor's master crazy? Rin, you have to be careful. Archer stared at Castor's figure below. Maybe her power is not good, but that which seems to be very dangerous, you must not fall into her trap. But, why did Castor suddenly appear here? Rin Enban asked Noah. Isn't Ryder on guard? Didn't he notice Castor's arrival? Hearing that, Noah did not answer Rin Enban's question, he just looked at Castor, who was confronting Saber, and jumped to Saber's side. Noah stretched out his hand and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Saber's arms, and at the same time, he was relieved, and at the same time, he immediately hugged Saber. Aware of Noah's action, Saber was still a little hesitant, but in the end, she chose to deal with Castor first. She did not refuse to hand over Saber's Sakura to Noah's hand. She looked straight at Castor with her beautiful eyes, her expression had a hint of awe. You are really bold, Castor, I can't help it, who told you to have 3 servants here? I can only start with Master, can't I? Castor's servant said with an old voice full of charm, he gently smiled. That smile was full of evil, like a bottle of deadly poison, it made people shudder. However, I didn't expect that your senses would be so sharp. Undoubtedly, I have paid special attention to hide my presence, and I also chose this time when I would not be alerted, but I still failed. I thought that at least I could get rid of Saber's master and get the strongest sword spirit first, then it would be much easier. But now, it seems that I have fallen into the most difficult situation. Castor said that, but there was no trace of fear on his face, which was only exposed under his eyes. Well, anyway, there are as many troops here as you want, although they are not as high level as servant. After saying such a sentence, Castor spread his slender hands. In the next moment, as if responding to Castor's action, a purple mist suddenly filled the surroundings. Under the gaze of Noah, Rin Enban, Saber, and Archer, the mist that suddenly filled the air slowly condensed into a group, attached to the ground, and as if it was alive, it kept squirming. It didn't take long for a creature the size of a human. Its whole body was composed of bones. It looked like a human skeleton. It opened its mouth like a dragon, and it held a weapon made of bones in its hand. Chapter 749. Suddenly, skeletons came out of the purple mist, making the atmosphere suddenly become gloomy to the extreme. Taking a closer look, when the mist spread, the surrounding space became slightly illusory. Even the sky turned purple, like a mirage, more or less with an unreal feeling. Seeing the skeletons holding weapons made of bones, and they were still moving, Rin, who was still in the apartment, said in a deep voice. Dragon Fang. You even have this kind of familiar? With this A-level skill, the caster class servant could even create a tamed monster at will. Those familiar monsters, which were called Dragon Fang by Rin, should be made by caster with this skill, right? Noah was holding Tosakura, half kneeling on the ground, looking around at the Dragon Fang soldiers that came out of the mist, and then looking at the illusory sky. He narrowed his eyes. Is the enchantment also activated? While summoning the Dragon Fang soldiers, caster also activated the enchantment. It seemed that even if he chose to do it in broad daylight, caster was not really unscrupulous. He still cared about the most important rule of mysterious concealment. However, a moment ago, he didn't activate the enchantment, but in this second, he suddenly activated such a large enchantment. Caster's magic attainment was obvious. However, even if he had high magic attainment, in this kind of head-on confrontation, caster's chances of winning were not high. That was a matter of course. Originally, caster was not very suitable for fighting. Compared with the rest of the servants who almost all used white swords in close combat, caster basically didn't know how to fight in close combat. His physical ability was not much better than ordinary humans. Most of the servants had magic skills, which was quite disadvantageous for him. Therefore, compared with Saber, which was known as the strongest class, caster was regarded as the weakest class. On the other hand, Saber and Archer both had mana manipulation skills. Rin Enbin was a magician, so he would definitely have more experience in dealing with caster's magic than dealing with the servants who were strong in close combat. As for Noah, he benefited from the curse resistance of the God Slayer. It was almost impossible for magic to work on him. That was why Noah had protected Jian Tanjing in his arms at the first moment. No one was more suitable than Noah to protect Tosakura at this time. However, in the face of this situation, caster was not afraid at all. He chuckled, turned his head, and looked at Noah. Hey, Rider's master, why don't you call your servant? Noah raised his head and looked at caster's eyes through the hood of the robe that covered his eyes. What? Can't Saber and Archer satisfy you? Or do you think you can really deal with 3 servants at the same time? No, it's just strange that your servant is not with you. Caster said. Your servant isn't with you, right? Do you think that kind of item is useless? Prop. Noah's gaze became somewhat thought-provoking. Undoubtedly, you are a servant yourself, but you think that servant is a prop. That's just for you. Caster covered his mouth with a black glove and said such a sentence. After all, you can even deal with Saber and Berserker. For you, that kind of servant can only be regarded as a prop, right? Hearing Caster's words, Noah reacted to one of the information revealed in this sentence. You can even deal with Berserker. It's useless to hide it now. When you were fighting with Berserker, I was watching in the dark. Caster stretched out his hand in the direction of Noah. So, Rider's master, do you want to join forces with me? This sentence made Saber and Archer frown. Rope in. Rin Osaka, who was observing the situation from the apartment building with a large hole in it, spoke up. I'm sorry, Caster, we have already joined forces. Hearing that, Caster just glanced at Rin Osaka's direction and immediately looked at Noah again. Since even that useless little girl can be your partner, there is no reason why I can't, right? Useless little girl? Rin Osaka's eyes twitched fiercely. At best, she's just a magician who doesn't even know how to use magic. As for me, the level of magic I can use will only be higher. I should be more worthy of cooperation than that little girl. Caster still ignored Rin Osaka, even Saber and Archer, and tried to throw an olive branch to Noah. Perhaps, in your opinion, as a caster in this Holy Grail war, is too big a disadvantage. After all, it is called the weakest class, but I have also made a lot of preparations. If you follow me, you will find that it is not so difficult to get the Holy Grail. Caster's words directly surprised the rest of the people present. Even Rin Isaka's face slightly sank, and he sneered. You know that you can't deal with so many masters and servants at once, so you plan to make us waver, win a partner, and weaken our strength. You have worked hard. What? Little girl? Do you think I'm talking big? Caster didn't care about Rin Isaka's provocation. He said to Noah with a smile. I believe that a smart person should be able to distinguish whether my words are true or not. I am definitely worthy of your trust, Rider's master. When this sentence came out from Caster's mouth, Noah aside, Archer, who was standing next to Rin Isaka, laughed. A witch who specializes in evil actually said that she is trustworthy. Don't laugh at me. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. Even in the face of 2 masters and 2 servants, Caster's aura became evil and violent. He stared in Archer's direction, his silver teeth were tightly clenched together, even his voice became full of resentment. You called me a witch? You dare to call me a witch? Seeing Caster's mood suddenly became so agitated, everyone present, including Noah, was surprised. Even Caster himself seemed to feel that his emotions were too agitated. He took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his tone, but the voice that echoed in the air became indifferent and ruthless. I wanted to talk to you a little bit, but unfortunately, my mood has become very bad now, so, let's play. After saying such a sentence, Caster's body slowly floated in the air, his robe directly spread out like a bat's wings, and his body fluctuated with unusually strong magical power. Immediately afterward, his cold voice turned into an echo, which spread throughout the entire space. Those who call me a witch will all die. As soon as Caster finished his words, purple magic circles that looked like eyeballs suddenly rotated out of his robe. They were like cannons, aiming at the people below. Noah's eyes suddenly narrowed. Saber flashed and came in front of Noah, who was holding Noah, and it seemed that she intended to protect Noah and Tama Tongyin together. However, the magic circle that turned into a battery suddenly turned and aimed at Rin Isaka and Archer in the apartment. In the next instant, dense mana surged through the numerous cannon-like magic arrays. Finally, it converged into a beam of light, and burst out, falling in the direction of Rin Isaka and Archer below. Chapter 750. Buzz. Even the space and atmosphere were shaking. The light beam composed of magic was like lightning, like a laser. It flashed through the space, just like a storm falling from the sky. Raindrops fell in the direction of the apartment. Bang! 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 Just like missiles were launched one after another into the fragile apartment, the wall of the apartment that originally had a big hole was directly bombarded by the raindrops of the magic light beam, causing a series of big explosions. Boom! The seemingly solid wall burst under the violent bombardment of the magic light beam. The entire wall of the apartment that originally had a big hole was destroyed by the bombardment of the magic light beam, bursting out a cluster of gravel, scattering in all directions. Whoosh! The wind was blowing, smoke and dust were everywhere. The thick smoke and the hot fire covered the corner of the apartment, and the direction of the destroyed wall was covered. Clang! However, in the next moment, a light shield that seemed to be composed of 7 petals and seemed to be composed of pink light flashed from the smoke and fire that filled the air. Inside, Archer held out his hand as if he was holding the petal-like light shield, stared at Caster in the sky, and slowly said the name of the light shield. 7 rings of blazing heaven, Law Ajax. 7 rings of burning heaven, Law Ajax. In Greek mythology, the famous hero of the Trojan War, Ajax, was a noble phantasm named after Ajax. That was the shield used by Ajax. As a concept weapon that was proud of its absolute defense against throwing weapons, it was an expanded sublimation. It was regarded as a boundary relic that had an invincible defense against throwing weapons. Each petal represented a layer of defense. Each layer of defense was equivalent to a city wall. Archer used all his own magic to copy and project this noble phantasm. Behind him, Rin and Osaka was completely enraged by Castor. He was holding a gem tightly. Not only did you provoke me, but you also picked me as the first one to attack. Do you really think I won't get angry? In the angry voice, the gem in Rin Enben's hand burst open and turned into a red light. Like a meteor, it bypassed Archer's light shield and quickly shot in the direction of Castor. However, before that, a magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Castor like a shield, facing the red light that was coming toward him. Bang! The surface of the magic circle that turned into a shield ignited a burst of fire, but it couldn't touch Castor, which made Castor laugh. Using the gem as a trigger medium, that means you can transfer your magical power to the gem and write the magic formula. When you use the gem, you only need to trigger the magic that has already been prepared in the gem, and you can directly use it. You can even compress the chanting to the limit of magic, right? Interesting magic, isn't it? Little girl. It's an honor to be able to enter the eyes of Castor. Rin Enben smiled. Undoubtedly, it won't work. I wasted a precious gem. Really, I don't know any gem merchants. As long as you are a magician, you won't be able to win against Castor in a magic battle. Archer said without turning his head to look at Rin Enben. So, Rin, don't make a move. That's an accurate judgment, Archer. Castor sneered. As long as you are a magician, you can't win against me in a magic battle. As soon as these words were spoken, a faint voice resounded. Is that so? Why don't you try my magic? When that voice sounded, the whole space flashed with a dazzling light. It was a burst of light from a beam of light. A huge magic beam with a diameter of more than 2 meters suddenly rose from the ground. The friction became hot in the air, and in the chaotic twisting sound of the air, pierced through the space, and shot in the direction of Castor. Castor's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, an ancient staff appeared in his hand, and he held it in front of him. On the tip of the staff, a huge defensive magic circle suddenly popped up, protecting Castor. The massive beam of mana struck the defensive magic array. Dong! In the midst of a thunderous roar, the violent shockwaves and flames exploded in midair like fireworks, instantly illuminating the gloomy sky that was filled with purple mist. Bang! Under the bombardment of the huge magic beam, the defensive magic circle that appeared from the void burst open, exposing Castor to the terrifying light beam. Ah! Under Castor's scream, the beam of light directly fell on her body. Bang! A thunderous boom rang out once again. Looking at the entire sky filled with flames, Noah, who was hugging Tanjing tightly and kneeling on the ground with one knee, turned his head and looked in another direction with a magical formation composed of precise geometric patterns in front of him. At the same time, everyone present also looked in that direction. There, smoke was coming out from his body, the robe on his body was tattered, blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he was clutching his chest. Castor was coughing violently, and he couldn't believe what he just saw. Is that a magic bullet? Impossible. Should they really say that Castor's servant? Judging from the unimaginably powerful magical light beam, no one would have imagined that it was a simple, basic magic trick that only processed magical power and shot it out, right? But Castor recognized it at a glance. It was because he recognized it that Castor was so shocked. Is that the magic you used to deal with Berserker? Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Noah looked straight at Castor and laughed at himself. Although it's just a magic spell that is launched after processing mana, it's precisely because of its simple nature that if the user's mana is beyond imagination, the power of the magic bullet will naturally increase accordingly. Unfortunately, I don't have much, but I have a lot of mana. That's why this magic spell became like this in my hands. It's not appropriate to call it magic bullet, right? Noah slowly raised the corner of his mouth. It's better to call it magic cannon. This name should be more appropriate for me. This time, it was Castor's turn to be irritated by Noah's attitude. You're a smart guy. In the shouting, Castor fiercely stretched out his hand. Attack! The surrounding Dragon Fang soldiers suddenly trembled, they suddenly raised their weapons and rushed toward Noah from all directions. It's a pity that Castor forgot. Here, in addition to Noah, Rin Inaka, and Archer, there was another one with the strongest strength. Don't even think about it. Along with this cold voice, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed through the air like a crescent moon. It expanded and swept past the Dragon Fang soldiers that were charging over from the surroundings. Bang! The Dragon Fang soldiers that were slashed by the crescent-like sword light were immediately broken into pieces. They all shattered like glass, scattering into bones that filled the sky and dissipated into thin air. All of them were caused by Saber, who was standing in front of Noah. So, what are you going to do? Noah sneered. In the face of the strongest swordsman, the fully developed archer, the magician you look down on, and the most basic magic, can you still be as confident as before? Castor's servant. Castor's face finally became extremely ugly. Chapter 751. Because the Castor class is known as the weakest class in the game, it is also disadvantageous to the other servants. Therefore, the Castor's servant is generally unlikely to face the other servants head-on, they are bound to consider other ways to win. And the strategy was obviously a key part. Castor didn't suddenly attack without thinking about anything. In order not to arouse Noah's vigilance, Castor deliberately chose to attack during the daytime, and he tried to hide his aura, trying to kill Tong Yingyura first. In Castor's plan, the most ideal result was naturally to deprive Tong Yingyura of her command, so that he could control Saber and make Saber his own combat power. With Saber's servant, plus the strongest magician who could use a variety of magic to support him, as Castor's servant, even if it was the most difficult to deal with Berserker, Castor was confident. When Castor found out that Ryder was not with Noah, Castor was even more confident. Unfortunately, this plan failed from the very beginning. In addition to Rin Inaka, Noah had the ability to sense things, Saber had the intuition skill, and Archer had the mind's eye skill. Even if Castor tried to hide his aura and chose to attack during the daytime, he was still discovered in the first place, leading to the failure of the plan. Of course, Castor didn't know that this plan had no possibility of success from the beginning. The reason was that Noah's scabbard was still hidden in Tong Yingyura's body, and because Noah had just added enough magical power to it, it could once again perform the duty of protection. Therefore, even if Castor was not discovered, when he attacked Tong Yingyura, the scabbard's protection would appear, and it was impossible to succeed. After the plan failed, Castor tried to pull Noah to his side, which also proved that Castor didn't come here without thinking about anything. However, Castor, who had always been thoughtful, was completely angered by Archer's call of witch. That led to Castor's current situation. Understanding this, Castor could only grit his teeth, but he didn't regret it. After all, for Castor, the title of witch was a taboo. Castor had already decided that those who called her a witch should be punished accordingly. However, Castor really didn't expect that the strength of these people was beyond his imagination. Saber's strength was much stronger than the previous servant who was Saber. Since Archer was able to engage in close combat and had a high-level defensive relic, he was not limited to long-range attacks. Noah was even more ridiculous. The most basic and simple, magic bullet, had been upgraded to a whole new level in his body. Not only did it become a complete, magic cannon, he even had the strength to go head-to-head with Saber and Berserker. It could be said that he was breaking the rules. Only Rin Inaka was not a threat to Castor, but it was not that there was nothing to be proud of, at least, she could protect herself. A Saber with superior strength. An archer with no shortcomings. An excellent magician. There was also Master, whose strength was completely unknown. He was unfathomable and had astonishing abilities. No matter how he looked at it, Castor didn't seem to have a chance to win. In addition, although Ryder was not by Noah's side, Noah could summon Ryder back at any time. The situation became extremely unfavorable for Castor. In such a case, Castor could only hide his resentment toward Archer in the bottom of his heart and straighten his body that was full of wounds. Whoosh! A burst of magical power surged up around Castor's body, and Castor's injuries seemed to be smoking, and he recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Servant was originally just a spirit, and even her body was maintained in the real world with magical power. Therefore, as long as there was enough magical power, it was not impossible to use magical power to speed up the healing of injuries. What's more, with Castor's magical skills, there were many magical skills that could speed up the recovery of injuries. With the two superimposed, the seemingly amazing injury was completely healed in just a short time. If it was not a fatal injury, Castor believed that he could find a way to survive, right? The eyes hidden under the hood swept over Noah, Rin Enbin, Saber, and Archer, and Castor suddenly smiled. I admit it, today, there is no way to do anything to you. Hearing that, Rin Enbin was the first to react. What? Do you want to escape? Retreat is also a part of the tactic. Even if you are a heroic spirit, there is nothing to be ashamed of if you choose to retreat, right? Castor smiled coldly. But, next time, it won't be so easy. After that, Castor did not give Rin Enbin a chance to refute. He looked directly at Noah. Think about my proposal, Rider's Master. I welcome you to come to my side at any time and share the Holy Grail with me. After leaving this sentence, Castor's robe covered his body. In the next moment, Castor disappeared without a trace. The surrounding purple fog also slowly dissipated. One by one, the Dragon Fang soldiers went into the mist and disappeared on the spot. The sky was restored to the light again. Obviously, the enchantment had been lifted. Seeing this scene, Rin Enbin quickly said, "Chase him. Don't let Castor escape." Archer. Without making any answer, Archer directly entered the state of spirit form in the mist, and his aura gradually disappeared. Saber seemed to want to chase after him, but she was stopped by Noah. Don't chase him. Looking at the direction where Castor disappeared, Noah said, that servant's magic has reached the level of teleportation. Although there is a trace left, it is almost impossible to catch up with Castor. Saber's figure stagnated, and she frowned. But, Archer has already caught up. That guy also knows that he can't catch up with Castor. The reason why he chased him is to track his aura and find out where Castor's base is. Noah shook his head. So, let's leave Castor to Archer. What you need to do is to protect your master. After saying such a sentence, Noah handed the sleeping Matsushita Sakura to Saber. Saber silently took Matsushita Sakura, and it seemed that she also listened to Noah's words. In this regard, Noah just smiled, turned his head, and looked at the direction of his apartment. Damn it! What the hell? That Castor! Inside the destroyed wall, Rin Enbin was still in Matsushita Sakura's room, yelling very angrily. Running out without permission, and then running away without permission. Why is every servant like this? If you want to fight, then fight properly. Hearing Rin Enbin's words, Noah also smiled bitterly. Having said that, the servants that Noah met before, Lancer, Berserker, and Castor were the same as what Rin Enbin said. They all ran out without permission. Although there were many conflicts, other than the serious Saber, none of the other servants had the intention to fight it out at this point in time. After all, this war has just begun. Now, it was just a test. It's getting more and more troublesome. Chapter 752. Although Castor had deployed a barrier after the start of the battle, so that the people outside couldn't notice the battle in the apartment. But before the battle started, in order to attack Tong Ying, Castor also rushed in with Saber, which caused a big hole in the apartment. Because it was daytime, such an explosion was impossible to not attract the attention of the surrounding people. So, when the enchantment was lifted and Castor retreated, Noah and the others heard the noise coming from the outside. They believed that if this continues, it was only a matter of time before the surrounding people found out about the destruction of the apartment. Looking up at the scene of the destroyed wall behind the apartment, Noah covered his face and sighed. What should we do? Report it to the church. Rin Isaka, who came down from the apartment, directly answered. Because it was a problem caused during the Holy Grail War, the church will deal with it. That's good. Noah suddenly felt happy. I thought I would have to pay for it this time. What's wrong? Rin Isaka said with a smile. Don't you know a jewelry merchant and sell jewelry? You must have a lot of money, right? I do have a little bit of savings. Noah curled his lips. But that doesn't mean I will be a fool. After experiencing several worlds, Noah also made a lot of money in other worlds because of various reasons and ways, and every time when he left that world, he would exchange all the money for gold, gems, and the like. That way, he could solve the money problem in other worlds. Therefore, although compared to the jewelry merchant and other rich people in Rin Isaka's words, compared to the ordinary people, Noah was rich. And Noah's words, I do have a little bit of savings, made Rin Isaka's expression more obvious, and there was a trace of envy and resentment in her tone that was difficult to detect. I hate rich people the most. Rin Dosaka's words were so resolute that Noah didn't know what to say. At this time, Noah remembered. Last time, when Noah went to Rin Isaka's house, because only Rin Isaka lived in the luxurious mansion, he said, really rich people, and as a result, he attracted Rin Isaka's resentful eyes. After that, after Archer's revelation, Noah understood how important money was for Rin Isaka, who was good at gem magic. Because, although it was a magic that even Castor thought was very interesting, and it was also a very famous magic in this era, but the extravagance caused by this magic was exaggerated. After all, gem magic required a gem as a trigger medium. But the use of a gem was a one-time use. That was to say, when Rin Isaka used a gem, the gem would disappear because of the magic to cast to use it. In this way, every time Rin Isaka, he would lose a lot of money. Because of this, Rin Osaka was always in a tight financial situation due to the demand for gemstones, the cost of purchasing them, and so on. She was especially sensitive to money. Therefore, when Rin Isaka met Fujita, the jeweler, her eyes shined. One could imagine how much resentment Noah's words had incurred from this girl who was particularly sensitive to money. Anyway, before the church fixes this place, I don't think I can continue to live here. Noah changed the topic and said with some annoyance. It seems that I have to rent a new place. Hearing this, Rin Enbin's ears suddenly twitched. Immediately after, the fake smile on his face brightened up, and he smiled brilliantly. Ah, Mr. Noah, are you looking for a place to live? Seeing Rin Isaka's change of expression and bright smile, Noah almost subconsciously became vigilant. Is there a problem? Of course no problem. Rin Isaka with a beautiful and elegant smile, began to approach Noah with unusual enthusiasm. Actually, I have a good place to introduce to you. Hearing this, Noah immediately understood Rin Isaka's plan. As he backed away from Rin Isaka, the corner of his mouth twitched. The good place you're talking about, don't tell me it's, Rin Isaka smiled sweetly. That smile was like a devil who hid his malice and made others lose their vigilance while slowly inducing them to fall into depravity. Then, Rin Osaka said, that's right. Didn't you say my place is good? At this point, there was no need to explain. This Rin Isaka was definitely trying to take advantage of Noah. Noah was speechless. Are you sure it's okay for an outsider like me to live in the Isaka family's headquarters? It's just that our partnership is still ongoing. During this period, I can still spare a room. Rin Inaka said in a sales tone. Her face was right in front of Noah, and her beautiful eyes were curved into crescents because of her happiness. Anyway, you're just looking for a temporary place to live. Plus, we're partners. If we live together, don't you think it'll be more convenient? That way, they would be able to stay together for a longer period of time, which would prevent them from being picked off one by the enemy. If there were any urgent matters, they could also inform each other in the shortest amount of time. This would also make it very convenient for them to act together. That was what Rin Isaka said. Looking at Rin Isaka's smiling face, Noah became more and more speechless. In the end, he sighed. If that's your plan, fine, just give me 3 rooms. 3 rooms? Rin Enbin paused for a moment, then seemed to understand Noah's plan. He glanced at Saber, who was hugging Tosakura tightly and remaining silent. Needless to say, it was obvious who the other 2 rooms were for. There's no need for 2 rooms. Saber said. I'll share a room with Sakura. Really? Noah was puzzled. But you can't spiritualize, right? Yes. Saber couldn't spiritualize. Servants who weren't Saber couldn't spiritualize. Among all the servants, only Artoria, the King of Knights of Great Britain, was unable to spiritualize. According to Saber herself, it was related to her life experience. So, Noah didn't ask much. But Saber couldn't spiritualize. It doesn't matter if I can't spiritualize. Saber tightened her grip on the Tsingtao cherry in her arms. Her gem-like eyes were filled with a strong will. I just want to stay by Sakura's side. Saber glanced at Rin Inaka and signaled for him to look away. Obviously, Saber was wary of Rin Isaka. After all, Rin Isaka intended to take away Tong Ying's command seal. Noah pretended not to see it. Then, Isaka, you can rent me 2 rooms. I say, do you really plan to keep Sakura with you? Rin Enbin finally frowned, his gaze complicated. She's our enemy. She's our enemy. I don't have any grudges against her. On the contrary, we have a good relationship. Noah crossed his arms and looked at Rin Isaka. So, while she's still in a coma, let me take care of her until she wakes up. Then we can decide how to deal with this. Is that so? Rin Isaka asked aggressively. Is it appropriate for you to not deal with her when she's easy to deal with? It doesn't matter if it's appropriate or not. The most important thing is whether I'm comfortable or not. Noah said to Rin Isaka with a smile. Or do you want to throw the unconscious Xiaoing on the streets? You win. Rin Isaka clicked his tongue and looked at Saber. Do you think that's okay? Accepting the enemy's charity? Why not? Saber answered without hesitation. If it's good for us, why should we accept the enemy's concession? Seeing Noah and Saber showing generosity, Rin Isaka was annoyed that he couldn't be so free and easy. What the hell? Chapter 753. Afterwards, Rin Enosaka notified the church and asked the church's supervisor to suppress the situation of the apartment. He also promised that the apartment would be repaired. Only then did the commotion calm down. Because Mamoru Sakura still hadn't woken up, Noah and the others didn't stay outside any longer. Instead, under Rin's invitation, they went straight to the Nagasaka family's mansion. Originally, both Rin Enbin and Tama Tanjing had to go to school. Today was not a holiday. However, Tama Tanjing was still unconscious, so she could not go to school. However, Rin Enbin's words were clear. Now, Rin Enbin could only bring Noah and the rest to his house. After designating 2 empty rooms for Noah and Tama Tanjing, he took his backpack and went to school. He was probably going to help Tama Tanjing apply for leave. To be honest, Noah was the most speechless at Rin Enbin's actions. The purpose of a magician's existence was to find a way to reach the origin, not to fight. Therefore, instead of saying that a magician was a warrior, it was better to say that a magician was a scholar, a researcher. Under such circumstances, the magician had to have a special place similar to a laboratory where he could study magic. Magicians called this place the magic workshop. Without a doubt, a magician's workshop was as important as a researcher's laboratory. Although it was not to the extent that no one was allowed to enter, it was not to the extent that people could simply barge in. In addition, magicians would generally set up all kinds of spells and barriers in their magic workshops. Some magicians would directly lead the enemy into their workshop during battle and set up traps to snipe the enemy. Therefore, the magic workshop could be said to be a magician's last fortress. Rin Enbin's workshop was definitely in Enbin's house. As a magician with a long history, Enbin's house would definitely have all sorts of magic secrets. Moreover, the foundation of magic was concealment. Therefore, for a magician, although it was not a taboo, it was definitely not a good thing to allow others to barge into their house. However, Rin Enbin just left Noah and Saber in Enbin's house, which was really shocking. If something went wrong and Noah and Saber, who had the highest resistance to magic, accidentally came into contact with some important spell or barrier, causing the magic itself to be disintegrated, Rin and Osaka would be in deep trouble. Was Rin Enbin not worried about this? Of course, Noah did not think about it. From another point of view, he was also unreasonable as he was protecting Tama Tanjing and Saber. From this point of view, Noah and Rin Enbin were jackals of the same tribe. Without a choice, Noah could only let Saber take Tama Tanjing to rest in her room and tell Saber not to run around. Then he followed Rin Enbin and left Enbin's house. Rin Hosaka, who noticed that Noah had caught up to him, stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. Why are you following me? I want to ask you, what do you mean by doing things your own way? Noah said helplessly. Now, Archer is not by your side, aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of by other masters and servants? That's impossible, right? Rin Enbin was still confused. It's daytime now. And then? Do you want to say that no master or servant will come to trouble you in the daytime? Noah looked at Rin Enbin. I can't believe you can still say something like that after Castor's example. Rin Inaka seemed to have just remembered Castor's matter, and his face became pale. I forgot, Noah almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Forgot? How could he forget such an important thing? Well, it was indeed a good reason. For Rin Enbin, who would only drop the ball at the most critical moment, this reason was really good. Well, anyway, I still have the command seal, if something happens, I can call Archer back. Rin Enbin was trying to cover up his gaffe, he emphasized it with a bit of sophistry. Besides, your servant is not by your side, right? Noah suddenly smiled. Are you sure you want to compare with me? Rin Enbin was suddenly speechless. That's right. Comparing himself with Noah was the most stupid thing. Even if the servant was not by his side, Noah, who could confront Saber and Berserker, could also deal with other masters and servants. As for Rin Tozaka, although he was also an excellent magician, he was still no match for the spirit of a great hero who had once been a hero in his previous life. Even if the other side was just a spirit clone in the form of a servant, it was still the same. I understand. Rin Enbin could only say with a dejected voice. Then I'll trouble you to send me to school. Well. Noah shrugged. It's no trouble. After that, a man and a woman walked side by side in the direction of Suigunhara Academy. Because Rin Dosaka had gone to Noah's apartment to discuss Tong Sakura's matter, and he also had a battle with Castor, now the time was actually a bit tight. Under such circumstances, Noah and Rin Enbin both appropriately quickened their pace. Oh, right. Rin Enbin suddenly frowned. Why isn't Ryder by your side? From the beginning, Ryder was not in the apartment, so Castor unscrupulously broke into Noah's apartment. If Ryder was on alert, even if it couldn't prevent this situation, it should be able to inform Noah in advance and tell Noah that there was an enemy attack. Moreover, since the morning, even when Castor was fighting, Ryder did not appear. In addition, Noah personally admitted that Ryder was not by his side now, so Rin Enbin couldn't help but wonder. Hearing Rin Enbin's words, Noah narrowed his eyes. I asked Ryder to find someone. Find someone? Rin Enbin was stunned. Yes. Noah said with a blank expression. I asked Ryder to find Tong Ying. Rin Enbin's face changed, then she clenched her teeth, and her eyes were filled with strong emotions. Tong Ying. One of the three families in Fuyuki City, the real leader of the Tong family, and the nominal grandfather of Tong Ying. At the same time, he was also the culprit that made Tong Ying live a life of misery for more than 10 years. If it wasn't for the mysterious power that has been protecting Tong Ying, Rin Enbin didn't even dare to think about what would happen to Tong Ying now. When she thought of this, Rin Enbin's emotions were surging, she took a deep breath and suppressed it. If you find Tong Ying, what are you going to do? Nothing. Noah replied faintly. Just to avenge Sakura. Rin Enbin was silent. After a long time, Noah heard Rin Enbin's murmur. Why do you want to do this for Sakura? Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but be a little dazed. Thinking back to the first time they met, the girl who felt inferior, negative, and whose face was filled with unease all the time, recalling the girl who begged Noah to touch her in order to replenish the magical power of the scabbard in her body, recalling the girl who danced with him at the ball, was extremely confused about the future, and asked him questions. Recalling the girl who showed him a gentle smile in the archery department of Suichuan Gakuin Academy, recalling the girl's past and the scabbard that he had lost in the girl's body, Noah seemed to feel something and made such a statement. Perhaps, another reason I came to this world is to meet Sakura. Who knows? Rin Enbin suddenly looked at Noah in a daze. Looking at Noah's bitter smile, she didn't know why, but she blushed and deliberately snorted, then turned her head away. Even if you say such a cool line, it doesn't make you look that handsome. After saying this, Rin Enbin quickened her pace, as if she didn't want Noah to see her blushing face. Noah could only let out a bitter laugh and quickly chased after him. Chapter 754. After sending Rin and Osaka to Suigunhara Academy, Noah immediately left. Although there were examples like Castor who would launch an attack in broad daylight, in a school with so many people around, no matter which master or servant it was, they wouldn't dare to make a move so blatantly. In Suigunhara Academy, Rin and Osaka was still safe. Even if there was an accident, Rin and Osaka could still summon Archer to her side with her command spell. Therefore, Noah didn't need to protect her, and he didn't have that kind of obligation. Escorting Rin and Osaka to the academy was already benevolent enough, it was impossible for him to stay there and guard Rin and Osaka the whole day. Therefore, after Rin and Osaka entered the academy, Noah directly left. Seeing the stunned look of the surrounding students, Noah couldn't help but laugh. In any case, Rin and Osaka was still a young lady that everyone looked forward to. Everyone would be dumbfounded if an unknown man from outside the school sent such a charming and idol-like existence to the school. Noah only knew about it when Tong Ying mentioned it in the archery department. Rin and Osaka actually had such a side to her in the academy. However, he had to admit, in terms of appearance, Rin and Osaka did have the qualifications to be a popular and dignified young lady. Although her nature was like a little devil, and she often dropped the ball at the most critical moment, her curse-like physique made people not dare to compliment her. Noah ignored the stunned look of the surrounding students, left Suigunhara Academy, and walked in the direction of Enosaka's residence. However, just as Noah passed by a commercial street, an unexpected voice with full of surprise called out to him. "Isn't this the big brother from the other day?" The person called Noah was like a clear drop of water falling on the surface of the water, very light, and full of cheerfulness and happiness. Judging from her voice, she was probably still underage. At best, she was around 13 or 14 years old. However, when he heard this voice, Noah's heart tightened. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the source of the voice. On the other side of the street, a little girl with long hair that was more beautiful than the snow was standing there. She was wearing a snow jacket, a snow hat, and snow boots. She looked like a little elf that had just been born in the snow. At this moment, the girl was happily raising one of her hands above her head and waving it at Noah. "Big brother. We meet again." The girl's cheerful and cute appearance made the pedestrians around her subconsciously stop in their tracks, their gazes converging on the other party. In particular, some of the men and women had stars in their eyes. There was no other way. That slightly immature-looking girl was simply too cute. She was so cute that even the most delicate dolls and mannequins couldn't compare to her. Under such circumstances, the surrounding pedestrians had no idea at all. 2 days ago, that Snow-White girl had just used an innocent smile to order her most loyal bodyguard to kill Noah and his group without mercy. Yes. The girl who looked like an angel was, in fact, a demon who would kill anyone with a cute smile on her face without hesitation. Impressively, it was Berserker's master, Ilyasful von Erzbergen. One of the 3 families that created the Holy Grail War, the Erzbergen family. Encountering Ilya on such a busy road, Noah couldn't hold back and showed a trace of surprise. Ilyasful? Hearing how Noah addressed her, the smile on Ilya's cute face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a puffed-up cheeks and a very dissatisfied expression. Lifting her little feet and walking towards Noah, Ilya spoke to Noah in dissatisfaction. You can just call me Ilya. Seeing Ilya walking in front of him puffing up her cheeks and pretending to be angry, Noah almost lost his vigilance against this master who had a servant that couldn't be ignored. At that moment, Noah asked almost reflexively. Why are you here? I came here to play. Ilya answered without hesitation. The expression on her face changed from dissatisfaction to happiness in an instant. It's too boring to stay in the castle, so I came out to play in the town. Castle? Noah asked in confusion. Ah. Big brother, have you forgotten? Ilya put her little hands behind her back and slightly leaned her upper body towards Noah's direction. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Didn't I say that in the depths of the forest, there is our Erzburn villa? After Ilya said this, Noah remembered. Indeed, Ilya did say such a sentence. But Ilya also said that it was only a villa. Since when did a villa become a castle? Or, to Ilya, the castle in the depths of the forest was just a villa. So that's how it is. Noah's mouth twitched. You are the real rich person, hmm? Ilya immediately tilted her head. Rich person? No, don't mind it. Noah looked around and said. He looked around and seemed to be a little absent-minded. Big brother, are you looking for Berserker? Ilya seemed to see through Noah's thoughts and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Ilya didn't bring Berserker out today. Didn't bring Berserker out with you? Noah finally frowned and stared at Ilya. You ran out alone without bringing a servant. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by other masters? I can't help it. Berserker is too overprotective. If I bring him out, he will definitely go berserk on the streets. Ilya said matter-of-factly. In that case, I won't be able to play anymore, right? Hearing Ilya's words, Noah wanted to correct 2 points. 1. Berserker isn't overprotective, that's called going berserk. 2. If Berserker goes berserk on a crowded street, it will not only cause you, the master, to be unable to play with him, but it will also cause a lot of unnecessary casualties. And Ilya's words proved that this cute little girl didn't care about 1 or 2 lives at all. For Ilya, when Berserker went berserk, what she really cared about was whether she could play or not and not other people's lives. Sure enough, this little girl was a magician with the appearance of an angel and the heart of a demon. Big brother doesn't seem to have brought a servant, right? Ilya curiously looked around Noah and suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Could it be that Big Brother also came to play? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not here to play. Noah rubbed his eyebrows. I'm just sending Tozaka to school. Her servant isn't with her. Send Ling to school. Ilya immediately bit one of her fingers and puffed up her cheeks. In other words, Big Brother will only accompany Ling and not accompany me? Accompany you? Noah sighed. Accompany you for what? To fight? No, I'm here to play today. Ilya said with a smile. So, you have to accompany me to play. Huh? Noah was stunned and almost couldn't keep up with this development. Why do I have to accompany you to play? Isn't that obvious? Ilya showed the cutest smile Noah had ever seen and said such a sentence. Because, I like Big Brother very much. In the surroundings, the pedestrians who had been paying attention to Ilya heard this sentence and many people fell on the street, hit the street lamps, and some even collided with each other and fell to the ground. The remaining pedestrians who weren't crushed by Ilya's confession fell silent for a moment. Then, they looked at Noah with murderous and disdainful gazes. Noah broke out in cold sweat. What kind of development is this? Chapter 755. Humming a pleasant tune, Ilya hugged Noah's arm tightly. Her delicate and pretty face was full of joy and happiness. She followed Noah's footsteps and skipped forward. She seemed to be in a good mood. Noah, whose arm was tightly hugged by Ilya, was troubled. Strictly speaking, Ilya should be Noah's enemy. When she did not have Berserker by her side, it was undoubtedly the easiest to deal with. Even if Ilya had the command spell, and could summon Berserker at any time, as long as he dealt with Ilya in the first blow, nothing would happen. Undoubtedly, in such a situation, Ilya was not even on guard against Noah. How could Noah not be troubled? After all, Noah did not feel any falsehood from Ilya's expression that was full of joy and happiness. In other words, Ilya either had some means to ensure that nothing would happen to her, or she did not consider that Noah would attack her at this time. Intuition told Noah that the reason why Ilya stuck to him so unscrupulously should not be the former, but the latter. In other words, Ilya did not consider that Noah would attack her at this time. Does Ilya trust Noah? That's not true. She just did not think about it from the bottom of her heart. From this aspect, Ilya was indeed quite naive. She did not have the self-awareness that a magician should have. Just like her appearance, she was just a little girl who had yet to reach adulthood. However, such a little girl who looked like she had yet to reach adulthood could casually make the decision to kill. Such two contradictory aspects were like the existence of an angel and a demon in that small body, making Noah very troubled. Of course, Noah did not think of attacking Ilya in this situation. Noah was not the kind of person who would do anything for a certain goal regardless of the target. Noah's methods were generally different from person to person. If the opponent was upright, then Noah would face it in an upright way. If the opponent was treacherous and cunning, then Noah wouldn't mind returning the favor and biting back at the opponent. In addition, although Noah and Ilya were enemies, it was only in terms of position. They did not have such a serious sense of mission like Rin and Osaka. In participating in the Holy Grail War, Noah's fundamental purpose was to find the world fragment, not to kill them all. Therefore, Noah could always be so carefree. However, Noah was a little unsure what kind of person Ilya was. An upright person. An upright person. A sinister and cunning person. None of them, right? Because of this, Noah, who was a little unsure of how to face Ilya, was so troubled. He could only accompany Ilya. Then, while Noah was still troubled, Ilya, who was hugging Noah's arm and standing together with Noah like a pair of siblings with a good relationship, suddenly pointed at a place and shook Noah's hand. "Hey, big brother, I want to eat that." Noah, who returned to his senses because of Ilya's voice, subconsciously looked in the direction of Ilya's little finger. There was a small stall there. "That's a crepe. It looks very delicious." Ilya used a pitiful gaze that could sink anyone and spoke with some hope in her voice. "Big brother, will you buy it for me to eat?" "Well, I don't mind." Noah scratched his cheek. "But aren't you rich? Can't you afford a crepe?" "Although I don't know what big brother is judging, I won't bring money. The money is all brought by the maid beside me," Ilya said with a smile. "Also, I only want to eat what big brother buys now." Ilya's words could easily capture the hearts of others, making them unable to help but feel tender love and joy. Noah wasn't directly captured by Ilya's cute words, but he also had no reason to refuse. He could only smile bitterly. "I'll go buy it, right? Just wait for me here." "Okay." Ilya nodded in satisfaction and obediently let go of Noah's hand. She put her small hands behind her back and looked around curiously. Seeing this, Noah couldn't help but reveal a smile. He turned around and walked in the direction of the crepe stall. When Noah bought 2 crepes from the stall and headed in Ilya's direction, the scene that entered his eyes left him slightly stunned. "Hey, little girl, are you walking on the streets alone?" Unknowingly, several men in their 30s and 40s had gathered around Ilya. They had hooligan-like expressions on their faces and were speaking to Ilya passionately. "Judging from your appearance, you're a foreigner, right? Don't you have a guardian by your side? Could it be that you're lost? Do you want us to bring you to your mother?" While saying those words, those middle-aged hoodlums were sizing up Ilya. It was as if they were evaluating a product. It was very dazzling. Don't tell me they're human traffickers. Noah couldn't help but think so. Facing the harassment of the hooligans, the innocent smile on Ilya's face had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a look of boredom and lack of interest. Undoubtedly, they're so much older than me, but they don't even know the most basic etiquette toward a lady. I see. So there are such people here too. Oh. You seem to be rather cultured. One of the middle-aged men twitched his brows and wore a somewhat vulgar smile on his face. Sorry, we're not gentlemen or ladies. But we know a lot about the matters between men and women. If you're curious, how about letting us teach you? The middle-aged man said and gestured to his companions around him. His companions immediately understood and one of them even made a phone call. Not long after, a car drove over and stopped there, blocking the line of sight of the pedestrians in the surroundings. Looking at this, anyone could understand what was going on. Those people were a group of human traffickers. Ilya clearly didn't know what the people surrounding her were planning to do to her. But as a magician, Ilya more or less sensed the malice of others. At that moment, a coquettish smile hung on Ilya's immature but incomparably adorable face and her ruby-like eyes were suffused with a cruel glint. It's a pity that Ilya isn't interested in you at all. Moreover, she feels that you're an eyesore. Eyesores should be thrown into the sewers and washed away with the sewage. Saying such cruel words with such a cute voice made all the middle-aged traffickers around her stiffen. Some of them couldn't even move. That wasn't a metaphor. They really couldn't move. Because even if they were ordinary people, they could still instinctively feel it. The young girl in front of him seemed to have turned from harmless to extremely dangerous. The middle-aged man who had just gestured to his companions and used vulgar words to instigate Ilya shouted angrily. You're just a brat. Come with us obediently. After saying that, the middle-aged man wanted to pounce on Ilya, but a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. I should be the one saying that. Along with this sentence, the middle-aged man felt the hand on his shoulder suddenly tighten. Then, his entire body floated up. That was the result of the other party forcefully throwing him. Bang! The middle-aged man heavily crashed into the door of the car that had come to pick them up. Moreover, he knocked his head against the door, causing his head to bleed. His head tilted to one side and he fainted. Around them, the human traffickers turned pale with fright. However, before they could react, one after another, a hand was suddenly placed on their shoulders. Then, one after another, they flew out and crashed into the car as well. What's wrong? As soon as the assistant driver shouted this sentence, a fist was imprinted on his face. With a bang, the driver fainted. Chapter 756. Looking at the sudden development in front of her, Ilya was stunned. In front of Ilya, Noah appeared to have completed an insignificant task. He held 2 crepes in one hand and extended his other hand to pull open the door of the human trafficker. Then, he threw the badly battered human traffickers into the carriage one after another. Noah was not as merciful to these traffickers as he was to ordinary hooligans. There is no need for a guy who would even lay his hands on children to continue to survive in this world. This sentence contained both rationality and selfishness. In the world of The Dark Bullet, Noah was famous for the shelter of the cursed child. For the sake of those poor children, he even made the choice to let the Tokyo area be destroyed by primitive animals. As previously mentioned, Noah's way of treating people was different from person to person. Facing people who were upright, he would face them in the same upright manner. For insidious and cunning people, he would return the favor with the same insidious and cunning means. But children were not included in this list. Children as pure as a piece of white paper would walk towards the upright side or the insidious and cunning side in the future. It had not been decided yet. Therefore, for these children who were like white papers, waiting for the world, waiting for society, waiting for the environment, and waiting for others to dye their colors, Noah's treatment had always been biased. Therefore, Noah had no need to show mercy to these traffickers who trafficked children. At that moment, after Noah threw all the traffickers into the carriage, he turned around. Katya, The next moment, in the car full of traffickers, a slight sound sounded. Soon after, the carriage suddenly drove forward. In front of the car, there was an entrance to an expanded sewer under construction. The undriven car directly rushed into the entrance of the sewer under construction and fell into the sewer. Bang! Not long after, accompanied by a muffled sound that reverberated in the sealed tunnel, the pedestrians around the sewer entrance began to approach noisily. It was just as Ilya had said. The group of human traffickers were all thrown into the sewers and washed away with the dirty water. Noah did not even turn his head, ignoring the noise and clamor behind him, and handed a crepe to Ilya, who was still in a daze. "I bought the crepe, for you." Ilya took the crepe reflexively, then finally reacted. She cast her gaze on Noah's face, and ripples appeared in her ruby-like eyes. "What's wrong?" Noah, who was stared at by Ilya, had a strange expression. "Is there something strange on my face?" Ilya shook her head and blinked. The expression in her eyes was brighter than ever. "Brother, are you protecting me?" "No, I'm just being nosy." Noah bitterly. "With your ability, you don't need my protection to deal with one or two traffickers, right?" "Liar, brother is protecting me." An unprecedented smile appeared on Ilya's face, and she hugged Noah with joy. "I'm so happy. Other than Berserker, there is actually someone who will protect Ilya." "I'm so happy." "What do you mean?" Noah, who was hugged, wanted to bitterly smile again, but Ilya's words surprised him on the spot. "What do you mean by other than Berserker, there is actually someone who will protect you? Could it be that other than Berserker, there is no one who will protect you?" "No." Ilya hugged Noah, and with a smile on her face, she said something that would not make anyone happy. "Even if there is, it wouldn't be to protect Ilya. Instead, it would be to protect Ahrensburg's works and the Holy Grail. Only Berserker would protect Ilya." Everyone said that Ilya's servant was used to protect Ilya. Hearing Ilya's words, Noah became more and more confused. Protect Einstein Baron's works and Holy Grail. What does that mean? Before Noah could come up with an answer, Ilya, who was tightly hugging Noah, suddenly raised her head and met Noah's gaze with her ruby-like eyes. Then, a smile that was no different from a demon's and as pure as an angel's appeared on Ilya's face, and she said these words. "I've decided, I'm going to make Big Brother mine." After saying that, Ilya's ruby-like eyes flickered with a frightening light. An astonishing magic power aura emerged from Ilya's body, making Ilya's flickering eyes even brighter and more frightening. Magic power even passed through those beautiful eyes and was projected onto Noah's body. Feeling the magic power surging from Ilya's body being projected onto his body along with Ilya's gaze, Noah frowned. Projecting magic and magic power onto others through one's gaze, thereby producing magic effects. That was clearly the magic eye. In other words, Ilya was using the magic eye on Noah. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Noah. The magic power projected onto Noah through Ilya's magic eye had just touched him, but before it could take effect, it scattered as if it had hit a solid wall. The bright light in Ilya's ruby-like eyes suddenly dimmed, making Ilya reveal a surprised expression. "It didn't work." "Unfortunately, magic doesn't work on me." Noah turned his gaze to the surprised Ilya. "However, I didn't expect that you would suddenly attack me." Noah finally understood more or less what kind of person this cute little girl in front of him was. She had the side of an innocent child and a cruel, ruthless, and indifferent side. He would do whatever he wanted to do and would never consider whether he would bring trouble to others, or perhaps even bring trouble to himself. In short, she was a willful and reckless young lady who didn't know how to restrain herself at all. Once she had an idea, she would put it into action, regardless of how dangerous it was. Her personality was already a bit twisted. Magic doesn't work on Big Brother. Ilya didn't realize how easily she made a move that would make others view her with hostility. She puffed up her cheeks as if it was natural. "If that's the case, I won't be able to make Big Brother mine, right?" Seeing that Ilya didn't even have a trace of self-reflection, Noah stared at this little girl and his tone became more or less ruthless. What do you think life is? Noah's ruthless tone made Ilya unable to react. I won't say stupid things like life is precious. No matter where it is, there are some people who don't deserve pity even if they die. But, similarly, no matter where it is, there are some lives that shouldn't be lost for unknown reasons. Noah said indifferently. That's why I hate killing innocent people. Since young, Makarov had said this to Noah more than once. Even if it was magic, if it touched life, it would become taboo. It wasn't because life was particularly precious. Instead, it was because treating life as something that could be used or discarded was twisted to begin with. Therefore, magic that touched life was a taboo among taboo. That theory was simply worthless in this world. Not to mention anything else, magicians were a group of existences that would casually kill. Noah wouldn't blindly listen to Makarov's words. Noah was flexible enough to listen to his grandfather's words. Indeed, some lives were very precious. But some lives were filthy and didn't deserve pity even if they died. And Noah was very disgusted with the indiscriminate killing of innocents that would erase life regardless of good or bad. Since he wanted to kill, then why not kill those who deserved to die? This was Noah's thought. I don't expect you to listen to me. Noah turned around. I only hope that you can at least consider it carefully. Leaving this sentence, Noah left. Looking at Noah's back that gradually disappeared into the distance, Ilya remained silent for a long time. Chapter 757. Noah didn't tell anyone about his accidental encounter with Ilya and the fact that they had spent some time together. As if nothing had happened, Noah went straight back to Enosaka's house. He found that Saber hadn't come out of her room, and she had been guarding Yamamoto Sakura the whole time. So, he went to the room that Enosaka had designated as his room to take a nap. If he didn't sleep now, he might not have a chance to sleep at night. After all, master and servant were active at night. If there were no problems on Archer's side, then tonight, Rin Tasaka would probably call Noah and act together. In fact, it was indeed as Noah expected. After it got dark, Enbin, who didn't know when he came back, knocked on Noah's door, and didn't give Noah a chance to answer. Come to the hall, Archer has found Castor's base. Upon hearing this, Noah, who had replenished his energy, slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. In the hall of Enbin's house, the warm light illuminated the surroundings. Sitting on the sofa, which was equivalent to the head of the house, Enbin first glanced at Noah, who was sitting on a chair opposite to him, and then looked at Saber, who was sitting in another seat in a dignified posture. Why is Saber here? Noah shrugged, indicating that he didn't know, which made Enbin rolled his eyes. Have you found Castor's base? Under Enbin's gaze, Saber said with a calm face. If you want to fight against Castor, then let me join you. For Saber's words, Noah smiled as if he had expected it. On the other hand, Rin Asaka continued to stare at Saber and spoke bluntly. What's your purpose? As a servant, I only have one purpose from beginning to end. Saber replied firmly. Destroy other servants and win this Holy Grail war. Is there anything wrong with that? No, there is nothing wrong with that. Enbin was not willing to be outdone. But our servants are also in your range of elimination, right? This is the same for you, it's just a matter of order. Although we are in a cooperative relationship, in the end, we still need to determine the winner. Saber fearlessly looked at Enbin's eyes. Sakura hasn't recovered her consciousness yet, which makes us very passive. Instead of being passive, it's better to follow your order. Rin Enosaka understood what he meant. In other words, you also want to form a cooperative relationship with us. Now that Master can't act, I think this is the best policy. Saber glanced at Noah. Moreover, although we are enemies, the degree of kindness will not be affected by whether we are enemies or not. As a knight, I have the obligation to repay your kindness. Saber was referring to the fact that Noah had taken her in without asking for anything in return. So that's how it is. What a noble knight. Rin and Osaka said nonchalantly as he brushed his long hair aside. Well, with the help of the strongest saber, it's a good thing for us, what do you think? The last sentence was directed at Noah. I have no opinion. Noah was also indifferent. Anyway, we can't fight now, so we might as well cooperate first and solve the other servants. Saber nodded in agreement. Very wise judgment. Then it's decided. Rin and Osaka tapped on the table and called out. Then, come out and explain, Archer. As soon as Enban's words fell, Archer's figure appeared behind him. From the original spiritual state, he entered the physical state and entered the eyes of everyone present. Castor's current base is in Liudongji. As soon as he appeared, Archer gave such information with a unique and calm voice. This morning, Castor retreated to Liudongji, and then he didn't move. In order to confirm whether it was the witch's plot, I specially monitored the place for a day. Now, we can basically confirm that Liudongji is Castor's base. Liudongji. Noah and Enban pondered at the same time. Liudongji. It was a temple in Fuyuki City, not a shrine. However, it was a very special place. Liudongji was a rare spiritual place in Fuyuki City. A witch actually hid in a temple. Noah curled his lips. It's really not flattering. Are you sure that Castor's base is in Liudongji? Saber also looked at Archer. Is it possible that Castor deliberately misled you? At first, I thought so too, but after careful investigation, I gave up on this suspicion. Archer closed his eyes. Castor has already set up a position in Liudongji, and the influence of that position has extended to the entire Fuyuki City. Now, all the residents of Fuyuki City have become Castor's magical storage, their vitality has been extracted and converted into magical power, and all of them are flowing to Liudongji. You. What did you say? Enban's face finally changed. Castor is extracting the vitality of the residents of Fuyuki City? Even Noah and Saber had their eyes fixed on him, let alone Rin and Aka. It can't be wrong. Archer said in a deep voice. If the range of influence is so wide, every master and servant should be aware of it. If you go out and look carefully, you will find the flow of magical power. The audience was suddenly silent. Don't think that I will just stand by and watch, Castor's servant. Rin Enban bit his lips and immediately said. Now that we have determined Castor's base, let's attack Liudongji tonight. Is that okay? As if he had already expected Enban to say that, Archer asked as if he was ready. That place is Castor's base, Castor's ability will be more or less improved, plus the magical power of the entire Fuyuki City's residents will be used as a storage for the witch. Breaking in like this is like directly breaking into a trap, is that okay? If it's just us, maybe we will really think about it, but now there are two masters and servants here, I don't think Castor's little trick will work. Enban looked at Noah. By the way, can your rider come over? Rider can come over at any time. Noah replied calmly. However, with this lineup, I don't think we need Rider to come out, let her continue her task, in case something happens, I will directly use the command seal to summon Rider. Enban pondered for a moment and then nodded. Saber's heart slightly moved. Task? Don't worry about it, it's just a trivial matter. Noah spread his hands. Saber, since you plan to go with us, what are you going to do about Sakura? Is this Ling's magic workshop? Saber said without flinching. Then, Sakura should be safe here. Noah smiled noncommittally. Safe? Of course, she was safe. With the scabbard's protection, nothing will happen to Sakura. Then it's decided. Enban said decisively. Tonight, we will attack Liudongji and kill Castor. Saber and Archer nodded at the same time. Noah looked out of the window, and his eyes flashed. Indeed, it's time to withdraw. Chapter 758. The night gradually deepened. At the foot of a mountain, Noah, Rin, Saber, and Rin raised their heads and looked ahead. To be more precise, they were looking upwards. None of them spoke. They were all silent. In front of Noah and the rest, there was a stone staircase on the mountain that wasn't very tall. The stone staircase was very long, as if it extended directly into the sky. It made them feel small and insignificant. The long stone staircase would definitely make anyone who wanted to climb it feel slightly dispirited. If a normal person wanted to climb the stone staircase, it would take at least 30 minutes. Fortunately, at the end of the stone staircase, Noah and the rest found a mountain gate. Behind the mountain gate was a temple called Ludong Temple. However, whether it was Noah, Rin Enben, or Saber, they were not looking at the mountain gate or the long stone staircase. Instead, they were looking at a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was a barrier that enveloped the entire mountain. That's a barrier, right? Noah looked in front of him and asked without turning his head. A barrier used to drive people away. Or a concealment barrier. What a pity. Rin and Osaka's expression became serious. Neither. That's a barrier used on servants. Saber gave the answer directly, but her expression was also very serious. Moreover, it doesn't look like it was set up by someone. It's a naturally formed barrier against spirits, right? A naturally formed barrier. Noah was surprised. There's such a barrier. There's nothing to be surprised about. You must have heard of it before. Rin and Osaka answered for Noah. Places like temples and shrines are filled with very dense spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual energy can repel all kinds of monsters and monsters. It's a sacred place where those monsters and monsters can't approach. This is a similar place. Saber continued Rin and Osaka's words and continued to explain to Noah. Servants are spirits. Although they aren't ghosts or spirits, they are similar existences. Therefore, other than entering through the mountain gate, servants shouldn't be able to enter Ludong Temple directly, right? Even servants can be affected. Noah continued to look at the high mountain gate. That's really surprising. This should be the only special place, right? Rin and Osaka said to Noah. I don't know if it's because some eminent monk once passed away here, or because Ludong Temple itself is an unusually spiritual place, or maybe someone deliberately set it up behind the scenes. All in all, the property of expelling spirits around this temple seems to have been strengthened to the limit. Except for this stone staircase, there's no way for servant to enter. In other words, as a servant, Saber has to barge in openly. There's no way to sneak in, right? Noah shrugged helplessly. Then, what should we do? Of course, we have to break in directly. Rin and Osaka clenched his fist. I must teach that arrogant caster a lesson. After saying this, Rin and Osaka directly stepped onto the stone staircase and walked towards the mountain gate. Seeing this, Noah and Saber looked at each other and followed. As for Archer, he didn't follow from the beginning. As an archer, Rin and Osaka sent Archer to occupy a commanding position in the surrounding area, ready to support at any time. However, Noah was more or less suspicious. Was there really a place higher than the mountain in front of him? Could it be that Rin and Osaka was habitually dropping the ball? With such doubts, the three of them climbed up the stone staircase and walked towards the mountain gate. However, when the three of them arrived at the mountain gate, Noah and Saber stopped at the same time. Noah stretched out his hand and directly pulled Rin and Osaka to his side. Saber, on the other hand, raised her invisible sword and pointed it in the direction of the mountain gate. Rin and Osaka, who was about to complain to Noah, saw it. In front of the mountain gate, there was a person. A man who was as tall as Archer, had a long dark blue ponytail, and was holding a 2-meter-long katana in his hand. He was wearing a light purple kimono and had a tree branch in the corner of his mouth. He was looking down at Noah and his team with an elegant smile. Servant? Rin and Osaka was surprised. Yes. That man was also a servant. Not caster. Noah was also surprised. There's a second servant in Ryodong Temple. Even Saber was caught off guard. She raised her sword and spoke in a solemn voice. Who are you? Hearing Saber's question, the elegant man's smile didn't fade, he just gently raised the katana in his hand and introduced himself. Assassin's servant, Sasaki Kojiro. The introduction of the assassin servant stunned everyone, including Noah. That servant had even revealed his real name. Was he not afraid that someone would find his weakness and research his noble phantasm? And, Sasaki Kojiro? Although this name was not as famous as those heroes in myths and legends, it was a name that almost everyone in this country knew. That was because it came from a very famous swordsman from the Warring States period of this country. At that moment, Noah and Rin Enosaka's eyes flashed. Profession, assassin, pseudo, master. Real name, Sasaki Kojiro. Attribute, neutral, evil. Ability points, strength, C durability, E agility, A plus magic power, E luck, A noble phantasm, profession skills, aura concealment, D. Since he wasn't an official assassin class servant, even though this skill was classified as a class skill, it was a skill that the assassin himself possessed. As a martial artist, it wasn't a skill for sneaking and hiding. Instead, it was a skill that the assassin used to blend into his surroundings. It wasn't a skill that was honed for assassination. It wasn't as effective as the assassin's ability to conceal his presence. However, if he eliminated his presence, he would still be an opponent that even a servant would have a hard time detecting. Preservation skills, Mind's Eye, Pseudo 8 belonged to the so-called premonition, or sixth sense skills. It was different from Mind's Eye, True, which was based on prediction supported by experience. It was based on the ability to predict danger based on his natural talent. He could see through the opponent's weapon and fighting style in just a few confrontations. That pair of eyes, even among the servants, was second to none. Transparency, B+. Generally, the ability called mirror still water referred to the spiritual realm that had been reached after rigorous training. After learning this skill, one could always maintain a clear and calm heart. They could even be indifferent to any situation, even if it was their own death. In battle, they could even completely nullify the confusion and fear caused by the opponent, which was represented by magic that interfered with the mind. Zhonghe's experience, even if the same move was repeated countless times against the same opponent, the accuracy of the hit would not decrease. In other words, this was an ability that had the effect of not being seen through by the enemy. No matter how many times the enemy wanted to retreat or challenge again, they would not be able to see through the moves that were supported by this skill. They would always be forced to fight the same battle as the first time they met. Swallow Return, A+. It was a sword technique that simultaneously slashed apart the opponent's killing sword from 3 different directions. It was neither a precious artifact nor a phenomenon that borrowed magic. It was a sword that was slashed out from the real world, disregarding the concept of time and space, and completely slashed out with 2 swords at the same time. It was a superb technique that was truly capable of slashing out 3 swords at the same time in the same second and at the same moment. It was a multidimensional distortion phenomenon that surpassed the elements of speed, delicacy, and feints. Although there were limitations, it had also reached the high-level domain of part of the realm of magic. Chapter 759. When the ability value of Assassin, who claimed to be Sasaki Kojiro, entered Noah's mind, even Noah couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Rin Enbun probably couldn't see it, but Noah really saw it. In the part of Assassin's profession, there was a special standard word, fake. Assassin, fake? What does this mean? Undoubtedly, he was Assassin's servant. Why did he specifically add the word, fake? On top of that, the part of Assassin's class skill, which was the part where the aura was blocked, clearly stated that Assassin wasn't a real assassin, which puzzled Noah even more. Coupled with the various information revealed by Assassin's skills, Noah's doubts in his heart were even stronger. Let's not talk about the ability value for the time being. From the information revealed by the opponent's skills, it could be seen that the opponent was not so much an assassin, but a saber. Not only did he possess a high mental state, but he also possessed a deadly sword technique. If it were not for the fact that his ability value did not meet the excessive requirements of the saber class, Noah would definitely be more willing to believe that his opponent was a saber. After all, the assassin job class was a job class that specialized in stealth and assassination techniques. The elegant man in front of him was standing in front of everyone, holding a long weapon that was obviously not suitable for assassination at all. There was nothing that matched with assassin's profession. Also, the opponent's noble phantasm was the same as Archer's, which was also empty. There were too many doubts. Rin Enbin, who didn't have as much information as Noah, clicked his tongue and held a gem in his hand. So that's how it is, knowing that there is no way to resist us with your own strength, Castor cooperated with your master, right? Work together with my master. Assassin closed her eyes and smiled without denying it. No, you're wrong. Originally, I don't have a master to speak of. As soon as this sentence came out, before everyone could react, a somewhat flirtatious laughter echoed. He's right, little girl, if Assassin has a master, then I am his master. Accompanied by such a sentence, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Assassin. She lifted her black robe, revealing only the part of her face below her eyes, and laughed out loud. If you want to say why, it's because I'm the one who summoned him. Castor. Rin Enbin's beautiful face suddenly tightened, her hand holding the gem was getting tighter and tighter, and she even prepared to throw it. Rin Enosaka really had a lot of hostility towards Castor. However, it wasn't because of the hostility and excitement in her heart, but because of the message in Castor's words. Are you the one who summoned Assassin? Noah looked straight at Castor. What do you mean by that? That's what it means, Rider's master. Castor's purplish-red lips made a sound of laughter. This Holy Grail War was originally a game where the master, as a magician, summoned the servant and fought with each other. So, why can't I, as a magician, summon the servant and become the master? Servant summoned servant. Saber, who was holding her sword, had a grimace on her cute face. Did you violate the rules of the Holy Grail War? The so-called Holy Grail War was actually a ritual. The ritual required the 7 chosen masters to summon their servants, and then they would fight until there was only one servant left, then the ritual would be declared over. There was no doubt that Castor violated the rules of the Holy Grail War by summoning a servant and taking away the position of a master. It was precisely because of this that the assassin summoned by Castor was not the real assassin. Instead, it was Sasaki Kojiro who did not meet the requirements of the assassin class at all. Noah finally understood the meaning of the word fake. I didn't expect that in order to win, you would not hesitate to go to this extent. You mercilessly absorbed the vitality of the entire Fuyuki city's residents as magical power, which violated the rules. I have to say, I underestimated your unscrupulous means. Unscrupulous means? Violated the rules. Noah's words directly made Castor laugh. Don't joke around, Rider's master is just a boring ritual established by a group of modern magicians. Although this level of ritual is a bit cumbersome, in my opinion, there are too many loopholes. If it weren't for the prize, I wouldn't mind directly dissolving the whole ritual. You want to use me as a pawn in the ritual, it's already very unpleasant. Hearing this, Noah finally recalled what had happened. The Castor in front of him was from the mythological era, and he mastered the magic of the mythological era. His magic attainments have surpassed the existence of magicians. In the eyes of a magician of the god generation whose magic attainments could be said to be terrifying, the ritual established by the 3 magician families called the Holy Grail War was indeed not a big deal, right? It's the magician's privilege to exploit the loopholes of the ritual itself and seize the results for himself. Castor sneered again and again. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the magicians who established this ritual for not having the ability to master it. After that, Castor waved his hand as if he was tired of continuing the conversation. So, the time for a pleasant chat is almost over, everyone, let me wash away the shame during the day. Rin Enosaka and Saber immediately took a fighting stance. Only Noah still looked calm, looking straight at Castor. What? Don't you want to let your master fight again? Hearing that, Castor sneered on his face. That's not necessary. However, just as these words fell, a low voice that could be said to be emotionless, not even the slightest fluctuation, resounded from within the mountain gate. "This time, your judgment is wrong, Castor." Castor was shocked when he heard the voice. He turned his head and looked inside the mountain gate. At the same time, Noah and the others also looked inside the mountain gate. He saw a tall and thin man in a suit, who was about 30 or 40 years old, leaning against the pillar of the mountain gate at some point in time. He looked down with emotionless eyes. "You." Rin and Osaka was shocked. "Gumu-sensei." "Sensei." Noah raised his eyebrows. "He's a teacher in your school." "Master." Castor also spoke, and there was a little bit of panic in his expression. "How can you come to this place? I know you're here for my safety." Gumu walked slowly, his voice was full of indifference. "But, Castor, this time the enemy is only you and assassin, two people can't deal with it." Castor was speechless. "A barbarian like me should come out and fight, it's not suitable for me to stay in the back." Gumu said indifferently. "So, Castor, start to deal with the enemy now." Hearing that, Castor's face changed a few times, and finally, he took a deep breath. "I understand, Soichiro Gumu." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very tense. This atmosphere told Noah. Tonight, he would not stop as he had done before. Chapter 760. Who dash? The whistling mountain wind directly swept through the entire mountain path, causing the robes of the two groups of people standing in front of the mountain gate at the middle and top of the stone steps to flutter loudly in the wind. Looking up at Gumu, Soichiro, Castor, an assassin standing in front of the mountain gate, Noah couldn't help but ask Rin Enban on the side. "Enban, are you okay?" Noah asked this sentence inexplicably. However, Rin and Osaka understood him. "Don't worry about me." Rin Enban's voice didn't have the slightest trace of reluctance, he seemed to have recovered his calmness. "Although Gumu Soichiro is a teacher in our school, my relationship with him is not as good as you think. You don't need to worry about me, the problem is that the number of servants we have to deal with has changed from 1 to 2. "From 1 to 2. Castor, who clearly heard Rin Enban's words, suddenly snickered. "You're wrong again, little girl, you don't have to deal with 2 servants, but 3. 3. Noah, Rin Enban, and Saber's hearts skipped a beat. "That's right, 3. Castor's smile was getting more and more creepy as if he was trying to make people feel uneasy. "A servant suddenly came to me and said that his master wanted a little girl, but the lineup on your side was a little bit against the rules, so he came to me and wanted to cooperate with me." Speaking of this, Castor's voice became a little bit malicious. "So, now let's guess, where did that servant go?" This time, Castor's words really brought uneasiness to Rin Enban. Even Saber couldn't help but bite her lips, her face finally emerged a thorny expression. Only Noah, after hearing Castor's words, almost immediately launched his sensing ability. In the range of Noah's sensing ability, except for the people present, there were almost no other servants. However, Noah didn't think that Castor was talking nonsense. In other words, the servant who cooperated with Castor was not near Ludong Temple. Undoubtedly, they had cooperated, but the person was not here. This fact allowed Noah to come to a conclusion. That servant was obviously not used to deal with the people here. Thinking of this, Noah immediately thought of another possibility. He was shocked and grabbed Rin Enban. "Summon Archer. Quick." When Rin Enban heard Noah's words, he was also stunned. Then, he inferred a possibility from Noah's words, and his expression changed. Without any hesitation, Rin Enban raised his hand with the command seal over his head. "Come here quickly. Archer." The command seal engraved on the back of Rin Enban's hand immediately glowed red. Clank. Red light flashed, and it didn't take long for the command seal on the back of Rin Enban's hand to turn it into a huge amount of magic power that rippled through the entire space. Buzz. Suddenly, the space around Rin Enban suddenly distorted, as if something was spat out, and a red body was squeezed out. The person who came was naturally Archer, who was summoned by Rin Enban. Puchi. However, as soon as he appeared, Archer spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. His tanned face became extremely pale, and he was violently gasping for breath. Taking a closer look, Archer's body was covered in scorch marks, and one of his hands was bleeding like a crack. He was in a sorry state. Archer. Rin Enbin and Saber were shocked at the same time, and even Noah's face slightly sank. Sure enough, the opponent's purpose was to first destroy Archer, who could provide support from a distance. Otherwise, with Archer's support, the situation would be very unfavorable for caster and assassin. Fortunately, Rin Enbin summoned Archer. Otherwise, Archer would be likely to directly retreat from the opponent's attack. Did you find out so quickly? Seeing that Archer was seriously injured, but he didn't need to retreat, Caster snorted. Sure enough, it's not good to give too many hints, I should reflect on myself. Ignoring Caster's regretful words, Noah still looked at the sky. Because of the unexpected result, his face became calmer and calmer. Lancer is the one who cooperated with you, right? Among the 7 servants, only Saber, Caster, and Assassin were present. Ryder was performing Noah's task, so it was impossible for him to attack Archer. And Archer himself naturally wouldn't beat himself up like this. So, only Berserker and Lancer could cooperate with Caster. From Noah's point of view, Ilya wouldn't be interested in cooperating with Caster at all. With the almost immortal Berserker as a servant, Ilya didn't need to cooperate with anyone. So, only Lancer was left. Very smart, Ryder's master, but even if you know, it's useless, this is the result of being my enemy. Caster raised his hand that was wearing a black glove. Finally, I'll ask you one more time, Ryder's master, do you want to cooperate with me? Hearing this, Noah smiled, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. I'm sorry, I don't even have the slightest idea of cooperating with the unscrupulous witch. Caster's face suddenly froze, and his face immediately became distorted. You called me a witch, right? What? Do you hate people calling you a witch? But what you've done has only made people more convinced that you're a witch. Noah said as if he was repeating a fact. Your anger is not worth a single cent. Caster raised his head fiercely, and his body surged with violent magic. Since that's the case, I'll vent all my anger at being worthless in your eyes on you. Go! Assassin! Hearing Caster's angry voice, Assassin smiled and slowly rubbed her feet on the ground. She lifted the long sword in her hand, and her whole body suddenly tensed up as if she was ready to attack. Bang! With the sound of a clear footstep, Assassin's figure turned into a vague shadow, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Noah's group. Clang! A sword suddenly appeared in front of Noah's group, like an arc-shaped half-moon, and cut toward Noah's neck like lightning. The strong wind contained in the sword directly tore the air, and a fallen leaf was neatly divided into 2 halves in an instant. Clang! However, at this moment, another sword light suddenly appeared in the space like a golden flash. It slashed across and directly collided with the long saber that was slashing at Noah's neck. Clang! Amidst the loud and clear sound of metal clashing, a wave of berserk strength chi shook out from the space where the 2 sword lights clashed. Immediately, it transformed into a tangible strength chi that surged out in all directions. Bang! As if they were shocked by the shockwave, the 2 figures with the sword light were knocked back at the same time by the explosion of the chi. Oh! Assassin, who was knocked back to the mountain gate above, raised her eyebrows. Saber. Saber held the invisible sword, and her eyes were like lightning, looking at Assassin above. Let me be your opponent. Be careful, Saber. Noah, who was standing behind Saber, said. Your opponent's ability value may not be comparable to yours, but their agility may be better than yours, and they don't use brute force. I am afraid that their sword skills are better than yours. Saber nodded her head heavily. Chapter 761. Clang! With the heavy sound of steel clashing against steel, the real battle began. The invisible sword that couldn't be seen with the naked eye collided with the katana that was obviously too long. Sparks burst out on the uneven stone stairs. Archer. Noah stepped forward and said to Archer, who was half kneeling on the ground. His body was covered in black charred marks and fresh blood. Let's go. Let's go. Noah said to Archer, who was half kneeling on the ground. Are you okay? No matter how you look at it, I don't look like I can do it, right? Archer's weak but stubborn voice entered Noah's ears. But, at least, you don't need to worry about me here, whether it's my master or myself, as long as we don't die, there's no problem, Archer. Rin Enbun gritted his teeth, but he also knew that it was better not to be pretentious in this situation, so he could only obediently stay behind Archer. Hearing the movement from behind, Noah, who could imagine what kind of situation was behind him, smiled, raised his head, and looked at Castor in front of the mountain gate. Then, let's end this quickly. After that, Noah rushed out like a cheetah, suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Castor's direction. Facing Castor, you actually dare to rush toward me, you're really stupid. Castor sneered, raised his black-gloved hand, and pointed in the direction of Noah. Buzz! A magic circle with the shape of an eyeball suddenly rotated around Castor, and an amazing amount of magical power was gathered inside it. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the magic circle, piercing through the space, like a laser beam, violently rushing toward Noah's direction. Looking at the dazzling beam of light, Noah's eyes flashed, but he didn't dodge at all. Castor was full of ridicule, as if he was looking at a fool, he directly collided with the beam of light. Bang! 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 A heavy muffled sound was heard one after another. However, it was not the sound of the beam of light falling on Noah's body, but the sound of the beam of light directly hitting Noah's body, making the beam of light hit a solid wall, and suddenly burst open. What? Castor's face greatly changed. As a magician with Kanzaki's magic, his magic was actually ineffective against an ordinary human, which made Castor suffer a great impact. Whoosh! Noah took advantage of this gap, his figure suddenly rushed forward like lightning, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Castor, whose face changed greatly. Whoosh! With a whistling wind, his fist like a cannonball, directly hit Castor's abdomen. Whoosh! However, almost at the same time, another fist that carried the same whistling sound of the wind shot over like a bullet and collided with Noah's fist. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the two fists collided with each other, one of them was shaken in the direction of the mountain gate, and the other one was shaken back to the stone stairs and fell back to the middle position. After stabilizing his body, Noah, who fell back to the middle position of the stone stairs, slowly raised his head and looked up. He saw that in front of Castor, a man was standing in front of Castor, looking at Noah blankly with his two fists in front of his body, one above the other, and the other below the other, with a ferocious posture, like a python that was about to bite its prey, was standing in front of Castor, looking at Noah blankly. Just now, the person who disintegrated Noah's punch was the man in front of him. Gumu Soichiro. Castor's master. This man had actually managed to block Noah's punch. Even if he didn't use enhanced magic, Noah's punch couldn't be blocked by an ordinary person. But the man in front of him did block Noah's punch. You seem to be surprised. Gumu Soichiro lowered his fist and looked straight at Noah without any emotion. I heard from Castor that you seem to be the same type of master as me. Since you can rely on enhanced magic to fight with a servant, why can't I? When Gumu Soichiro said that, Noah noticed it. On Gumu Soichiro's fist, a magical halo was fluctuating. Although it was not the same as Noah's, it was definitely the effect of the enhanced magic. This man, like Noah, strengthened his body and used his own fighting skills to fight. However, there was no trace of his own magic on Gumu Soichiro's body. The magic around Gumu Soichiro's two fists was completely the aura of Castor's magic. In other words, Gumu Soichiro's magic was Castor's magic. If Noah's fighting skills were his own, then Gumu Soichiro's fighting skills were his own, but Gumu Soichiro's fighting skills were his own, but the magic was Castor's. Although it's just a punch, I can still see from that punch that you seem to be someone who also knows how to hone your own fighting skills. Gomu Soichiro said such a sentence in an almost ruthless tone. This is the first time I have met the same type of person, but I have honed my fighting skills for more than 20 years. How many years have you honed your fighting skills? Are you trying to say that my combat skills are weaker than yours because I've been training for a shorter period of time than you? Noah narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Then let's give it a try. After that, on Noah's fist, the magic lines representing enhanced magic spread like electric wires, and quickly wrapped Noah's fist in it. Boom! The soles of his feet slammed on the ground, stirring up a muffled sound. Noah's figure once again turned into a black shadow. With a whistling wind, he rushed straight toward Gomu Soichiro. The oncoming wind made Gomu Soichiro have a little reaction. However, Gomu Soichiro did not choose to dodge. His tall and thin body was like an iron tower standing in the same place. Until the whistling wind approached him, he finally made a move. Raising a pair of fists, he once again assumed the posture of a python with its jaws wide open, ready to pounce on its prey. Suddenly, a rich magical power curled around Gomu Soichiro's fists, as if he was wearing a pair of invisible steel gloves. He slowly clenched his fists. Whoo! The two fists that were also enhanced, with a harsh sound of wind, almost at the same time, bombarded out. Noah's fist was like a bomb that contained a terrifying power. It blasted out directly. Gomu Soichiro's fist, on the other hand, flashed back and forth like a rear-end missile that could freely change its trajectory. It was also like a python that was twisting its soft body. It drew an unpredictable trajectory in space and bit in Noah's direction. And just like Gomu Soichiro could see the level of Noah's fighting skills with just one punch, Noah also clearly felt it in that punch. When that punch blasted out, the unpredictable trajectory had already blocked all his retreat routes, and the surrounding space was all shrouded in the attack range. Even if Noah changed his direction, the punch would definitely be like a venomous snake that would chase after him and bite him. This Gomu Soichiro's fist technique could not be described as unfathomable, but could only be described as strange. Noah, who understood this, curled up the corners of his mouth. His body tensed up, and he spun around. His entire arm was like a whip, swinging forward with a whistling sound. All of a sudden, the fist that was originally like a powerful cannonball turned into a whip carrying an iron ball. It suddenly struck out and collided with Gomu Soichiro's fist. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled out from the center of their fists, causing the surrounding atmosphere to be shaken until it was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 762. Bang! The muffled sound was like a direct hit to a person's heart, abrupt and loud. The force transmitted from the fist caused Gomu Zangakiro to take 2 steps back. On the other hand, Noah's body only trembled a few times, and then he stabilized. This fact also made Gomu Zangakiro's eyes condensed. Although Gomu Zangakiro's fist technique honed for a much longer time than Noah, but the emphasis is on the word strange, it's a fist technique based on strangeness. Of course, a fist technique based on strangeness, once seen through, there's no trace of threat. Just one move. Just one move, Noah saw through Gomu Zangakiro's fist technique, and Gomu Zangakiro couldn't help but become dignified. Gomu Zangakiro didn't know that Noah has a talent called the ability of perception. Even if the time to hone fighting skills is not as long as Gomu Zangakiro, but with the ability of perception, Gomu Zangakiro's fist technique has no secret in front of Noah. In addition to the collision just now, Noah has more or less understood Gomu Zangakiro's strength. In the aspect of strength, although the magician of Kanzai used magical power to strengthen, Gomu Zangakiro's physical ability is still not as good as Noah's, who has been strengthened by the virus of protozoa and used the magic enhancement. In the aspect of skill, Gomu Zangakiro's fist technique is indeed strange, but it's only strange in one aspect. If used in a surprise attack, perhaps even the unaware saber will suffer a big loss, but for Noah, who has the ability of perception, there's no threat. Purely in the aspect of skill, Noah doesn't have much of an advantage. After all, the opponent's fist technique was honed for more than 20 years. Noah excluding the sword technique, in the aspect of barehanded fighting, at most 2 or 3 years. However, even if there's no advantage, Noah's fighting skills are not much worse than Gomu Zangakuro's. As long as Noah was given some time to get used to it, Noah would be able to break that set of fist techniques in minutes. Understanding this point, Noah did not choose to be passive. Instead, he took the initiative to dodge and once again rushed forward. However, this time, Noah gave up on a head-on clash. Wang! Along with the sound of mana vibrating, streak-like mana patterns also spread across Noah's feet, causing Noah's speed to soar instantly. Zong Ichiro-sama. Caster stretched out his hand, and a burst of magic surged in his hand. Wang! Suddenly, the soles of Gomu Soichiro's feet were also surrounded by a halo of magic. At that moment, Gomu Soichiro also took advantage of his own soaring foot strength. His figure was like a ghost, constantly flashing around Noah's body. His fists brought a burst of wind, pulling up a fist shadow, like a fierce viper, falling in the direction of Noah like a storm. Noah did not have much of a reaction to Gomu Zangakuro's almost continuous attacks. He was like a leaf that moved back and forth under the attack of a wild wind. He faced the fist wind and dodged if he could. If he could not dodge, he would throw out a punch. His punch accurately landed on Gomu Zangakuro's fist. Occasionally, he would throw out a heavy punch. The increasingly heavy force on it caused Gomu Zangakuro to have no choice but to withdraw. While Noah and Gomu Soichiro were engaged in a battle of skills, on the other side, the two swordsmen were engaged in a white-hot sword battle. Clang 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 clang. That was the constant collision of the golden sword and the silver sword, stirring up a sound of steel clashing. On the golden side was Saber, who was wielding an invisible sword and attacking ferociously like a stormy sea. On the silver side was Assassin, who held an extremely long weapon in her hand. She moved as if she was dancing. She swung her long sword gracefully, yet she was able to perfectly parry the storm of sword strikes every time. Both of them were absolute heroes of the sword. However, the two people's swords were not the same. If Saber's swordsmanship had the effect of training the body, then Assassin's swordsmanship had the effect of training one's spirit and state of mind. Her swordsmanship did not emphasize on physical strength, but it had strict requirements on technique. Under such circumstances, this battle was like a collision of strength and softness. Every time Saber's invisible sword slashed at Assassin, Assassin could easily dodge it. Then, the long sword in her hand swung in a perfect arc, bringing with it a sharp force, slashing in Saber's direction. Every time Assassin's dancing long sword slashed in a difficult path towards Saber, Saber's intuition skill would sense it, and she would move the invisible sword in her hand, blocking Assassin's seemingly soft sword. In short, neither of them could do anything to the other. Undoubtedly, in terms of ability value, Saber was much higher than Assassin, but she could not do anything to Assassin. In terms of technique, Assassin was much better than Saber, but because Saber's ability value was too high, she could not make an effective attack. One wanted to crush the opponent with strength. The other wanted to defeat the opponent with skill. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. Of course, in terms of ability value, Saber had an overwhelming advantage. Even if it was a battle of attrition, the one to fall would definitely be Assassin, whose stamina and magic power were not as good as Saber's. The problem was that Assassin also had an advantage. That was, Assassin had taken advantage of the terrain advantage of high ground. One was at the top of the stairs. The other was at the bottom of the stairs. Assassin, who was standing at the top of the stairs, did not move at all. She only needed to wave the long sword in her hand, and with her superb sword skills and the extraordinary length of the long sword, she could easily block Saber's slashes. Saber, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, wanted to rush up countless times, but she was constantly attacked by the moonlight like slashes from above. Under the continuous sparks, she could not even take a step forward. When a sword attack from a high place, whether it was dodging or defending, it was more exhausting than when it was on flat ground. Moreover, Assassin, who occupied the high ground, only needed to defend that position, and Saber would definitely not be able to rush up. Even if she did, it would be a waste of energy. Both servants had their own advantages. As a result, this tug-of-war situation where they couldn't win after a long time appeared. Under such circumstances, Saber couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Undoubtedly, she had the absolute advantage in terms of ability value, but she could not defeat her opponent. It was no wonder that Saber was anxious. Just like what Noah said, this person's sword skills are better than mine. No, it's way better than mine. Using superior skills and the terrain to make up for the lack of strength. Assassin was the embodiment of this point. Of course, if that was the case, Saber would still have a way to deal with it. What she was afraid of was that this servant with low ability value had hidden some decisive noble phantasm. This was the scariest thing about every servant. Just as Saber was having such thoughts, Assassin's elegant voice was heard from above. You don't have to be so cautious of me. I don't have any decisive noble phantasm. Or rather, I don't even have one. Assassin's sudden words made Saber stand up in shock. This man had actually revealed his trump card. Unlike heroes like you who enjoy fame, I'm just a nobody. I don't have any powerful weapon. The only thing I can rely on is this sword in my hand. Assassin looked down at Saber with a smile on her face. The only thing I can show you is this sword skill that I've spent my entire life training. After saying that, Assassin abruptly turned her body to the side and pulled the long sword in her hand behind her back to block the attack. At that moment, Saber felt it. It was as heavy as the shadow of death. Chapter 763. Saber could only watch as Assassin suddenly turned her body sideways. She pulled the long sword behind her back and held it up. Saber's warning bells rang in her head. Saber, who had a skill called intuition, was able to sense it clearly. At this moment, as Assassin assumed her stance, a demonic aura surged from her body. It was a deadly threat called death. Saber's intuition told her that if she continued to let Assassin do as she pleased without doing anything, she would definitely end up in a miserable state. Saber pointed her invisible sword at Assassin as if it was a conditioned reflex. Her body was like a ferocious beast as she suddenly charged forward. Unfortunately, Saber's actions were in vain. Although it wasn't a very long time, it was more than enough for Assassin. Secret sword, with a soft murmur, Assassin suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as it shot towards Saber's direction. Swallow return. When the name of the famous demonic sword was released from Assassin's mouth, the word, death, was directly reflected in Saber's eyes. Clang! Along with the sound of the swords, 3 crescent-like blade lights suddenly flashed out from the space, as if they had penetrated the space directly. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, flying from the distant hell towards Saber's direction. Although there were only 3 sword lights, the 3 sword lights instantly enveloped the space around Saber, blocking all of Saber's escape routes. With the deadly shadow of death, they approached her. At this moment, Saber's intuition was like a crazy cicada, constantly chirping. The skill called Swallow Return was absolutely undodgeable. If she tried to dodge it, she would only be reduced to the fate of being cut in half. Before this knowledge was transmitted to Saber's mind, Saber's nerves, driven by her intuition, reacted in advance. Almost instinctively, Saber's body surged with violent magical power. Bang! A gust of wind suddenly erupted from Saber's invisible sword. Wind King Barrier, invisible air. As if it had reached the highest stage of accumulation, it was fiercely compressed together, as if it had reached a critical point. The storm was like a violent impact, surging out from Saber's invisible sword. The strong storm with a sharp whistling sound, with the sword in Saber's hand as the center, fiercely vibrated, and met the 3 sword lights that were approaching like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Dong! A loud sound was heard. It was the sound of the 3 crescent-like sword lights colliding with the storm. As if the 3 crescent moons had collided with the shockwave, a violent wave of wind violently swept in all directions. Crack! The stone steps on the ground cracked open from the impact. Pa! The trees that were closer to the explosion were shattered cleanly. The three sword lights ruthlessly cut the storm apart, and then, their momentum became slower and slower. In the end, they were directly covered by the storm, and disappeared from the space. Seeing this, Assassin's face finally changed. She stomped her feet and quickly retreated, creating a distance between them. However, her eyes were fixed on the center of the storm. Phew! There, Saber, who was in the middle of the storm, heaved a heavy sigh, raised her head, and looked into Assassin's eyes. What a terrifying swordsmanship! If I hadn't released my relic, I would have been defeated. Although you don't have a relic, you have a swordsmanship that can reach the level of a relic. You're indeed a famous swordsman. Hearing Saber's generous praise, Assassin still did not speak. This was because Assassin's gaze was completely taken away by the bright object. It was the sword in Saber's hand. She did not know when, but a sword appeared in Saber's hand. It was shining with a bright golden light. The body of the sword was as beautiful as mithril, and the blade was made of gold. The hilt was blue, and the tip was inlaid with a gem. It was a very dazzling knight's sword. Assassin was certain. In this world, there was definitely no other sword that was as dazzling as the one in front of her. Holy sword. Assassin's voice was more or less hoarse. I see. You have such a dazzling holy sword. Saber, your real name, since it has come to this, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Saber seemed to have predicted this situation. She raised the dazzling holy sword in her hand and pointed it at Assassin. My name is Artoria Pendragon. I am the Queen of Great Britain. King Arthur. As if to praise the name that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, the entire world suddenly became silent, and there was not a trace of movement. Wind enchantment, invisible air. That was one of Saber's noble artifacts. Its body was wind, and it used compressed wind to wrap around the sword. It changed the refractive index of light and wrapped around Saber's sword, causing the sword to be hidden. It was a noble artifact that could not be seen with the naked eye. There were three functions of this noble artifact. 1. It could make it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the size and trajectory of the sword. 2. When necessary, it could release the compressed wind into an extremely explosive force. 3. It was used to hide Saber's true noble artifact. It was because Saber's noble artifact, the Golden Holy Sword, was too famous. It was because he had obtained the Holy Sword that the world-renowned Night King was able to win 12 major battles in a short span of 10 years, becoming the King of Britain who was known by everyone. The lake sprite was its former owner. Avalon, which had the name of Fairyland, was its scabbard. The King's Sword was its other name. It was also known as the Lake Sword. The lake sprite gave King Arthur the Holy Sword. Excalibur. In this world, there was no other holy sword more famous than it. That's why you need to hide this sword. Once the sword is exposed, you won't be able to hide your real name anymore, am I right? Assassin straightened her back as if she was mocking him, but also as if she was smiling bitterly. It seems that being too famous is not a good thing, Night King. Saying such a sentence, Assassin's face once again showed an elegant and leisurely smile. However, there's nothing more delightful than having a showdown with the legendary strongest holy sword. After saying that, Assassin turned her body again, pulled the long sword behind her back, and looked at Saber with a burning gaze. Then, use that holy sword of yours to receive my secret sword and defeat me. Saber silently reached out her other hand, holding the sword with both hands, and fearlessly faced Assassin. As you wish. On the stone stairs, the knight holding the golden holy sword and the swordsman holding the silver sword looked at each other. In the next moment, the two rushed at each other at the same time. A golden sword light and three crescent-like sword light collided with each other. Poochie! Accompanied by a tearing sound, a large amount of red blood suddenly splashed into the air. As for the two people standing at the top and bottom of the stone steps, they had already missed each other. Saber, who stood at the top of the stone stairs, still held the holy sword in her hand, and lowered her head in silence. Assassin, who stood at the bottom of the stone stairs, maintained her posture of wielding her sword, and also lowered her head in silence. Taking a closer look, in front of Assassin, there was a huge wound that split diagonally from her shoulder to the ground. Ha! Assassin, who lowered her head, squeezed out a laugh. You win, King Arthur. Leaving this sentence, the figure of Assassin, whose real name was Sasaki Kojiro, gradually became illusory. Finally, she disappeared on the spot. Assassin, out. Chapter 764. You win, King Arthur. When this sentence echoed in the air and entered Saber's ears, Saber felt it. Behind her, the scent of Assassin disappeared little by little until it completely disappeared. Opening her eyes and staring at the holy sword in her hand, Saber whispered softly as if she was talking to the swordsman who was no longer there. As a servant with low ability and no noble phantasm, you can use your sword technique to release my wind barrier, invisible air, and use the holy sword. You should be proud, Sasaki Kojiro. The main function of Saber's wind barrier, invisible air, was to hide the Excalibur so that her real name and noble phantasm would not be exposed. Therefore, even though the invisible wind barrier had the effect of concealing weapons, and if used well, the effect would be amazing. However, in order to maintain the effect of this noble phantasm, Saber's mana was constantly being depleted, and she was unable to fully utilize it. Once the wind barrier, invisible air, was released, Saber, who did not need to maintain the wind barrier, invisible air, was able to use all of her magical power and all of her power to display her true strength. Therefore, although it was just a simple matter of turning the holy sword from invisible to tangible, it meant that Saber had used all of her strength. If a numerical value must be used to compare, in the case of maintaining the wind barrier, invisible air, Saber's strength was probably around 80% or 90% of her peak. Only by releasing the wind barrier, invisible air, and taking out her holy sword, Saber could concentrate all of her magical power to maintain the wind barrier, invisible air, and display her full strength. A servant with low ability and no noble phantasm could force Saber to this extent. It was indeed something to be proud of. Pang! Just when the winner was decided between Saber and Assassin, from the other side of the stone steps, a heavy muffled sound echoed in the air. Whoosh! Following the heavy muffled sound, a figure flew out like an arrow leaving a bow, carrying a sharp sound as it broke through the air and heavily smashed into the pillar of the mountain gate. Puchi! Then, a mouthful of blood spurted out from that person's mouth. His body was like a puppet with a broken string, and slowly fell down. It was only then that Saber reacted. She quickly raised her head and looked in the direction of the mountain gate. Soichiro-sama. Castor let out a sorrowful cry, and looked at the figure below the mountain gate with extreme resentment. He said in a hysterical voice. You! How dare you! The one who had heavily smashed into the pillar of the mountain gate was, shockingly, Gomu Zangakiro. At the foot of the mountain gate, Noah turned his body sideways and looked straight at Gomu Soichiro, who had hit the pillar, and said with a calm face. See? You can't win just because you've trained for a long time, right? To be honest, Kugi Soichiro-sama's fist technique was quite exquisite. It's just that the fist technique was too focused on the word strange. Although the moves were very subtle and strange, if it was used for a surprise attack, as long as the opponent was slightly careless, it was possible to kill the opponent, even if the opponent was stronger than Kugi Soichiro. But because of this, if the opponent saw through the fist technique, or was vigilant in advance, then the fist technique without the effect of strange would be of little use. At least, for Noah, who had extraordinary sensing ability and exquisite fighting skills, it was true. Therefore, after seeing through Kugi Soichiro's fist technique, Kugi Soichiro could no longer fight with Noah, and was directly defeated by Noah. After all, in any case, even if he didn't use the power, Noah could compete with the highest level of servant. There were strong and weak servants. Kugi Soichiro, who was strengthened by Castor's magic, could indeed compete with the servant. However, with Kugi Soichiro's strength, there was no way to compete with the highest level of servant, such as Berserker. So, the result was doomed. It was impossible for Kugi Soichiro not to understand this point. Therefore, Castor's support became the most important. Unfortunately, magic has no effect on me, Castor can only be reduced to a spectator. Noah glanced at Castor and said such a sentence with a smile. And, do you think I don't know that you have been waiting for me to use the magic cannon? Castor. Castor's face changed in an instant. A divine magician who doesn't even care about a large-scale ritual like the Holy Grail War, you must have a countermeasure against my magic cannon, right? Noah sneered. Although the power of that magic has been greatly improved because of my magical power, after all, its predecessor is still the magic bullet. For magic, it's impossible that you don't have a way to deal with it. If it weren't for my magic enhancement, I'm afraid that you would even have a countermeasure against it, right? I have to say, your brain is really good. Not only did you prepare the card assassin, but you also pulled Lancer to your side. Even Kugi Soichiro, the master who can compete with the servant, is on your side. Noah sighed. However, you are not the only smart person in this world. You are smart, it's not a problem. The problem is that you don't treat others as fools. If you can think of it, others can also think of it. If you have a hidden card, others will naturally have it too. You didn't see that I have the ability to make magic ineffective, this is your biggest mistake. After that, Noah looked at Castor. Checkmate, Castor. This sentence made Castor completely excited. No. I have prepared so much. I will never lose here. After that, Castor raised one of his hands above his head. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire mountain where Ludong Temple was located began to tremble, and a huge amount of magical power was poured into Castor's body. With the turbulent flow of magical power pouring into Castor's body, Castor's magical power became more and more violent. That magical power was all absorbed from the residents of Fuyuki City, right? I don't believe that even if it's a magic that can burn Ludong Temple, you can't completely nullify it. In that sharp voice, a staff suddenly appeared in Castor's hand. Whoosh! However, just when Castor was about to use the magic that could burn Ludong Temple, an arrow with flame-like magical power flashed through the space, like a meteor, piercing the sky, and shot toward Castor. Puchi! The meteor-like arrow directly penetrated Castor's body and came out from the back of Castor's heart. Castor's expression, movements, and the huge amount of magical power in his body were all stagnant. Turning his head stiffly, Castor looked at the direction where the arrow came from. There, Archer was kneeling on the ground with blood on his mouth, holding a bow in his hand, his face was pale, and he sneered. This is a gift for you, which, Archer, who was almost killed by Lancer because of Castor's calculation, got his revenge at this most critical moment. Archer! In a very unwilling cry, Castor's body gradually dissipated, and finally, he followed Assassin's path. Looking at Castor's figure gradually disappeared, Gomu Soichiro, who was leaning against the pillar of the mountain gate, closed his eyes. Castor, exit. Chapter 765. Who? The mountain wind once again blew past the stone stairs in front of the mountain gate. It was as if the tense atmosphere in the air had been swept away as it slowly blew past. After Castor and Assassin left the arena, Komoi Soichiro leaned against the pillar of the mountain gate and closed his eyes. Noah, Rin Enban, Saber, and Archer didn't know what to say for a while, so they stayed in the same place and fell into silence. Tonight's battle could be regarded as the real cruel and ferocious side of the Holy Grail War. The probing battle like before no longer existed, and it was replaced by a real battle. Tonight, the two servants took the lead to withdraw, announcing the victory of Noah's team. However, in the face of a victory that was achieved through killing, almost none of the four present could feel a sense of accomplishment and joy of victory. Noah and Rin Enban looked at each other, then they looked at the mountain gate above at the same time. To be more precise, it should be said that they looked at Gomu Soichiro, who was leaning on the stone pillar of the mountain gate, as if he was already dead. Then, Noah spoke. I don't have a hobby of killing people. Don't make it sound like I like to kill people. Rin Enbin, who was about to say something, was silenced by Noah's words. After glaring at Noah, he sighed and looked at Gomu Soichiro and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. You have already lost, Gomu-sensei. If you don't want to be killed by other masters, you should quickly escape to the church and seek refuge." In such a case, generally, it was impossible to leave a master alive. After all, even if the servant has withdrawn, as long as the master is not dead and still has the command seal, then they will not lose the qualification to continue to participate in the Holy Grail War. If they are lucky, or have the ability, the master who still has the command seal can sign a contract with another servant and continue to participate in the Holy Grail War. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, during the Holy Grail War, the master will be obliterated. Gomu Soichiro seemed to be clear about this point. He opened his eyes, as indifferent as before, as if he didn't care about his life at all, and said expressionlessly, "Are you not going to kill me?" "I'm sorry, I don't have a hobby of killing people." Rin Enbin turned his head away. "So, before I change my mind, you should quickly escape to the church." As soon as this sentence fell, a sneer echoed in the forest. Unfortunately, there is no way for this person to survive even if he escapes to the church, so the loser should obey the rules and directly leave here. Such a voice came from afar, drilling into the ears of everyone present. Everyone present was shocked. They all turned their heads, and looked at the source of the voice. Of course, Noah. Because Noah didn't feel that someone was coming. Of course, it wasn't because the other party hid from Noah's sensing ability. It was because the other party wasn't even within Noah's sensing range. He just let his voice pass. Then, Noah and the rest saw it. In the direction of the voice, a luxurious-looking spear suddenly shot out, like a bullet, directly landing on Gomu Soichiro's body. Puchi! The sound of a body being pierced through resounded in the sky above Ludong Temple. Gu! Gomu Soichiro, whose chest was pierced, spat out a muffled groan, his eyes wide open, but his expression remained the same. There was no change at all. Immediately, Gomu Soichiro maintained this appearance, and gradually lost his vitality. Gomu Soichiro, dead. The sudden change shocked Noah and the rest. "Who?" Saber yelled, stomped on the ground, and rushed out like a gust of wind, chasing the source of the voice and the spear. Rin Enosaka wanted to chase after her, but Noah pulled her back. Ever since they came to Ludong Temple, Rin Enosaka had been pulled by Noah. Moreover, every time she was pulled, it meant that something bad was about to happen. This made Rin Enosaka a little anxious. "What's wrong now?" Hearing this, Noah didn't say anything. He only smiled bitterly, turned his head, and looked at Archer, who was still half kneeling on the ground. Meeting Noah's gaze, Archer, who was clutching his chest, smiled bitterly. "I really can't hide from you." Archer's words made Rin Enosaka have a bad feeling. What's wrong?" Hearing Rin Enosaka's words, Noah and Archer didn't answer. Under such circumstances, Archer suddenly said this sentence. "Do you know where I came from?" Noah and Rin Enosaka were both stunned. However, there was a reason why Archer said this. "Oh right, you still don't know, right?" Archer looked at Noah and said helplessly. "Actually, Rin didn't know my identity, including my real name." This time, Noah was really surprised. He looked at Rin Enosaka. It was fine if others didn't know. As Archer's master, how could Rin Enosaka not know Archer's real name? Could it be that Rin Enosaka was so bad that she forgot to ask for the servant's real name? "It's not my fault," Rin Enosaka quickly said. During the summoning process, Archer's memory seemed to be in a mess. He couldn't even remember who he was. "That's why I didn't know." "Well, I guess that's what happened." Archer smiled helplessly. "Now, let me tell you where I came from." "You?" Rin Enosaka was shocked. "You've recovered your memory? Don't expect too much. I'm not a famous hero, and I'm not a character that appears in legends. Perhaps, in this world, no one knows my name." Archer closed his eyes. "If you want to know why, it's because I'm a heroic spirit from the future. Noah and Rin and Osaka frowned at the same time. A heroic spirit from the future. This was not something to be surprised about. Heroic spirits were spirits that had left the world and existed outside of it. They were not bound by the time and space of the world itself. Therefore, the heroic spirit throne that existed outside of the world had gathered heroes from the past, present, and even the future. Therefore, it was not strange that Archer was a heroic spirit from the future. Yes, there's nothing strange about a heroic spirit from the future. You're just wondering why I'm telling you this, right? Archer seemed to have seen through Noah and Rin Enben's thoughts as he spoke calmly. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to hide. Regardless of what happened to me after I became a heroic spirit, before I became a heroic spirit, I was already living in this era. Noah and Rin and Osaka looked at each other in dismay when they heard this. Noah's frown deepened as he asked with uncertainty. In other words, before you became a heroic spirit, you were still a human. Now, you're in this world. That's strange, isn't it? Archer said self-deprecatingly. But you're only half right. Half? Noah was confused. What do you mean? Before I became a heroic spirit, I was still a human living in this era, Archer said in a deep voice. But, I'm not in this world. After hearing Archer's words, Noah's heart skipped a beat. Even Rin and Osaka seemed to have thought of something and blurted it out. Parallel world? Correct. Archer's expression was complicated. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why I don't exist in this world. Noah and Rin and Osaka understood Archer's words. In other words, Archer was from this era when he was alive. However, in this world, in this era, Archer did not exist when he was alive. In that case, the only explanation left was the parallel world. Chapter 766. The so-called parallel worlds actually referred to worlds that were similar but had some differences in certain aspects. Just like two sides of a mirror, parallel worlds were like mirrors that looked at each other. They were on different parallel lines and would only look at each other, but would not interact with each other. The difference was that if you looked at a normal mirror, the inside and outside of the mirror would be the same. Parallel worlds, however, would have differences in certain aspects. For example, Archer was one such example. Undoubtedly, he existed in this era when he was alive, but there was no Archer in this era when he was alive. This meant that Archer did not exist in this era when he was alive. Instead, he existed in this era of another parallel world. After a long period of time, he achieved greatness and became a heroic spirit. It's basically confirmed that I don't exist in this world. At least, I didn't find myself in this world. Archer's voice was complicated, but also relieved. Perhaps this is a good thing. A good thing? Rin and Osaka asked. Why? Why would there be a reason? Archer said sarcastically. No matter who it is, they would be dissatisfied with their past. Unfortunately, no matter which world it is, there is no such thing as a regret medicine. As for me, my dissatisfaction is so great that I feel like it's a good thing that I don't exist anymore. Noah went silent. Let's not talk about whether Archer was right or wrong. Noah felt that no matter which world it was, there were plenty of people with unbearable pasts. The Archer servant in front of him was obviously one of them. Rin and Osaka stared at Archer as if she was trying to see through his heart. She bit her lips. Why are you suddenly saying this? Why? Archer's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. I just feel like if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to say it in the future. The bad premonition in Rin Enben's heart suddenly grew stronger, causing her to bite her lips harder and harder. Archer sighed and finally let go of his hand that was covering his chest. When Archer removed his hand from his chest and let Noah and Rin Enben see his chest, Noah and Rin Enben reacted differently. Noah seemed to have expected this and closed his eyes. Rin and Osaka's eyes widened as he fell silent. On Archer's chest, where his heart was, there was a hole. A large amount of blood seeped out and dyed Archer's clothes red. As you can see. Archer forced a smile. When I was ambushed by Lancer, my heart was taken away by that deadly magic gun right from the start. It's already not bad that I'm able to hold on until now. The ominous premonition came true. Rin Enbin gritted his teeth, his expression filled with unwillingness. He had no choice but to accept this. Archer's heart had been pierced through. If he wasn't a spirit and had been holding on, he would have died a long time ago. Archer's departure meant that Rin Enbin had lost her master status. Of course, Rin Enbin still had the command curse. If she could find another servant to contract with, she could continue to participate in the Holy Grail War as a master. However, losing the servant that he had summoned was already a loss for Rin Isaka. For a girl like her who saw victory as her mission, it was hard to accept this fact. Rin Enbin didn't feel as sad about Archer's disappearance. After all, the disappearance of the servant didn't mean that they were gone. Originally, the servants in the Holy Grail War were just the avatars of the heroic spirits in the outer world. Archer's disappearance meant that he had returned to the seat of heroic spirits. He didn't really die. I'm sorry, Archer, Rin Enbin smiled weakly. If I didn't ask you to provide long-range support and asked you to come with us, you wouldn't have been attacked by Lancer, and you wouldn't have had to leave now. I'm always like this. I always make mistakes at the most crucial moments. If you want to resent me, resent me. You think too much, Rin. I don't have any reason to resent you. Archer shook his head. I don't want to fulfill my wish, so I don't care much about the Holy Grail. I only fought because you wanted to. I don't resent anyone. However, I hope that you will remember what I'm about to say. Archer's expression suddenly became serious. You need to be careful. The Holy Grail might not be a good thing. Archer's sudden words shocked Noah and Rin Enbin. What did he mean by that? As I said before, I was also a person of this era, Archer said word by word under Noah and Rin Enbin's surprised expression. Actually, in my life, I participated in the Holy Grail War as a master, and I almost won the Holy Grail. Noah and Rin Enbin looked at each other. Once obtained the Holy Grail? Noah asked in return. In other words, in the end, you didn't get the Holy Grail. It's not that I didn't get it, but I gave up. Archer didn't keep them in suspense anymore. Do you know the principle behind this ritual called the Holy Grail War? Noah and Rin Enbin nodded at the same time. As everyone knew, there was a spiritual vein under Fuyuki City. The so-called spiritual vein, in fact, could also be called the Earth Vein. It was connected to the source of infinite magic, and there was an extremely large amount of magic flowing through the terrain. This was the case in Mayo City. This was also the case in Fuyuki City. The Holy Grail War that existed in Fuyuki City was based on this foundation. The three magicians, Enbin, Jiantong, and Einsteinberg, built a large-scale magic array on the land of Fuyuki City. This large-scale magic array had the ability to draw magic from Fuyuki City's Earth Vein and store it. With the magic power stored in this large-scale magic circle as the source, about every 60 years, the magic power in the veins of Fuyuki City would accumulate enough to support the launch of the Holy Grail War, which would be the beginning of the Holy Grail War. Most of the magic needed to summon the servant was provided by this magic array. Therefore, this large-scale magic array was also called the Great Holy Grail. Selecting a candidate for the master, bestowing the stigmata upon the master, and making contact with the seat of heroic spirits outside the world, allowing the master to effortlessly summon heroic spirits, which should have been incomparably difficult. These were all the functions of the Great Holy Grail. In addition to the Great Holy Grail, there was also a small Holy Grail. That was the real Holy Grail. This small Holy Grail was said to be made by the Einsteinberg family. Because of the knowledge instilled by Gaia and Alea, Noah remembered that the Little Holy Grail was a vessel responsible for collecting the souls of the 6 servants who died in the Holy Grail War. When they returned to the outside of the world, they used their power to pierce a hole in the world. Then, they used the huge amount of magic accumulated in the Great Holy Grail to fix the hole, thereby creating a door to the outside of the world. It was a vessel to reach the root. This was the true face of the Holy Grail War. Under this purpose, the function of fulfilling any wish was just incidental. Therefore, before the souls of the 6 servants were stored in the small Holy Grail, this Holy Grail made by Einsteinberg did not have the power to fulfill wishes and open the path to the root. As if falling into a bad memory, Archer's face became ugly. Although I don't know if the same thing happened in this world, I still have to say that the Holy Grail is likely to have been contaminated. Chapter 767. Contamination. For a moment, Noah and Rin and Osaka almost didn't react to Archer's words. Especially Rin and Osaka, who was completely stunned. Noah still had some knowledge about the Holy Grail War from Gaia and Alea, so he knew the true nature and purpose of the Holy Grail War. Rin and Osaka, on the other hand, didn't know anything about the Holy Grail War. Every 60 years, the Great Holy Grail in Fuyuki City would accumulate enough magic power to start the ritual. Until now, the Holy Grail War had been held for more than 5 times. That was to say, this Holy Grail War was the 5th Holy Grail War. Before this, the previous 4 Holy Grail Wars had all failed due to all kinds of problems. In the end, no one obtained the Holy Grail. Among them, the 4th Holy Grail War happened 10 years ago. Originally, after the Holy Grail War ceremony, if one wanted to perform another ceremony, they would have to wait for about 60 years to accumulate mana. However, because the 4th Holy Grail War did not reach the point where the magic accumulated in the Great Holy Grail could be completely used up, it only took 10 years for the Holy Grail War to accumulate enough magic power to start the Holy Grail War ahead of time. Just 10 years ago, the previous head of the Enosaka family, Rin Enosaka's father, participated in the Holy Grail War. In the end, he died in a hurry, so Rin Enosaka didn't have a proper understanding of the Holy Grail War. Rin Enosaka only knew the basics of the Holy Grail War from the church's overseer. Rin Osaka thought that the principle behind the Holy Grail War that Archer mentioned was that the 7 masters and the 7 servants had to decide a winner before the Holy Grail would descend. Rin and Osaka didn't know that the so-called Holy Grail was already prepared by the barons. The only thing that was lacking was the power and ability to activate the Holy Grail, which was the souls of the 6 servants. Only after the souls of the 6 servants were filled, the Holy Grail would be truly formed. Rin and Osaka didn't know any of this. Seeing Rin and Osaka's confused look, Archer wanted to explain, but his body was suddenly filled with mist, making his body gradually become illusory. Archer! Rin and Osaka exclaimed. It seems that we don't have much time for a clear explanation. Archer clenched his teeth as he clutched his pierced heart and looked at Noah. Let's not talk about Ling for now. You seem to have some understanding of the true workings of the Holy Grail War, so I'll just say it directly. Just like the words said, the Holy Grail may have been contaminated. At least, that was the case in the Holy Grail War that I participated in when I was alive. Why? Noah did not waste any time and asked directly. Why was the Holy Grail contaminated? That happened during the 3rd Holy Grail War. Archer tried his best to explain what he knew in the most concise way. In the Holy Grail War, the House of Baron, who was not good at combat magic, used a foreign classic as a catalyst to summon an 8th servant, Avenger, which was different from the 7 classes of the Holy Grail War. The 8th rank servant? Noah frowned deeply. Avenger. Avenger. Rin and Osaka subconsciously clenched his hands because of this ominous rank. There is no doubt that it is an ominous rank. Archer smiled helplessly. That servant is not a hero, but the absolute evil of this world, the sum of all the evil in the world, the most ancient evil, and so on. Instead of saying that it is a heroic spirit, it is better to say that it is a body of consciousness formed by the concept itself. If Gaia is the consciousness of the planet, and Alea is the consciousness of mankind, then it is the consciousness of all the evil in this world. The same as the suppression. Rin and Osaka was completely stunned. Even Noah's face sank. He was secretly shocked. There was such a thing in the Holy Grail War. Why didn't Gaia and Alea mention it at all? Don't be so surprised. They just exist in the same form. The combination of all the evil in the world is a kind of curse. Although ordinary curses are not on the same level as it, they can't really be compared to the two great restraints. Archer laughed. If that world's evil can really be on par with the restraining power, let alone a Holy Grail, whose authenticity is unknown, even if all the Holy Grail, including the real one, were added together, it would still be impossible to summon the existence of the restraining power. Hearing this, Noah and Rin Enosaka both sighed in relief. If there really was an existence on the same level as the suppression force, then let alone Rin Inaka, even Noah wouldn't dare to say that he could deal with it at full power. Curse, pollution, Noah, who had calmed down, suddenly thought of something. Could it be, did you notice it? Archer looked at Noah and bitterly smiled. That's right. Although he was known as the evil of this world, he was not a hero, nor did he leave behind any great achievements in any myths or legends. Naturally, he did not have the strength that a heroic spirit should have. He was very weak and was killed not long after he was summoned. There was no need for Archer to explain the subsequent development. Noah could guess it. The soul of the defeated Avenger was absorbed by the Holy Grail. Because even the soul itself was absolutely evil, the Holy Grail was contaminated and became an existence that manifested the evil power. Understanding this, Noah took a deep breath. What will the polluted Holy Grail become? Archer looked at Noah and said word by word, "You're the one who's going to die. It will become a vessel full of curses. Once it is summoned, a curse that no human can withstand will flow out and curse every human until the curse covers the entire world." Although Rin Enosaka didn't understand the theory behind it, she still understood what Archer was trying to say. She took a deep breath. Even Noah could not help but be speechless. He did not expect that participating in a ritual that Gaia and Alea called entertainment would involve the life and death of all humans. Although I don't know if this world is the same, the Holy Grail War that I participated in was such an existence. Therefore, I gave up on the Holy Grail. Saying this, Archer's voice started to fade away. At this time, Noah and Rin Enosaka realized. Archer's body had almost disappeared. Archer. Rin Enosaka opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose to stop and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes with a gorgeous smile on her face. It doesn't matter if the Holy Grail is contaminated or not. What I have done will not change. I participated in this ceremony for the sake of victory. So, Archer, even if you leave here, I will not obediently admit defeat. I will take your share and obtain victory. Is that so? Archer suddenly smiled. His smile was very gentle. Then you are really reliable. Leaving behind these words, Archer's increasingly illusory body finally began to slowly dissipate. In the end, he completely disappeared from the spot. Archer, leave. Rin Enosaka stared at the spot where her servant disappeared. She did not speak for a long time. Noah turned around and looked at Ludong Temple behind the mountain gate above the stone stairs. He then raised his head and looked at the sky. Rin Enosaka might not have heard it. But Noah did hear it. When Archer returned to the seat of heroes, a sentence entered Noah's ears. If you want to find Lancer, then go to the church. This was the last sentence that Archer left behind. At that moment, Noah's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. The church, huh? Chapter 768. Bang! As soon as he returned home, Rin Enosaka seemed to have completely lost his strength. He fell on the sofa, and even his head was buried in the sofa. It was as if he could no longer move. Only a weak breathing sound could be heard. Noah, who came back with Rin Enosaka, glanced at Rin Enosaka but didn't say anything. Although he wasn't as good as Rin Enosaka, after tonight's battle, Noah also needed to think more about the future situation. After all, in just one night, 2 masters and 3 servants had already withdrawn from the Holy Grail War. Although Rin Enosaka didn't announce his withdrawal, he couldn't fight anymore after losing his servant. Unless he signed a contract with another servant, he could only be a spectator until the end of the Holy Grail War. Furthermore, because he still had the command seal, in order to prevent Rin and Osaka from returning, there might be other masters who would come to assassinate Rin and Osaka and kill the heir of the Enosaka family. That might happen. Therefore, compared to Noah, Rin and Osaka must have more worries. As for Noah, he needed to carefully consider the two pieces of information left by Archer before he left. One was that the Holy Grail was likely to be contaminated. The other was the whereabouts of Lancer, who killed Archer. Excluding Rin and Osaka, there were a total of 4 groups of masters and servants. The masters that left were Gomu Soichiro and Castor. The servants that left were Archer, Castor, and Assassin. The remaining servants, in addition to Saber and Rider, were Lancer and Berserker. Berserker's master was determined to be Ilya, and Saber's master was Tamahira. Therefore, in the entire Holy Grail War, only Lancer's master hadn't appeared yet. In addition, there was also the person who killed Gomu Soichiro. Just who was that guy? This was also a problem. What are you going to do? Noah said as if nothing had happened. You're no longer a master, there's no need for you to participate in the war. For your own safety, it's better to seek refuge in the church. Don't even think about it. Rin and Osaka finally reacted. He lifted his head from the sofa and met Noah's gaze with a strong will. I've said it before. Even if Archer leaves, I won't admit defeat. Is that so? Noah smirked. In other words, you're going to find another servant who's alone to contract. Me too. Rin and Osaka finally had a bitter expression on his face. However, among the remaining servants, the Berserker is someone that cannot be negotiated with. It is impossible for him to choose to betray Iliasphère and sign a contract with me. Lancer is also the main culprit behind the destruction of Archer. Furthermore, his master has yet to appear, so I don't know if Lancer and his master are compatible. There is too little information, so he is basically not a contract target. Originally, signing a contract with Saber would be ideal. I lack a servant, and her master is unconscious and unable to fight. If we want to win, then the best choice is to sign a contract with her. Rin and Osaka sighed. However, I don't think that a knight like Saber would abandon her master and sign a contract with someone else. It's no different from betrayal, so Saber would definitely not do it. Rin and Osaka glanced at Noah. Or, do you want me to target your rider? I have no objections. Noah shrugged. As long as you can do it. After hearing Noah's words, Rin and Osaka stared at him and did not say anything else. Being stared at by Rin and Osaka like this, Noah raised an eyebrow. You should be a smart person, so don't ask me why I didn't kill you to prevent another master from coming back. If you do, I'll probably have to reevaluate you. In the face of Gomu Soichiro, who had lost his ability to resist, Noah said that he didn't have any hobby of killing people. If Rin and Osaka asked this question again, then Noah would have to reevaluate Rin and Osaka's intelligence. Then, I'll change the question. Rin and Osaka said calmly without any emotion. Is our partnership still going to continue? It was no wonder that Rin and Osaka would ask such a question. After all, cooperation was based on the fact that both sides had their own value. Now that Rin and Osaka had lost his servant, he had no way to compete with other masters. Under such circumstances, Rin and Osaka naturally lost the value of continuing to cooperate with him. In response, Noah asked back. Our partnership was originally to deal with Berserker. You were responsible for stalling for time, and I was responsible for using the time you bought to kill Berserker. Now that you don't have a servant, if you go up against Berserker, will you run away because of this? How is that possible? Rin and Osaka answered without hesitation. Didn't I say that even without Archer, I won't admit defeat? Then isn't it fine? Noah said in an indifferent tone. The division of labor between us hasn't changed. If we need to deal with Berserker, you'll still be in charge. As long as you can buy time, everything else has nothing to do with me. Rin and Osaka went silent. After a long time, Sui-kun raised her head, and a beautiful smile slowly appeared on the face of the popular idol of Sui-kun Academy. "You're really gentle, Noah frowned and protested. "Why did you come to such a conclusion?" Rin and Osaka ignored Noah's words. With a mischievous smile, he buried his head back into the sofa. He no longer looked as powerless as he did before. At this time, a shadow flew in from the window and landed on the floor of Rin and Osaka's living room with a loud clang. Rin and Osaka quickly raised his head again. When he saw who it was, his spirit was lifted. Saber. It was Saber, who went to chase after the mysterious person who killed Gomu Soichiro. "How was it?" Noah stepped forward and looked at Saber. "Did you catch up?" Saber glanced at Noah and Rin Enben. After a while, she shook her head. "Not only did I not catch up, I didn't even see what the person looked like. I'm very sorry." Even Saber didn't catch up. Rin and Osaka was shocked. "Does that mean that person is a servant?" "I'm not sure." Saber met Noah and Rin and Osaka's gaze. "But I can feel a very strange magic. It doesn't seem like a human's magic." "Doesn't seem like a human's magic?" Rin and Osaka rubbed his chin. "Since it's Saber's feeling, it shouldn't be wrong. The person used a gun to kill Jemi-sensei. Could it be a lancer?" "No." Noah denied Rin and Osaka's guess. Lancer's gun is a red magic gun. That gun is obviously too luxurious. It's definitely not Lancer's gun. Rin and Osaka and Saber looked at each other. If it wasn't Lancer, then who could it be? Berserker. Impossible. That guy had gone berserk. He didn't know how to speak or retreat. He only knew how to charge and didn't use a gun. It couldn't be him. If it wasn't Lancer, then who could it be? When Rin and Osaka and Saber fell into silence, Noah came to the window and looked at the night sky. He recalled Archer's last words. Thus, Noah suddenly spoke. "And Osaka, what kind of place is the church in Fuyuki?" Chapter 769. The church? Noah's words startled Rin Enben, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Why are you asking about this?" "I'm a little concerned." Noah waved his hand perfunctorily. "Also, as a master, I have never been to the church and have only seen the supervisor of this year's Holy Grail War. I don't know much about the church, but you seem to know a lot about it. So, tell me more." "Undoubtedly, you didn't go the last time I asked you to, and now you're bringing this up again. How suspicious." Rin Enben stared at Noah for a while before continuing. "If you want to ask about the supervisor of this year's Holy Grail War, although it wasn't my intention, I do know a lot about him. After all, he's my guardian." "Guardian?" Noah was surprised. "The supervisor of the church is your guardian?" "I know it's strange, but the relationship between them is also very complicated," Rin Enben said in a somewhat emotionless tone. "That fake priest is indeed the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, but he's also related to the association that we magicians belong to." Rin Enben paused for a while as if he was organizing his memories. After a while, he explained to Noah. "The current supervisor of the church used to be a member of the Holy Church. Later, he was sent to the Magic Association and became my father's disciple. My father was in charge of teaching him magic knowledge and abilities. After my father passed away, he replaced my father and became my guardian because I couldn't be independent at that time." "There's such a relationship?" Noah scratched his cheek. "In other words, other than the supervisor of the Holy Church, he's also a member of the Magic Association, and he's also your senior's guardian? That's why I said he's a fake priest." Rin Enben obviously didn't have a good impression of his senior. Even his tone became a little harsh. "Undoubtedly, the relationship between the Holy Church and the Magic Association is so bad, but that person was able to gain a foothold in both organizations and even became my father's disciple. However, Thanks to this, after my father passed away, my magic was basically taught by him. In this aspect, I'll admit his value. Is that so? Noah nodded thoughtfully. What's the priest's name? Yen Feng Chili. Rin and Osaka said the name directly. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and clapped his hands. That's right, that fake priest also participated in the last, Holy Grail War, as master. This sentence made Noah's heart skip a beat. The church's supervisor, that priest Yen Feng Chili, also participated in the Holy Grail War. That means he was already a master. At this moment, Noah finally remembered. On the second night after summoning Ryder, he seemed to have met Lancer outside the church, right? The more he thought about it, the more Noah felt that something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more Noah was worried. In addition to the information left behind by Archer before he disappeared, Noah couldn't sit still anymore and immediately walked towards the door. Noah. Rin Enbin froze for a moment. Where are you going? Saber, who had been quietly listening to the conversation like a loyal guard, also asked in surprise. There are some things I care about. Noah didn't even turn his head and directly walked out of the hall. I'm going to the church. You guys can rest first, don't wait for me. After saying this, Noah's figure disappeared from Rin Enbin and Saber's sight. Aren't you going to follow him? Saber asked Rin Enbin. Maybe Noah found something. Even so, I don't have a servant anymore. Even if I follow him, I'll just be a burden. Rin Enbin stared blankly at the door and then turned to look at Saber. To prevent this from happening again, Saber, I need your help. Saber understood the meaning behind Rin Enbin's words. You want me to form a contract with you and become your servant? Saber looked directly at Rin Enbin. Rin, you should know that my master is still unconscious. Do you want me to give up on her and form a contract with you while she's unconscious? Although Saber didn't directly reject him, Rin Enbin already understood what Saber meant. It was obvious that Saber wouldn't form a contract with Rin Enbin under such circumstances. That would be no different from betrayal. I knew you would say that. Rin Enbin wasn't upset at all. Instead, he smiled. But, Saber, we don't know when Sakura will wake up. If she continues to sleep like this, what are you going to do? If my master can't fight, then I, as the sword, will do, Saber replied without hesitation. Plus, I should be the one fighting. Sakura is someone I have to protect. It's fine even if I don't fight. But if you don't have a master, you'll be troubled too, right? Rin Enbin said. Do you want to fight alone until the end and obtain the Holy Grail yourself? Saber frowned when she heard this. Why did it sound like Saber was going to monopolize the Holy Grail? I know you're strong, but it's not good to fight alone. Rin Enbin finally made this suggestion. Coincidentally, I don't have a servant, and your master can't move. So, why don't we form a team? A team? Saber seemed to understand Rin Enbin's intention. I don't have any desire for the Holy Grail. I just want to obtain the final victory. Rin Enbin said firmly. So, even if we don't have a contract, we can just form a team. I'll be your master, and you'll be my servant. Before Sakura wakes up, how about we maintain this relationship? Relationship, not contract, right? Saber finally understood. In other words, we're master and servant in name, right? That's right. Rin and Osaka smiled. How about it? Is this acceptable? Saber closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. Rin Enbin didn't rush her. He just sat there and waited for Saber's answer. After a long time, Saber finally opened her eyes and nodded. I understand, Rin. Before Sakura wakes up, we'll form a team and fight together. Hearing this, Rin and Osaka smiled in satisfaction. Nighttime, after leaving Enbin's house, Noah went straight to the church. Enbin's house was quite far from the church. In addition, it was the middle of the night. Noah walked in the dark towards the church. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. It was as if he was out for a walk. It looked like he was taking a leisurely walk, but in reality, it was quite fast. As the night deepened, Noah climbed up a steep slope and finally arrived at the entrance of the church from a few days ago. Looking at the dark night, the church seemed to have opened its bloody mouth and was ready to swallow any intruders alive. This time, Noah didn't just stand at the entrance. Instead, he pushed open the iron fence and walked in. Outside the church's chapel was a courtyard that looked a little shabby. Noah crossed the courtyard and came to the chapel. He reached out his hand and pushed the door open. Gotcha! With a slight but clear sound of the door opening, the full view of the church appeared in front of Noah's eyes. It was just an ordinary church. Long benches were lined up in an orderly manner. Silver moonlight shone through the windows. Wisps of fog-like smoke rose from the candles placed on the table at the front of the hall. Wisps of cold air lingered in the air. In this church, the back of a tall man wearing a priest's outfit appeared in Noah's vision. Looking at the priest, Noah slowly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 770. In the middle of the night, the chapel did not have the slightest hint of holiness. Instead, it gave off a sinister vibe. In such a sinister chapel, at the very front, the priest holding a book did not seem to notice Noah's arrival at all. His head was still lowered, as if he was silently reciting the scriptures of the Bible. At least, he looked quite pious. However, in this sinister chapel, the scene of a tall priest silently reciting scriptures was very strange no matter how one looked at it. If it was a timid person who saw this scene, they would definitely subconsciously have the idea of turning around and leaving, right? Not only did Noah not turn around and leave, but he pushed open the door and walked into the chapel without any disguise. Every step he took caused a clear sound of footsteps. He was upright, without the slightest bit of sneakiness. This made the chapel seem a little livelier. However, Noah did not directly walk towards the priest. Instead, after walking for a short distance, he stopped and did not make any further movements. An indescribable silence filled the chapel. The believers and visitors did not immediately make a sound. They only maintained the scene in front of them, causing the atmosphere to become quite strange. Although this was the first time they had met, and there was no obvious hostility between them, the scene in front of them gave people the feeling that a confrontation had already been going on in the dark, with swords drawn and bows drawn, and was extremely tense. Whoever broke the silence first would be the one at a disadvantage. It was just this kind of atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the first round of confrontation ended with the priests admitting defeat. The sacred chapel will never reject any visitors. A low and gloomy voice came from the priest's body. However, you don't seem to have any reason to visit at this time, do you? Writer's Master. The moment the voice fell, the priest put down the Bible in his hand, turned around, and met Noah's gaze. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Yen Fengili. At this moment, the man called a fake priest by Rin Enban looked at Noah with a pair of unfriendly eyes. It was as if he was looking at something unimportant. A smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen through everything. Most of the masters who come here are either here for help or for protection. Writer's Master, what is your purpose for coming here? To the point. There was not the slightest hint of beating around the bush. The priest named Yen Fengili went straight to the point. He did not seem like a clergyman at all, which made people feel a sense of disgust. At this moment, Noah did not want to be outdone. He pursed his lips and smiled, and spoke without reservation. I have something to confirm, so I came here. Is that so? Yen Fengili put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Instead of calling him a priest, it would be better to call him an important member of the battle. It is my duty as a supervisor to help Master resolve his doubts regarding the Holy Grail War. I can't refuse your request. He made it sound as if he could not refuse because of his job, and not because he wanted to help Noah resolve his doubts. Yen Fengili said. Then, what do you want to confirm? What I want to confirm is very simple. Noah stared at Yen Fengili and shrugged. Excuse me, Father, as long as one has the aptitude for magic, anyone can become a master, right? There is a misunderstanding in your question, Yen Fengili said calmly. It should be said that as long as one has the aptitude for magic, anyone can be chosen by the Holy Grail and become a master. Indeed. Noah nodded slowly. Then, does that include supervisors who know how to use magic? Yen Fengili opened his eyes and looked at Noah's half-smile. He actually smiled as well. Unfortunately, no matter which Holy Grail war it was, there was no precedent of a supervisor being chosen by the Holy Grail, including this one. There is also a misunderstanding in your answer. Noah's eyes flashed. Not being chosen is one thing, and not being able to become a master is another. Depriving a master of his command incantation and robbing the master of his identity and rights, there should be many precedents in the Holy Grail wars of the past, right? The whole place suddenly fell silent. The smile on Yen Fengili's face disappeared little by little. His resolute face was expressionless as he looked straight at Noah. What are you trying to say? I don't think you are an idiot, father. Noah crossed his arms, and there was some pressure in his eyes. As one of the masters of the previous Holy Grail War, and the supervisor of this Holy Grail War, I don't think you are so ignorant of the rules of the Holy Grail War. In short, what you want to say is, did I steal the command incantation from another master and intervene in this Holy Grail War and break the rules? Yen Fengili said calmly. Since you said so, it means that you have evidence to prove the truth of this matter, right? How could that be? Noah spread his hands helplessly. If I had solid evidence, then I wouldn't have come here alone to confirm it. I would have prepared for Saber and Ryder to attack this place together. Then, I would have let Rindosaka see what kind of person her supervisor is. Oh. Yen Fengili suddenly smiled. In other words, you came here to question me without any preparation? That's right, Noah admitted generously and even kindly gave a suggestion. So, if there is a supervisor who wants to break the rules and intervene in the Holy Grail War, and wants to take me down, now is the best time to do so. You don't have to provoke me, Master of Ryder, Yen Fengili said expressionlessly as if he was facing a child who liked to play pranks. No matter what, I have no intention of killing you here. If this is your purpose, then please leave. After he finished speaking, Yen Fengili turned around and was about to pick up the Bible that he put on the table. However, his body suddenly froze, and he suddenly turned around. Whoosh! At the same time, a fist carrying the whistling sound of the wind suddenly came from behind Yen Fengili and directly landed in the air. Yen Fengili turned his body and dodged the punch. He clicked his tongue and looked at Noah, who had appeared in front of him at some point and was still in a punching posture. You actually attacked the supervisor. Are you not normal? Master of Ryder. You're wrong. It's because I'm too normal that I'm so easily affected by my emotions. Noah retracted his fist and turned around to look at Yen Fengili with a cold smile. You're right. I don't have any evidence to prove that you've broken the rules, and I'm not even sure that you're Master of Lancer. However, unfortunately, I don't have a good impression of priests. The priests that I've met in the past were either man-killer ghosts or crazy people. For someone like you who doesn't look like a priest at all and is full of evil energy, I think that using this method would be the easiest way to confirm what I want to confirm. After he finished speaking, Noah seemed to be mocking himself for letting his emotions affect his decisions, and a manic aura surged from his entire body. Within that aura, there was a trace of murderous intent. If you don't want to die, then struggle as much as you can. However, Noah's direct attack was like peeling off a corner of the mask that no one could see on Yen Fengili's face. A sinister smile appeared on Yen Fengili's resolute face. I see. As expected of the master who can go head-to-head with a servant. You're full of confidence in your own conjectures. Then, there's no need to beat around the bush. You have the demeanor of a magician, Noah Doria. Have you gathered sufficient information about me? Noah extended a palm in Yen Fengili's direction. In that case, let me see what you're capable of. The moment he finished speaking, a beautiful magical formation appeared in front of Noah's palm. Light illuminated the church. Chapter 771. In the dark night, inside the church that was rippling with an ominous aura, a strong light suddenly shone through the window and the crack of the door. It was as if something had soared up, illuminating the entire church. Boom! Immediately afterward, accompanied by a heavy explosion, with the church's door as the center, the wall in front of the building burst open, and a huge beam of light shot out from the inside, directly passing through the courtyard in front of the church. After blasting the iron fence, it rubbed against the ground and shot into the distance. Under the attack of this huge beam of light, a figure seemed to be abruptly pushed out, flew upside down, and fell heavily on the ground. After making a muffled groan, he turned over and kneeled on one knee, awkwardly rubbing against the ground for some distance before stopping. Chi! A trace of light smoke rose from his body, making Yen Fengqi kneeling on one knee on the ground. The priest's attire on his body looked like it was on fire, and there were traces of scorch everywhere. However, Yen Fengqi didn't care about his own embarrassment, his eyes were fixed on the front. Duh. 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 Under the gaze of Yen Fengqi, the wall in front of him was directly destroyed without leaving a trace, and inside the church, a figure slowly walked out with clear footsteps. Around Noah's body, as if there were cannons floating around him, a precise geometric pattern moved along with Noah's movement. Surrounding Noah's body, there was a burst of amazing magic power, making the whole space filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Looking at Yen Fengqi, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground and staring at him, Noah raised his eyebrows. You're really worthy of being able to stand firmly in both the Magic Association and the Holy Church at the same time. That attack just now almost forced Castor to leave the stage. Even after taking that attack, you didn't suffer any obvious damage. You're quite capable. After saying such a sentence, Noah raised his hand again, as if he was giving orders. He waved his hand gently. An intricate geometrical pattern in the space around Noah suddenly trembled, and the astonishing magic power that lingered within suddenly converged. Yen Fengqi, who had already seen Noah's magic cannon once, suddenly jumped up and rolled to the side without caring about his image. The next moment, a beam of light made of magic power burst out from the magic array, crossing the space, carrying a dazzling light and a strong impact, and fell on the position where Yen Fengqi was a second ago. Bang! An amazing big explosion was stirred up from the courtyard in front of the church, bringing terrible wind and fire in all directions. Although Yen Fengqi escaped the direct attack, he was still affected by the wind and fire. His whole body was like it was hit by something heavy. He once again hit the ground, and rolled uncontrollably. However, this time, Yen Fengqi did not choose to adjust his posture. Instead, he simply took advantage of the wind and rolled on the ground. He stomped on the ground with one foot, making his whole body spin like a top. With a turn, he rushed to Noah's side. Ha! With a loud shout, Yen Fengqi clenched his hands into fists. His fists were like iron hammers, following his spinning body in an arc, and punched directly in Noah's direction. However, almost at the same time, Noah raised a fist with a cold smile and pulled it behind him. In the vibration of the air, his whole fist was covered by a golden vortex of air, bringing with it an ear-piercing whistling sound as it met Yen Fengqi's fist. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the strength chi caused by the collision of the two fists spread out like ripples. Noah's body trembled slightly. Then, he dispelled the force of Yen Feng's punch that was aimed at him. However, Yen Fengqi was sent flying by the terrifying impact of Noah's annihilation strike. Amidst the chaotic sounds of footsteps, he finally managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. After a brief exchange of blows, Noah was clear about the situation. Regardless of Yen Fengqi's ability in magic, in close combat, his fist technique was probably not inferior to Gomu Zangakiro's. The difference was that Gomu Zangakiro's fist technique was born for surprise attacks, and was too strange and unpredictable. Yen Fengqi's fist technique was rather orthodox, and did not have any obvious weaknesses. Unfortunately, if that's the case, then he can only struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic formations around Noah lit up one after another, gathering a strong magical power. Seeing this, Yan Feng Qi Li's body tensed up, and his expression was grave. Only those who had actually faced Noah knew how difficult it was to deal with Noah, who had turned into a mobile cannon. When dealing with the servants, because most of the servants basically had magical skills, Noah's magic cannon didn't play any role at all. It could only be reduced to a decoration. When he first faced Castor, Noah's magic cannon almost sent the opponent back to the seat of heroes. It was enough to show how powerful this magic was because of Noah. Otherwise, later, Castor wouldn't specifically guard against Noah's magic. Now, the opponent was not a servant with magical skills or a magician from the gods' generation. Noah's magic cannon finally showed its true power. OM. The moment the familiar trembling sound sounded, a magical beam with a strong light and a terrible impact swept out and blasted in the direction of Yan Feng Qi Li. Bang! There was another huge explosion. The magic beam that landed on the ground stirred up a gust of wind that shook the surroundings. Once again, Yan Feng and Qi Li, who had leaped out of the way at the last moment, were blown away. They rolled on the ground for the umpteenth time. OM. Yan Feng Qi Li, who was still rolling on the ground, didn't have time to get up. The trembling sound that made people's hearts shrink fiercely finally made Yan Feng Qi Li's pupils finally shrank to the size of a needle tip. If this continues, Yan Feng Qi Li will only be forced to a dead end by the continuous bombardment of the magic cannon. Yan Feng Qi Li, who understood his situation, could only click his tongue. He put his hand into his arms and pulled out several red tools that looked like daggers. Between his 5 fingers, he tightened his grip, and from the tip of the handle, a sharp blade popped out. Immediately, Yan Feng Qi Li fiercely rolled, his figure jumped up, and with a swing of his hand, the weapons in his hand were like arrows, cutting through the air, and directly shot in the direction of Noah. Seeing this, Noah was slightly surprised, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation. His body tensed up, and a dense magical energy immediately emerged from his body. In the end, it lingered around Noah's body, causing waves of magical aura to shake off from Noah's body. The numerous sharp weapons that turned into arrows quickly flashed over, and viciously shot towards Noah's throat, heart, limbs, abdomen, and head, respectively. The attack of every weapon was aimed at the goal of killing. However, when the weapons with the cold white tips on their blades violently shot over, and landed on the magical aura that lingered around Noah's body, it seemed to have encountered a major obstacle. Even if they penetrated the magical aura, the speed of the shooting became slower and slower. In just a short while, the sharp weapons that were shot out seemed to have lost their strength in a swamp. Before they could even touch Noah's body, they slowed down one after another, and fell to the ground with crisp sounds. Without giving Yan Feng Qi Li any chance to react, a magical array around Noah rotated, and a burst of dazzling magical light burst out, causing the magical light to turn into a beam of light. Following a straight trajectory, it violently landed in the direction of Yan Feng Qi Li amidst the vibrations in the air. The violent impact and flames were set off. This time, Yan Feng Qi Li was hit directly because he dodged too hastily. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out. After rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters, he slowly came to a stop. Is this the end? Amidst Noah's sarcastic voice, the fatal magical light beam fell. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the night sky of the church. Chapter 772. Boom! When the gigantic magic light beam suddenly landed in the courtyard in front of the church, setting off stormy waves of impact and dense flames that soared into the sky, completely covering Yan Feng and Qi Li's bodies, Noah's expression did not show the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, it darkened slightly. TSK, 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 TSK. After being bombarded by Noah's magic cannon several times, there was basically no place in the courtyard in front of the church that was unscathed. There were either deep holes in the ground, or the stone bricks on the surface had been blown off, leaving only a layer of black soil. It was as though the ground had been charred by a fire, and traces of smoke were everywhere. In such a messy place, the shockwaves and intense flames that had just been stirred up began to slowly dissipate. Not long after, a figure appeared in the center of the flames. However, it was not Yan Fengqili's figure. At this moment, Yan Fengqili was still lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He had been protected by the person who had suddenly appeared and escaped the disaster. Noah had more or less expected this outcome. Regardless of whether it was the conclusion made by his own speculation or the fact that a figure had suddenly barged into the area covered by Noah's sensing ability after the magic cannon fired and protected Yan Feng and Qi Li, the result was obvious. Hence, Noah laughed coldly. "You're finally willing to appear. Lancer's servant?" The newcomer was none other than Lancer. Holding the familiar crimson magic spear, Lancer first glanced at Yan Fengqili, who was lying on the ground behind him, clutching his chest and continuously coughing out blood. Then, he turned his gaze back to Noah with a helpless expression on his face. Aya, he still attacked." This sentence indicated that Lancer had actually been observing the situation from the side. However, Lancer did not seem to have any intention of interfering in the beginning. He did not even enter the area covered by Noah's sensing ability, so Noah did not discover him. Now, Lancer's appearance had confirmed Noah's speculation. There was no doubt that Yan Fengqili was Lancer's master. In other words, as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Yan Fengqili really interfered in the Holy Grail War and made an example of violating the rules like Castor. Yan Fengqili clutched his chest and struggled to get up. He didn't look at Lancer in front of him and stared straight at Noah, who was opposite him. His face was a little pale because of his serious injury. "I didn't expect that you were really going to kill me. Didn't you think about what would happen to you if I didn't violate the rules? What? Will someone avenge you? Or will the Holy Grail give me a punishment? Don't tell me you're trying to say that you've offended the Magic Association and the Holy Church?" Noah said sarcastically. "I'm sorry, but no matter what the consequences are, I'm not afraid of anything." "Oh." Yan Fengqili tried to straighten his back and also sneered. "Originally, because you didn't have any hostility to the rest of the masters, and you even saved Tong Ying and didn't do anything to Ling who lost his servant, I thought you were just a naive boy. I didn't expect that even if there was the possibility of being wronged by you, you would not hesitate to kill me. I admit that my evaluation of you is too one-sided. No, your evaluation is basically correct. I don't have any desire for the Holy Grail, and I don't participate in this ceremony with some kind of mission like Yuansaka. So, I'll turn a blind eye to the other masters if I find them pleasing to the eye. If I don't find them pleasing to the eye, I'll teach them a lesson or even kill them. I won't be hostile to the other masters just because of this ceremony," Noah said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You are the same." Hearing this, Yan Fengqili narrowed his eyes. "In other words, what caused you to be hostile towards me?" "Well, it's okay if you interpret it that way." Noah pursed his lips. "Who asked you to have the exact same feeling as the two murderers and psychopathic priests I met?" In fact, the moment he entered the church and saw Yan Fengqili, Noah's impression of Yan Fengqili dropped to the lowest. There was no other reason than the feeling Yan Fengqili gave Noah was too similar to when Bingyong Li and Fried that he met before. Although it was just a feeling, the more Noah talked with Yan Fengqi and Qi Li, the more he felt that Yan Fengqi and Qi Li were the same as when Bingyong Li and Fried. They were a group of people with completely flawed values. They were definitely not good people. That was why Noah chose to make a move in such a domineering manner. Reality proved that Noah's feeling was right. Yan Fengqili was indeed not a good person. "How do you feel?" Yan Fengqili closed his eyes and said such a sentence. "I thought that if this continues, when I reveal my true identity, it should be at the end of the Holy Grail War. But now, I've been exposed ahead of time. I thought that when I reveal my identity, it must be in front of Ling. That way, Ling's expression will be very interesting." Hearing Yan Fengqili's words, Noah also had a deep question in his heart. He remembered that when he first fought with Castor, Castor said that because Lancer's master wanted a little girl, he sent Lancer to cooperate with Castor. So far, there was only one person who would be called a little girl by Castor. At that moment, Noah asked, "Are you thinking about Nagasaka idea?" Yen Fengqili smiled, and his smile was unusually happy. "If it's because I want to see what kind of interesting reaction Ling will have when he learns the truth, then I am indeed thinking about it." Yen Fengqili's smile directly made Noah's mood become very bad. "The truth? It doesn't matter if I tell you." Yen Fengqili's mouth evoked an unpleasant arc. "I just want to know what kind of expression Ling will have when she learns that her father died in my hands." Hearing this sentence, Noah was shocked. "You killed Nagasaka's father?" "I can't help it, he is my teacher." Yen Fengqili laughed more and more unscrupulously. "As a disciple who needs to follow behind the mentor, that man's back has been exposed to me too many times. I can't help but want to go forward and stab him with a knife. As a result, I couldn't help but become like this." In the last Holy Grail War, Ling Nagasaka's father, as the head of the Nagasaka family, attended the ceremony as one of the masters, but he died very suddenly. Noah also knew about this matter. "So that's how it is." Noah looked at Yen Fengqili's eyes became cold. "Was it because you plotted against him that Nagasaka's father died so suddenly?" "What? You don't have any reason to be angry, do you? Or rather, you should be happy." Yen Fengqili opened his hands, as if he was going to promote some theory, and spat out a calm and slightly deranged voice. "After all, it was that man who sent one of his daughters into Jiantong's family and almost fed her to the worms. Don't you love that child of the Jiantong family very much? You should be satisfied with this result, right? What a disgusting guy. As expected, no priest is a good person. I can completely confirm this matter." Looking at the joyful smile on Yen Fengqili's face, Noah's expression gradually calmed down. "Forget it. Since my question has been answered, you should obediently leave the stage." With that, Noah lifted his feet and slowly walked in the direction of Yen Fengqili. Seeing this, Yen Fengqili did not say a word. He immediately turned around, clutched his chest, and ran out of the church. Noah watched as Yen Feng and Qili left. Just as he was about to chase after them, a careless voice rang in his ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Hey, don't chase after him. How about you play with me here?"